Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 56, We Are Fairy Tale. Erza was sat cross-legged on her hospital bed. She had been confined to these quarters in terms that were, although subtle enough, not uncertain. Anohana had told her that she wanted to keep an eye on her to make sure that she recovered properly, and that it would be distressing if she went missing, which Erza was very sure meant, stay here, or else. This being Anohana, she had no interest in finding out what else was. And even then she still wanted to be judged, no matter the outcome. As hard as it was to wait, to face them all after her bold proclamation of treason, she couldn't bear having to go on the run again, this thing forever unsettled. She had been allowed a new Shiakusho, at least, although an armed guard was stationed at the door. For her protection, of course. At the moment she was alone except for Orium, whom she had called on specifically for more reasons than one. With all that had been going on, she had nearly forgotten to be concerned over her daughter, and it made her feel a little ashamed. It didn't help that she'd called on her mostly for selfish reasons. "Did you need something, Erza?" Orium said innocently. They had said their greetings already, and Orium had seemed perfectly fine, despite some very unsubtle probings by Erza. Yes, Erza said hesitantly. "I need healing." "I thought you had recovered?" "I hear Miss Anohana is really good at what she does." "Did they miss something?" It's not that," Erza muttered. Something went wrong. On the hill, I mean. When I fought Aizen. Could use a fixer-upper. I'm okay, mostly. But, She was lying, and she had always been bad at lying. Orium had no idea that she had lost her powers, that the magic that sustained her was all but drained, that she felt like she was drowning, that she would soon be a soul like any other. She hadn't wanted to burden the girl. Orium was still so young. She didn't need the pressure, not after all she had been through. "Erza," Orium said quizzically. "Damn it. Why was it so much easier to run to her death than to just speak up?" Erza said hesitantly, "Well, the thing is, For a few seconds she thought of further excuses, further lies, or just to tell Orium to do it, and that's that. She would obey, Erza knew. She would help, and if Erza told her not to worry, not to ask questions, she'd comply. "Is something wrong?" "Yes, it is," murmured Erza irritably. "The thing is." She took a deep breath. No lying. She had had enough lying to last her a lifetime. She had kept her past from her daughter, from everyone she had gotten to know in exile. Untruth was toxic, Erza thought, and it wasn't for her. "I've lost my powers," she said, pushing the words out like she was forcing a boulder uphill, back at the hill. "Aizen, he severed my soul chain." "Soul chain?" Orium said, blinking. "Think of it as a thingamabob," Erza said, groaning inwardly, "a thing that every Shinigami needs to access their powers. Something else, something from my old life stepped in to pick up the slack, but it's fading fast. When that's gone, I'm going to be weak. Useless. All my abilities, all my strength, it'll all be a memory. I won't be able to protect anyone anymore. I'll be useless." "So, you need me," said Orium, all cheer drained from her face. The severity of the situation seemed to have hit her. "And there's nothing Miss Anohana can do." Erza shook her head. "It's not a medical problem, as far as I can tell. It's possible that Urahara could do something, but I'm not sure. You can work miracles, Orium. I need you." "Oh, wow," Orium said, seeming stunned. "I know that puts a lot on your shoulders," said Erza firmly, "and I didn't mean for it to be that way. But I'm telling you this because I believe you can handle it. Right now, you're my only hope." An uncertain look passed Orium's face, but it rapidly shifted into a look of confidence and determination. "Sure," she said, nodding. "I'll be your Obi-Wan, and no mistake." "Huh. Your only hope?" "Although, I think I'll skip the beard and robes. Not my style." Confused, Erza moved on. "If it doesn't work, well, then it doesn't, and you can't blame yourself. I'm not going to fail, Orium said determinedly. I can bring back people from the dead so long as there's energy to work with. You're not dead. Lots easier. She sat herself down cross-legged opposed Erza, and held her arms up. Sutton Kishun, she said. The little sprites moved with lightning speed, and within a second, the orange barrier erected around Erza. Now, this time, I'll need you to be still, Orium said, and Erza felt a pang of guilt. She remembered it, she hadn't been too kind the last time, back on that hill. Sure, she said, and nodded. And quiet. Yeah, Erza shut herself up, and nodded. She felt that sinking feeling, a dreadful sense of hope, uncertainty, and despair all mixing together to form one hell of a lump in her gut. She felt her energy being affected, like every particle in her body was stirring at the same time. It's strange, Orium said, her brows furrowing. Gone was the carefree, cheery, perpetually dazzled look she usually carried, her face was a mask of profound concentration. It made her look like somebody else entirely. What is? Erza said. Her body tingled, a shiver ran down her spine, and she felt a jolt of fear run through her. I've never focused this much before, Orium said, but after what I did earlier, it all feels different. I can feel it. I can feel you're everything. It's like you're made up of little building blocks. Technically, that's true for everyone. Shush, Orium said the word with an unusual kind of authority, and Erza fell quiet. I haven't controlled it like this before. But, it feels like there are a few building blocks out of order. I'm going to try and put them back together. Suddenly, a jolt of energy ran through Erza's body, and her back arched under the pressure, entirely involuntarily. Are you okay? Orium said, sounding distressed. Keep going. Erza croaked. I can feel it, God, I can feel it. It was like coming up for air after being underwater for too long. Just above her she could see the metaphorical surface, almost within her grasp. Okay. Orium said. She slowly moved her palms about over the orange barrier, slowly and deliberately, as if feeling it out for the first time. Like this, no, not like this, like this. Then, nothing. Erza's back relaxed, and she fell back to a normal sitting position. She felt nothing, no power, no anything. A bitter, desperate sensation sprung through her body, and she struggled not to show her disappointment. It's okay, she said, knowing full well she was lying. You did your best, Dash. Then, everything went blank for a second. When Erza came to, which could have been hours, minutes, or just a second for all she knew, power was radiating, pulsating from her, vibrating. See, I knew I could get it right. Orium beamed. I think you're all set now, Dash. There was a discharge of power, cracking the orange barrier, shredding the bed linens, and knocking Orium off the bed. The girl let out a surprised yelp, but Erza barely noticed it. Like a waterfall, like a bursting dam, her power surged back into her fully, all at once. She cramped, barely having any control of her body. Rapidly, every ounce of her power began to flow back, filling her up completely. It hurt, but at the same time it was deeply relieving. So much power, so much that she had taken for granted. And amongst all of it, she could hear Tetsu no Tama screaming. After a minute, she stopped cramping, slowly regaining control of her body. She took a few deep breaths, and made a fist. Slowly, she raised her hand. She was lying on the bed, she noticed, staring up into the ceiling. Carefully she raised herself into a sitting position. Tentatively, she flexed her hand, opening and closing it again and again. She could feel it, feel the power flowing back. Orium. She said, finally remembering her daughter. I'm fine. Orium insisted, getting off the floor and brushing herself off. You took me by surprise there. It must have been all the power coming back at once, said Erza, realizing she was stating the obvious. Sorry, I didn't know. It's fine. Orium said cheerily, sitting herself down on the bedside. It was kind of awesome, actually. I did that. I mean, holy cow. Yes, Erza said and nodded. Yes, you did. You're amazing, Orium. Ah, said Orium, blushing. I mean, I literally do work miracles, but, well, actually, yes, I'm pretty amazing. She grinned, sounding bubbly, and Erza smiled back. They were quiet for a while, just staring at each other. Knowing she might well ruin the moment, Erza finally said, "Look, Orium." "Yes," her daughter said happily. Well, Erza stuttered, I wanted to say sorry." "What for?" "Well, back on the hill. I was pretty harsh." "Oh, that," Orium said, sounding like she only just now remembered. "I mean, you were, but, I mean, she's something special to you, right?" "That Momo." Erza nodded. "You love her a lot. You thought she was dead." "So, well, yeah," Erza muttered. "She was, one of my best friends." "Eyes." "So, what she's trying to say," said a voice from the doorway, "is that if there's ever a time to be a bit harsh, it's when your friends and family are dying." It was Lysina, leaning on a cane. She had put up a tough act the other day during the tribunal, but like Erza, she was not fully healed. "Miss Strauss," Orium said cheerily. "It's Lysina," said Lysina. "Now, I'm sorry if I walked in on some special moment, but if Isane catches me not recovering properly, whatever the hell that means, then it'll be hell to pay, and you never know when she'll find out. That woman has a face like some small, cute, fluffy animal, but she's stubborn as a mule when it comes to doctor business." She made a face, and Orium giggled. "It's fine," Erza said. "Actually, I just wanted to say, Oh, come on," Lysina said. "I led you into a battle you couldn't win, and dash." "Shut up," Lysina said promptly. "I don't want to hear it, and that's that. I don't want any apologies, cause there's nothing to apologize for. I've been a soldier longer than you, Erza, and I knew what I was getting into." Erza opened her mouth, then shut it. It hadn't occurred to her in her guilt that neither of them would care for apologies. "Now, the whole business of being run through, I could live without," Lysina said with a grimace, "but that wasn't your fault. No, don't give me that look, it wasn't. It's just one of those things that happen. It's a bitch, but that's life." She stared at Erza, who stared back. Finally, Erza muttered, "You haven't been a soldier for that much longer." Lysina laughed. "I'll be your senpai till the day I die, Erza. Deal with it." Erza chuckled, then broke into a laugh of her own. Orium joined them, and the room echoed with laughter for a little while. Finally, after a good minute or so, it died down, and Lysina wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, a smile on her face. "Hell, it's actually over," she muttered. "Not yet," said Erza. "So," said Orium, cutting off the two of them before the joy of the moment could drain away, I could actually fix that being stabbed thing for you. If you want. That voodoo you used on Momo," said Lysina. "Heard you could work miracles." Orium said, nodding enthusiastically. "The injuries, I can make them all go away. I can even take the scars off." "Well, thanks, but no thanks," Lysina said. "Don't take it the wrong way, but I like my scars. They remind me of what mistakes I shouldn't make again. I'll heal the normal way. If I collapse, I'll let you know." "Okay, then," said Orium, seeming to have taken no offense. "Look," said Lysina, "I just wanted to say that we've got your back. All of us. If the commander decides to toss you into jail or execute you, we won't let that happen." "What, with the old man breathing down your neck? After you were just pardoned?" said Erza, raising an eyebrow. "I wouldn't try my luck. He might just decide that one pardon is more than enough." Lysina shook her head. "Doesn't matter to me. If you need, we'll get you out of here tonight." "No, thanks," Erza said with a smile. "I'm done running away from this. The truth is out." Orium said affirmatively. "And now, they can't help but acknowledge that you're a hero. You'll be, like, a captain for sure." "I'm not sure about that," Erza said hesitantly. I was thinking more like a superhero, Orium explained, like Captain Crimson, Ghost Samurai of Justice. Captain Crimson, Erza said weakly. Well, if you have a better idea, I'm all ears, Orium said, rolling her eyes, but it totally fits. Your name is Scarlet, so of course you'd be Captain Crimson. Why would I take a name that reveals my secret identity? Don't question comic book logic. Orium said firmly. Okay, Erza said, laughing and nodding, Captain Crimson it is. And her sidekick, Lieutenant Silver, Orium said, and nodded toward Lysina. Like hell I'll be a sidekick, Lysina muttered. Anyway, I think I hear Isane. Best get going. She turned around, and shot Erza a look. We've got your back. You can't be coming back and just leaving us again, you hear? I'll try, said Erza. What would come next? She had no idea. But truthfully, as much as she despised the Godii, she had good friends here. Family. Coming back, what a thought it was. She didn't have to wait long. The same evening, she was informed that the next day, her fate would be decided. Yamamoto had his mind set on expedience, it seemed, which was understandable enough. Anohana had called it a hearing, not a trial, which sounded promising, or it might just mean that they intended to hear her out, then throw her in jail and then throw away the key. Regardless, Erza remained resolute. She was ready the same morning, waiting outside the hall alongside the teens and Yoriyuki. Each one of them would be covered there, it seemed. It made sense. It was practical, after all. Just outside the doors were most of everyone else involved, everyone who had been on trial before, and some who hadn't, like Kira or Hisagi, for example. Erza put on a brave face. Whatever may come, she couldn't act the way she felt. She had led the kids there, she was their leader, and she had to act like it. Scared shitless, said Ichigo frankly. Concerned, said Erza diplomatically. Yeah, me too, Ichigo said and shrugged, but given how much everyone else got away with. Yes, Erza said, nodding, maybe we'll dash. They were interrupted by a small Shinigami, who had made her way through the crowd with a bit of difficulty. Erza recognized her right away. Rukia, she said, the uniform fits you. Well, oh, this thing, Rukia said dismissively, patting her Shiakusho, I got fully reinstated. Cleared. Should be back to normal any day now. So, said Ichigo, giving her a funny look. It was strange, after all that had happened, Rukia moving about, back in uniform, like everything was right, like she hadn't almost been executed mere days ago. Out of those white prisoner's robes, back in uniform, sword at her side, looking just like she had when she had first saved Ichigo, to both Ichigo and Erza, it felt like an eternity ago that they had seen her like this. Yes, said Rukia awkwardly, and Erza resisted the urge to sigh. A hearing just ahead of her, to decide all their fates, and a bit of social awkwardness to come before it. It was such a laughable problem. Look, she started, determined to not let it get weird. Thank you. Rukia burst out, her voice loud, almost aggressive. I wanted to say thank you. To the both of you. For everything. I had given up. I was ready to die. But, you two, you didn't. And it's because of you that I'm not dead. So, thank you. Well, what can I say, except you're welcome. Said Ichigo, shrugging and grinning at her. He sounded jocular, but even Erza could tell he was deflecting, that he felt more than he cared to show. It's nothing. I'd have done it for anyone, said Erza. You really would, wouldn't you? Said Rukia. You're crazy. You're both crazy. And I'm so glad that you are. Let's not, get all emotional. Muttered Ichigo. It's okay to be, said Erza, her voice trembling a little. Despite the ominous feeling of being judged so soon, her fate uncertain, she still felt uplifted. Elated. Happy. If she got executed after this, then at least she'd die knowing she'd lived according to the way of fairy tale. She'd know she had succeeded, against all the odds, together with her friends. Her family. So, yeah. Thanks, Rukia muttered, sounding just as awkward as Ichigo. Rather than add to it, Erza pulled the both of them into a strong bear hug, tears at the edge of her eyes. Can't breathe. Ichigo croaked. I lived through all of that, and this is how I go. Rukia said nothing, and leaned into Erza. After a while and after giving Ichigo an extra squeeze, just because Erza let go. You're welcome, she said quietly, and smiled happily, savoring the moment. Not to, rain on your parade, but, the doors opened, said Ichigo, gesturing toward them with his thumb. Let's go, then, Erza said, and nodded. I'm ready. Kyoraku Shunsui fanned himself with his hat. It wasn't particularly hot, but things were tense, and he felt the metaphorical heat. They were gathered not in the imposing, grand chamber of the captain's assembly, which was meant to convey grandeur, dignity, and power, but in a much smaller room. Although, being much smaller than the main hall didn't say much, this room was plenty large, albeit far better furnished, with chairs for everyone. The room was chiefly used for private discussions by Godi leadership, and had seldom involved more than a handful of people. The day's turnout was, in fact, unprecedented. Excepting 12th Division's captain, it seemed every remaining captain and vice-captain had torn themselves from their surely busy schedules, even Kukaki Byakuya, who still looked pale, no doubt still in recovery, to be here, this morning, to see the judgment of Erza Scarlet. She was the main event, of course, but as she entered, Shunsui counted her Ryoka followers coming in close behind, including the elusive and still just as beautiful Shiho and Yoriyuki. It was with some relief that he viewed them from the safety of the pardoned and the unaccused. He had never expected the old man to execute them all, not with Aizen's grand spectacle, not with an upcoming war, but you never knew. The old man was about as soft as granite bedrock, and his decision to spare them punishment had been entirely tactical, Shunsui was sure of it. So iPhone, that daft girl, had nearly given him a heart attack with the stunt she had pulled. He could recognize a good gamble when he saw one, but it had been entirely unnecessary. Even the possibility of his old master turning on them was a thought that made him want to empty his bladder, for Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai was a rock, a warrior of unprecedented power, the likes of which the worlds had never seen and likely never would see again. Erza and her companions took a stand in the middle of the room, the woman staring defiantly forward, and Shunsui couldn't help but admire her spirit. How do you suppose it will go? Yukatake whispered, sitting next to his best friend. Pardon, I bet, said Shunsui neutrally, keeping his gaze fixed at the defiant Amazon, just so long as she doesn't screw up too badly. Even with her self-admitted treason. Information on Aizen and his resources is non-existent right now. The smallest idea of what he's got would be like striking gold, and what she's got, if she's telling the truth, is a gold mine. Our sensei is stubborn, but he's not so stubborn he won't take advantage of that. He might just throw her in prison and have her tortured. He could, certainly, Shunsui nodded, but I doubt it. I spoke to him beforehand, and hopefully he listened. Mark my words, it'll be a pardon. Eyes close on her, but a pardon. Want to bet? Shunsui wanted to answer, but at that moment, Yamamoto himself entered the chamber, and as one each captain and vice-captain stood up, even the unruly Zaraki Kenpeki. The venerable captain commander sat down in a magnificent chair, tall and oaken, and made a gesture with his hand. All the officers sat down again. Let me begin, said Yamamoto, his voice carrying across the chamber authoritatively, by stating that this is no formal legal procedure. This is a hearing, and I will take counsel from those who will offer it. Today, we decide the fate of these Ryoka. This needs to be handled expediently and without interference, so I expect this to be settled within hours at the most. We have much to do, and no time to waste on procedure. Normally, such a council would be held privately, but in light of recent events I have decided to include all of our remaining leadership. There will be no sense of cloak and dagger, no sense that decisions are made for you in secret. No, just made for you to your faces, thought Erza. We shall start simply, Yamamoto continued. Shiho and Yoriyuki? Yes. Said Yoriyuki. She looked well, all things considered, she had recovered almost completely. She met the commander's gaze without flinching. A century ago, you joined Urahara Kisuke in treason against the Godi 13, making yourself an accomplice to unspeakable, heretical acts of science. What is your account of those events? Keep it brief. Aizen did it, Yuruaki said frankly. Kisuk got framed and your people weren't willing to give him a chance, so I saved him and ran away. She shrugged. That's it, really. I could tell you the details of what happened, but Kisuk would know them better than me. We're not innocent. Nobody is. But we weren't to blame then and there. Yamamoto looked at her, stone-faced. Have you proof of this? Now you ask for proof, Yuruaki scoffed. 100 years ago, your Central 46 couldn't wait to put him in prison and throw away the key, but now. She shook her head irritably. No, I do not have proof. Aizen's powers work like that. Don't ask me to bring what isn't there. Yamamoto nodded slowly. The investigation of the events of that time will be reopened. Until that time, know that the Godi I-13 has no malicious intent toward yourself or Urahara Kisuk. In fact, I would like for you to take a message for him when the proceedings are over. Oh, said Yuruaki. She blinked, clearly not having expected that response. I mean, well, sure. I can do that, I suppose. I consider this matter settled. At this time, both of your aid will be required in the upcoming conflict. While you no doubt harbor some antipathy toward the Godi itself, know that we are not enemies. Okay. Kurosaki Ichigo, Yamamoto said, moving right along, Kurosaki Masaki. Ishida Uraiwa. Arisawa Tatsuki. Inu Orium. Sato Yasutura. Each one of you are mere humans with little stake in our affairs. Yet you ravaged our home, no doubt aiding Aizen Saoshik's plans indirectly. You did so, why? You know damn well why, old man, said Ichigo, and several captains flinched at his disrespectful tone. Rukia needed us. Erza needed us. So, we did what we had to do. Too right, said Tatsuki enthusiastically. Alone and outnumbered, with no idea of what you were up against, said Yamamoto, yes, you certainly displayed bravery. Foolish and brash, but brave nonetheless. Normally, you would be imprisoned for your actions. However, today I'd like to offer you a choice. Pledge yourselves to aid the Godi I-13 in the upcoming fight, and your transgressions will be forgotten. What say you? Ichigo looked defiant, but shot an uncertain glance toward Erza. Orium looked hesitant, as did Tatsuki. Uraiwa grimaced. Chad was as stoic as ever. I'll not let you make them your thralls, Yamamoto, said Erza staunchly. The old man shot her a long glance, and Erza flinched. Being stared at by the likes of him, a titan, as near a god as a mortal soul would ever come close to, was a thing to frighten damned near anyone. You are not being asked. Be silent, he said. Erza opened her mouth, but thought better of it. I will be candid, said the commander, once again turning his gaze to the teenagers, as is the point of this meeting. We have a reputation to preserve. We have soldiers whose morale has never been lower, troublesome noble houses that already now are making themselves difficult. We have Rukanga fiefdoms, landowners, and warlords who heed our call, all of whom would look to disunion as a sign of weakness. Our power is singular, but right now, we can scarcely afford to devote resources to keeping our own in line. When I ask you to pledge yourselves to aid us, therefore, it is not a matter of recruiting you into war. It is a matter of appearance. Publicly pledge yourselves to our cause, and we will make the proclamation that we are allies, two forces with shared goals and beliefs, who quickly reconciled after the vile traitor Aizen revealed himself. It's a PR stunt. Ichigo said, sounding surprised. If that is what it is called among the living, said Yamamoto. Regardless, you will be reserves at most. Our seasoned fighters will need untrained, green humans with some measure of power getting in their way. So, what say you? So. Tatsuki cut in, after that, we're free to go? No strings attached. Do not count on it, Uraiwa said cynically. Yamamoto nodded. You have my word. Normally, as I may have mentioned, swift punishment would have been the norm. You are fortunate that your freedom coincides with our own goals. And Erza. Ichigo said. Well. Erza thought. The Godai could be cruel and merciless, but she had never known Yamamoto to cheat or deceive his opponents. If he was your enemy, you would know it when you died by the hands of the Godai's enforcers. Do it. You sure? Said Tatsuki. You're out of options. I can't say I trust them, but it's as good an offer as you'll get. If Erza says so, then I'm okay, Orium said spiritedly. There was a quick exchange of words among the five of them, until finally Ichigo said, "You got a deal, old man." "So be it, then," said Yamamoto with a nod. "A proclamation shall be made presently. After that, you are free to go." The teens seemed in good spirits, but dared not voice their elation. Yamamoto turned his gaze, finally, on Erza. "You present the most challenging case of all, Scarlet," he said gruffly. "During the tribunal, I was willing to extend that pardon to you as well until you revealed your past affiliation with that snake. Why should I let you live?" Erza stared back at him, meeting his judgmental gaze with some effort. He had seemed old last time, shocked by the betrayal, but today he was as fearsome as ever. "I don't think anything I have to say would convince you," she started, keeping her voice level, hoping the strain in it wasn't too noticeable, "and after all this time, I don't care to lie anymore." "Do as you will. You will not speak in your defense," said Yamamoto, a hint of curiosity in his aged voice. "I will not," Erza said stubbornly, shaking her head. "From where you stand, Captain Commander, I have committed treason most vile. My only worth is as a source of information. I could tell you why you are wrong, but I do not think you would ever listen. So, lock me up and throw away the key. Execute me if you must. But whatever you aim to do, be done with it." She wasn't even sure what she was doing. Part of her felt like she was trying some mad gamble, like some particularly high-stakes game of hardball. Part of her felt like just being defiant. Part of her felt like she was just giving up. She could do much better, she knew, but somehow she didn't want to. "It is easy to talk proudly and with vigor on the stand," said Yamamoto slowly, "yet I wonder if you would feel as strongly after a few years in prison. Would you not regret speaking for yourself?" "I am sure I would," said Erza, balling her fists. "Life is full of regrets. You're not living it right if there aren't any. But consider this, Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai, I have seen my friends die before my very eyes. I have endured horror and death in the line of duty. I have suffered the pain of exile, lost my friends all over again. Compared to that, mere incarceration is not frightening." The old man gave her a long, scrutinizing stare. What was his game? Why did he hesitate? Finally, he let out a noise, somewhere in between a sigh and an irritated rumble, and said, "You are a difficult character, Erza Scarlet. You have spine, rather too much of it, which is a rare problem to have. You put me in a difficult position. I would rather you had spoken in your defense. You seem eloquent enough when called upon. Yet, here you stand, refusing to defend your actions. Why?" said Erza stiffly. Yamamoto took a deep breath. "Erza Scarlet, you stand upon the precipice of doom. Valuable intelligence or not, I cannot allow such defiance to go uncontested. Not only are you traitorous, seditious, rebellious, but you appear unashamed of it, even proud. Such brazen defiance forces me to consider the ultimate punishment." So, that was it, then. Behind her, the teenagers gasped, crying out their dissent, their angry protests. Erza heard it and felt some shred of happiness. Nevertheless, it weighed on her. She was going to die now. Her fate had been decided. She hung her head. So, well, she had known this might happen all along. She could not let herself be filled with regret. No, if this was the price to pay. "Like hell you will." The voice was firm, calm and controlled, but deeply angry. Unmistakably, it was Lysina Strauss, stepping up beside Erza. "What are you doing?" Erza demanded, her gloom replaced by desperate concern for her old friend. Lysina couldn't throw it all away like this. Ignoring her, Lysina continued. "Erza Scarlet is my oldest friend. She did no wrong. If she is to die, Captain Commander, then I ask no, I demand that I die with her. We came from the same place. She did no wrong. I stand with Erza Scarlet, with all that means. I am Fairy Tale. Huffing, Momo followed suit right after her. Standing herself next to Erza, she said, "She's right. You can't do this to her. After all she did, you just can't. I stand with her. I am Fairy Tale, too." "Stop it, the both of you." Erza snapped. "Don't throw your lives away for me. Do you think I'm happy about that? Do you think I want you all to die along with me?" "It ain't about what you want, Sensei," said Renji, marching himself up to stand beside her. "It's about what's right. I stand with you. I am Fairy Tale." To Erza's surprise, Isane was next in line, marching up with long, nervous steps, before shooting her captain a guilty look. "Sorry," she mumbled, "but, I am Fairy Tale, too." "Isane." Erza whispered. "Me, I'm Fairy Whale too, and all that shit." It was Kenpaku's baritone, rumbling across the room as he stood himself behind Erza. "You?" Erza said incredulously. "Yeah, still owe me a fight," he said with a shrug. Following close behind was Rangiku, a look on her face like she couldn't believe she was doing this, and in her toe was Rod, who was grinning. "I am Fairy Tale," he said loudly. "Shit, I'm not one for cheesy proclamations like those, but what the hell?" Yes, me too," Rangiku muttered. "You're crazy and you'll get us all killed, Erza Scarlet." "Then stand back," said Erza, and despite her distress, a smile crept onto her face. "I'm standing just fine here," said Rangiku. "Didn't like those chairs, anyway." To everyone's surprise, the doer, Sirius Hisagi stepped up next. Behind him came Kira, looking browbeaten, his teeth gritted. "We were all so sure," he said, looking Erza in the eye, "dead sure. That you were a traitor, that we were all right and you wrong." "You don't have to," Erza insisted. "Yes," he said, balling his fists, "I do. Captain Commander, I am Fairy Tale." "And so am I," said Kira, his voice ringing loud and defiant. "Sensei, I'm sorry. I never believed." "It's not your fault," Erza said firmly. "My Lord Yamamoto," said Komamura, "I will not stand with anyone but yourself, but I can vouch for the character of this woman. She fights with honor. If you are quite finished." Yamamoto rumbled, discontent apparent in his voice. "Seems like you're up shit creek, old man," said Kenpaku gleefully. "Ya gotta axe us all if you axe her." "So it seems," Yamamoto said, sounding irritable, "and if you young fools had waited but a second before you interjected with that absurd display of loyalty, you would have heard what I meant to say." "You said ultimate punishment," Erza shot back. "Does that mean something besides execution?" "I said I considered it," Yamamoto said calmly, having regained his composure, "not that I meant to do so ultimately. Now it seems most of my remaining officers would prefer open revolt." "Sensei, if you'd allow it," Kyoraku said smoothly, stepping up. "By all means," Yamamoto grumbled. "As we agreed then, Sensei," Kyoraku nodded, and turned toward Erza. "Miss Scarlet, I understand you aren't feeling particularly charitable at the moment. What are you playing at?" Erza demanded. The captain sighed. "I'll make it simple. No ambiguity, no insinuations, no tapping around before getting to the point dash. So, get to the point." "Right. We would like it very much if you were to accept the position as captain of 5th Division. Full pardon included. Swear allegiance to the Godi 13 and join forces with us against Aizen Saushik. All will be forgotten. You'll get a nice office, the pay is pretty nice, and you should see the benefits dash." "What?" Erza felt like she had been hit by a bucket of ice-cold water. Out of all things she had expected today, this offer would have been the last on her mind. "A captaincy? In the Godi? You heard me," Kyoraku said, smiling uncertainly. "There is an empty seat and you'd fill it nicely dash. Are you that desperate for a win right now?" Erza sneered. "Have you gone mad, all of you?" "I feel like it should be one of us saying that," Kyoraku said mildly. "You cannot be serious." "We are," Yamamoto said firmly. Just like we mentioned before, Kurika said smoothly, we have appearances to keep. The fact that you are exceptionally powerful, and no mistake on that part, I felt it myself that, along with the narrative, makes you an ideal candidate. Narrative. Erza's eyes narrowed. Think about it, my dear, said Kurika with a grin. The bold hero uncovers a plot to destroy the Godii, but the villain Aizen frames her and she is forced into exile. But she never loses track of who she is, and vows to one day come back and fight him. Then, one day an old friend is in danger and she risks it all, against all possible odds, to save the girl and confront the evil man who ruined her. It's a powerful tale, is it not? You want to use my story as propaganda? Erza said incredulously. Not mere propaganda, Kurika said. The best of stories are the ones that are really true. Aren't they? Sure, we might tastefully dramatize it, but nothing we'd say would be false per se. Erza gave him a hard glare, steely enough to almost match Yamamoto himself. She took a deep breath. Aizen was right. The words came out, half a shout and half an impassioned statement, and it resonated through the chamber. For a moment, it was silent enough that one could have heard a pin drop. Aizen was right, Erza repeated. He is an evil, deceptive monster and he must be stopped at all costs, but he was right. I wasn't deceived into joining him. I did so of my own free will, because the Godii is fundamentally unfair. She turned her eye to Yamamoto, and some small part of her knew that she had stepped off the edge of a cliff and there was no turning back. Your organization has the means to protect the Rokanga, to end the tyranny of the warlords, to let them grow and prosper. You could recruit tens of thousands to bring order and prosperity to all the Soul Society. Instead you leave them to their fate, caring for nothing but your precious balance of worlds when you could do so much more. You tolerate the privilege and corruption of the noble classes. You sanction the horrors of amoral science, the likes of which any living person would recognize as evil. You hire murderers and thugs to do your bidding. You assassinate anyone who might pose a threat to you. Your justice system is a joke. Your world is broken, stagnant, built on misery and tyranny, and it needs to change. In this, Aizen was right. I've probably damned myself in saying this, but I will not lie anymore. Again things fell deathly silent, the old commander staring down on her. The first to break the silence was Kurika, who had put his face in his hands, and groaned out through his teeth, she was doing so well. Hell, she was doing so well. All eyes were fixed on Erza. Several of the captains and vice-captains gaped. The sheer audacity of what she had just said, having dared to speak so directly to the captain-commander, to challenge his rule, what his society had built, it would be no wonder if he sprung from his chair and annihilated her with a single blow. Erza forced herself to take long, rhythmic breaths. In the moment she had felt right, very right, but as the seconds passed she realized what she had just done. She had angered the most powerful Shinigami in existence. She had told the oldest member of the Godii 13, the man who might as well be the Godii itself, that the Godii was a terrible and unjust place. It was true, of course, but that would be little consolation when she was killed for it. She only hoped the commander would honor his deal regarding her friends. Slowly, Yamamoto stood up, and Erza flinched again. He opened his eyes wide, and looked her in the eye. Erza felt a pang of terror, his Ryotsu was fluctuating, rising, and it was like staring down a hurricane, like standing right in front of a tsunami. He slammed his cane into the floor, and great cracks appeared. A gust of wind flew through the room, and not one of the people present could fail to sense the change in his mood. Erza Scarlet, he began, you truly are audacious. He took a step forward, and the cane dissolved in a flash of fire, revealing the impressive length of his Zanpakuto, safely sheathed. Erza trembled, fought to breathe steadily. She wasn't afraid of dying, she had told herself, but facing her fate like this, facing the Titan of Fire, it was impossible not to be intimidated. Yamamoto stopped 2 feet away from her. He pulled his sword out of its sheath, holding it up into the air with one arm as if ready to strike. Erza balled her fists, waiting for the inevitable. She would die standing up, facing her executioner. She would not run, and she would not suffer the indignity of a futile escape. Insolent. Bold. Disrespectful, said the old man. These all describe you perfectly, Erza Scarlet of Fairy Tale. When you began to speak, assaulting my beloved Godei with your words, my first desire was to surge from my seat and strike you down where you stood. Erza just breathed, and looked him in the eye. His face was dispassionate, but his eyes were alive, awake, piercing. Yet, I did not. I have not killed you yet, Erza Scarlet, even though I am well within my rights to do so. Get on with it, then. Erza spat, stuttering her words a little. Tell me, Scarlet, do you think I have not heard what you said before? That what I built is flawed, unjust, wrong. I'd be surprised if anyone dared, Erza said, her voice trembling a little. What was the old man playing at? Never so boldly, I will admit, but I have heard it before. I know well our power. I know well our capacity to help. Yet I do not, because it is not my place to be anybody's messiah. I was charged by the Soul King to keep the flow of souls steady, and without it, all three worlds would collapse and all spiritual matter would die. That is the obvious justification, and I could tell it as simply as that. But, that would not satisfy you. If you see a man hanging off a cliff, said Erza, her voice straining to keep steady, is it right to just keep walking when you could pull him up, save his life? You don't have to. You didn't put him there. But I believe, Captain Commander, that you have a moral obligation to help. If nobody else will, then you should. He gave her a long stare. 1,000 years ago, this place was naught but anarchy, he said, seeming to ignore her statement, but then rose the warlord Yamamoto. With this Ryujinjaka, he said, raising the blade to come level with her head, I conquered first my neighbors, then their neighbors, then one after another I brought each house to heel. I crushed every enemy in my path. I lost good men, I saw the horrors of war, but I never stopped. Finally, I brought peace to these lands, and the Soul King saw what I had done and deemed it good. He charged me with becoming something more than yet another warlord. He saw potential in me. Yet, upon accepting this charge, upon receiving a vision grander than any man before me had ever seen, I found that conquest was the easiest part of it all. Organizing an army, supplying them with food and water, logistics, strategy, tactics, leadership, all of these paled in comparison to the burden of rule. Conquest, Erza Scarlet, was easy. To rule over tens of thousands, to manage every aspect of a society, to bargain and negotiate and bring together old foes through diplomacy, that was the hardest thing of all. A ruler does not rule alone, but through the power of those beneath him. Although I could quell any rebellion if I so wished, the mere existence of rebellion is a sign of a weak, incompetent ruler. To placate the masses, to meet the needs of the many, to meet every challenge and make your lands stable, that is a challenge unlike any other. Yet, I did so. For 1,000 years I did so. And to ensure my power was not too supreme, to ensure a mediating body of justice, so was the Central 46 formed. What I built has worked. For a millennium, it has worked. It is easy to see injustice and cry foul. It is easy to speak radical ideas of justice. It is easy to think of another way to run affairs. Harder yet, Erza Scarlet, it is to actually rule. Could you do as I have done for 1,000 years, I wonder? Could you ensure peace, placate nobility, enforce the law, keep the military strong, all the while maintaining the very fabric of existence? His words were not spoken very loudly, but they carried an impact as if they had boomed across the room. At that moment Erza realized what she had, on some level, known as a fact all along. Yamamoto Shigeku ni Genryusai had carried the burden of leadership for 1,000 years, and never yet faltered. But still. And yet you still look the other way when the likes of Kuratsuki and Zaraki spit on anything resembling honor, she dared. The edge of his Zanpakuto was close, and a simple movement of his hand would take off her head, but she refused to back down. Yamamoto made a fist, and a look of anger passed his face, however briefly. Think not that I gladly sanctioned these things, he said. I know well what we have done. But my authority in this matter, like so many others, was superseded. The 46 decided, and I obeyed. Such is my place. Such is the order of the Godei, enduring and everlasting. Now who speaks grand words to justify themselves? There was a flare of heat from the blade, and Erza wondered if she had finally taken one step too far. In light of recent events, said Yamamoto after a pause, it seems apparent to me that our institution should welcome some manner of change. Our ideals are enduring vital, even but they are not immune to criticism. I offer you again, Erza Scarlet, the chance to join the Godi I-13 as a captain. Nay, I challenge you be a force for the kind of change you want to see. See what leadership will do to your ambitions. See if you can save every poor, lost soul in the Rukanga. He slowly retracted his blade, sheathing it, and Erza stood speechless. I would add, said Yamamoto, that the Central 46 are dead. Until they are replaced, I am the final authority here. Impress me, and you may well be given leeway. We've ignored worse across the years than a few radical beliefs. 2. To rejoin the Godi I. The idea was staggering. With the power and wage of a captain, with the influence that came with it, she could do a lot of good. She could do so much if only she tried. To rejoin the Godi I. To stand with the dispassionate murderers who thought nothing of the suffering of the people, who suppressed freedom and condoned immoral actions so long as it served their purpose to do so. To stand with her friends, her family so long lost. To make her path with the establishment that she had rejected, that had rejected her. To stand against Aizen, with comrades in arms. To change this establishment for the better. To fail to change the system because it was fundamentally broken. She said, not sure what to think. Can I, think about it? I would have you answer by nightfall, said Yamamoto sagely. Regardless, it is my wish to see you as an ally in the coming war. We can ill afford more enemies. I'll let you know, Erza murmured, feeling numb. She took a step back, and as the commander fell silent, she was surrounded by her friends. Renji was the first to speak up. Aizen was right, sis. He sounded in between confused and incredulous. I thought you were guilty all this time, and then I believed you weren't, and now this. I don't expect you to understand, Erza said, staring into his confused eyes. He was starting to look angry, she noticed, and she couldn't blame him. I do, said Listener quickly. I don't necessarily agree, but you can't tell me she's wrong about what she just said. I know where she's coming from, and where she and I came from, backing murderers and psychopaths would have been out of the question. But, it's the Godi I, Renji muttered, not sure if he wanted to even take that discussion. So, that was it, huh? Ichigo said, as Listener and Renji spoke to themselves. Hell of a story. I've lied to you all, Erza mumbled, hanging her head. Oh, cut it out, Tatsuki said cheerily. We figured you had baggage. Most people do. To us, you're not a liar. Too right, Ichigo said with a grin. Besides, you didn't have to tell us anything. What you went through, that can't have been a picnic. It was difficult, Erza said, shaking her head as she made the understatement of the century. You're still Erza to us, Orium said warmly. Momo shot Erza an encouraging smile, and Erza felt elated. Although guilty, although plainly confessed to it, her friends seemed to take it in stride. Silence. Yamamoto rumbled, thumping the sheath of his Zanpakuto into the floor. Immediately the well-wishes, consolations, and arguments fell silent. The commander's presence demanded obedience, and obey they did. The hearing is not yet concluded, he continued, so pay attention. As one, the officers present stood to attention, and Erza could see even Ichigo straightening up. Yamamoto gave them all a long look, and Erza was grateful he was in a merciful mood this day. I have been led to understand that 2 officers have revealed the capacity for Bankai. Erza could see Renji shift nervously. Abarai Renji and Listener Strauss. Well, go on, step forward, Kyoraku urged them. He won't bite. Reluctantly, Renji stepped forward, following Listener's more decisive gait. Is it true as they say? Demanded Yamamoto. Aye, sir, Listener said firmly. Although, I would have preferred not to make it public. It is as of yet, imperfect. It's, true, but I only got it less than a week ago, Renji said nervously. It is our wish, said the commander, that you two fill the spaces left vacant by the treasonous Kurzichi Marujin and Tuan Kaname. Renji gaped, and Erza sympathized. He was no more ready for it than she had been. Are you serious, Captain Commander? Renji blurted out, forgetting to speak respectfully, his voice sounding shrill and aggressive. Take it easy, son, Kuriko said with a smile. Like we've been saying all along, we've got stability to maintain. You're both senior officers, both vice captains with leadership experience. You have the Bankai, you've got knowledge of how to run a division, and we've got divisions that will be lost and in need of leadership. Sir, said Lisana, looking directly at the commander, I take it this is not a request. Indeed, said Yamamoto. It is the will of your Captain Commander that you both assume these positions. Abarai is to assume command of 3rd Division, and you are to assume command of 9th. You gotta be kidding me. Renji muttered, paling. I'd have preferred to continue serving under Captain Yukatake, said Lisana slowly, sounding like she was thinking it through, but right now, what we want doesn't matter, does it? So it is, said Yamamoto. I am needed. We are needed, Lisana said and nodded, and, well, it's an order. If we fail, you will not. There was a finality to the commander's words, an unmistakable, rock-solid declaration that this would come to pass and nothing else. Calm down, Renji, Lisana said with a smile. We'll just have to do our best. Sure, Renji said distractedly. I mean, that's a great honor. A dream come true. Far as a Shinigami can come, right? Yamamoto nodded. Well spoken, young one. I expect to see you both in proper uniform by the end of the day, organizing your new divisions. You will cooperate with Vice Captains Kira and Hisagi until you find your bearings. The paperwork will be sorted when there is time, but right now, we need leaders. On my word, on my command, I hereby elevate you both to the rank of captain. Will you serve? Why yes, sir, Renji muttered. I solemnly swear, Lisana said with a nod. The commander grunted with approval. The ceremony can be held later. As soon as this council is dismissed, get to work. He looked across the room, on all of his officers, on the Ryoka and the former traitors. I shall speak plainly one last time, before calling this hearing closed, he said, placing both arms on the hilt of his sword, holding it before him like a cane, so listen well. We may each one of us die in the war to come. This treason shall go down in history as the single greatest event we've ever faced. Greater than the Quincy War by far, greater than any warlord or seditious plot ever conceived. We face a foe of tremendous power and intellect, allied to the worst of our sworn enemies, monsters of inconceivable and unnatural power. Mayhap we will stand victorious, not a single life lost, our foe subdued, but I will not expect it. War comes, young ones, and for many of you, true war is an alien concept. It cannot be understood without being lived through. War comes, and unless we are absurdly lucky, it will claim many of us. I have seen captains come and go across 1,000 years, and soon, I may well see my remaining officers culled, their numbers cut in half or worse. Winter has come, and you must all steel yourselves, or you will be burned to cinders in the furnace of war. But, make no mistake, we will come out triumphant. We will destroy Aizen Saushik and his blasphemous gaggle of hollows. We will bring each traitor to justice. No matter the cost, victory will be ours, and the Goti I-13 will endure. He fell quiet, leaving the room dead silent. Each one of them felt the impact of his words, some more than others. Sure, they had all known, on some level, that a conflict was inevitable. But a war to claim lives? It was reality, and the commander's words had driven it home without fail. Dismissed. Yamamoto snapped, thumping the sheath of his blade into the floor again. There is much to do yet, and if we are to butcher those accursed traitors, it will not do to stand here complacent. To your posts. In the hustle and bustle of officers hastily scurrying away to do their duty as commanded, Erza snuck out. She needed to be by herself. So iPhone's days were normally busy, but the last few had been particularly hectic. In between lecturing her vice captain for his treacherous ways while trying to ignore the fact that she had failed tremendously herself, launching a massive investigation concerning Eisen's treason, interrogating everyone who had ever interacted with him and gathering every piece of data available, conducting a thorough review of their security systems, and on top of that analyzing every step of their military response to Erza Scarlet's invasion and the spectacular failure to respond appropriately. She had worked herself and everyone under her to the bone. All that considered, she was working as hard as she possibly could. Like her subordinates, she hadn't slept for at least 50 hours now, sustaining herself mostly on her ryotsu and coffee. Yet when she sensed that energy, she immediately paused, her work ceasing. In the gardens was Lady Yoriyuki, so iPhone could sense her clear as day. No doubt she had meant for her to sense it. If the lady had wanted not to be found, she would not have been found. Hastily dropping a stack of papers on her beleaguered vice-captain, she hurried away. Every thought of duty, of hard work and pressing concerns, was shoved aside. She was there for a reason. She wanted to talk to So iPhone. And if she wanted to talk, then So iPhone would talk to her. Part of So iPhone felt irritated with herself. Like an abused dog running to its master, after all they had been through. She quashed that part, too. She found the lady sitting by the 2nd Division Gardens, by the pond, just next to a majestic cherry tree that had stood there since So iPhone was a child. She was leaned against its trunk, looking quite relaxed, her arms crossed over her chest. So iPhone stood to attention some 2 yards off, keeping quiet. She would have liked to think she was making Lady Yoriyuki speak first, that she was putting on some sort of power play, but the truth was that she had no idea what to say. That time in the hospital had brought her great relief, learning that her mentor at least hadn't willingly abandoned her, but it had been over a century all the same, and So iPhone found she had no idea what to say. "Well, this place looks exactly the same as I remember," Yoriyuki said, her tone jocular. "I'm surprised you kept it." The meaning was clear, of course. This place had been special to them back then. This was where they had gazed at the stars at night. Her mentor had loved this place, or so iPhone had thought, at least. "It is the duty of a captain to maintain all parts of her division," So iPhone said stiffly. She wanted to say more than some duty-bound platitude, but what? Right, Yoriyuki said, and nodded. "Well. Yes." There was a pause between the two. So iPhone felt on edge, feeling a stir in her stomach like 1,000 little bugs, but kept a stoic front nonetheless. "Let her speak, then." "I've come to honor our agreement, after all," Yoriyuki said after a while, just before the silence could get awkward. Her words were slow and measured, like they had been forced out of her mouth. "Our agreement. Oh, you know. I promised I'd surrender myself back then, didn't I? The cave. Of course. But why? That is nothing you ought to concern yourself with, Lady Yoriyuki," So iPhone said firmly. "I expect the investigation will clear you of all charges. You are not under arrest, nor to be held under suspicion for criminal activities." More professional platitudes. Damn it all, why couldn't she say so much more? Her chest was bursting with emotion, bursting with things she wanted, needed to say, yet could not. She had been brought up to keep herself to herself, to serve, to observe duty first. How a servant felt was irrelevant, and although So iPhone was no browbeaten maid, she had never outgrown what her father had beaten into her in her most formative years. No. Yoriyuki muttered, and shook her head, her casual, relaxed tone dropping from her voice. That's not. She groaned, and took a deep breath. "Lady. No, it wouldn't be that easy, would it?" Yoriyuki muttered irritably. Seeing the look on So iPhone's face, she added hastily in a more cordial tone, "We need to talk." "Okay. What is there to talk about, Lady Yoriyuki?" So iPhone said, cursing herself for her cowardice. "There was a lot to talk about still. You are cleared of the plot against you. You've explained that it was not your fault, and I believe you. No apologies are needed." "Yes, they are," Yoriyuki said, and So iPhone could not recall her ever having spoken with such anger in her voice. She flinched, a look of vulnerability breaking through her barrier of stoic indifference. "Lady. Yes, I do need to apologize," Yoriyuki said firmly. I need to apologize and then some, so iPhone. I let you down, in more ways than I could count. I told you dash. I could have come back for you, Yuki said, her hands dropping to her sides in balled fists, her voice a little strained, and I didn't. You were fearful of Aizen Saushik. That is true, her mentor said, nodding, a mournful look on her face. I did not lie when I said that. I was afraid of what he could do, what he would do to my loved ones. Kisuk was afraid, too, even though he didn't like admitting it. We were alone with everyone turned against us, and no way to get the truth back. Her loved ones. Had the lady been worried for her? Then, why this? I didn't lie. But even so, I didn't tell the full truth, either, Yuki continued. I could have come back. I could have found my way back easily. I could have found you and asked you to come with me. I could at least have sent you a message. But I did none of those things. I ran away. I abandoned you. The lady spoke with a trembling voice, angry, so iPhone realized, not with so iPhone but with herself. Why do you say this? So iPhone said urgently, eager to calm her mentor. She had only just started getting used to the idea that it hadn't been so bad after all, and here she was, tearing at a wound that hadn't even started mending yet. Because it's the truth, Yuki insisted, because I was selfish and cowardly. I could have come back for you and I didn't. Stop. So iPhone cried. Stop saying that. It wasn't your fault dash. Yuki shook her head. Even now you make excuses for me. This is why I never wanted a servant. The things we do to people here in the Godai, never thinking twice. You, never wanted a servant. So iPhone said, her voice trembling. No, Yuki said, I loved watching you grow, and I loved training you, but I never wanted a servant or a bodyguard. I wanted you to be more than that. Your own. Somebody I could call a friend. Although that was better than having the worst of her fears confirmed, so iPhone was still in emotional turmoil. It's a servant's place dash. To hell with that. Yuki said angrily. I wronged you badly, and here you are making excuses for me. Scarlet was right, this place is messed up. Lady Yuki. So iPhone said, not sure what to say. I want you to know, so iPhone, that I don't believe I deserve to be forgiven by you, Yuki said gravely. As selfish as I was, abandoning you, I never stopped feeling guilty. When I first ran, I planned on coming back. I missed you. So iPhone's heart skipped a beat. At first, it was just a matter of finding a place to hide and getting set up. I told myself I'd do that with Kisuk, and then come for you. Then we did that, and I told myself that I'd come for you a little later. When things had cooled down. Then months turned into years, and I always put it off. Always made excuses. I kept telling myself that she'll be fine. So iPhone was beside herself, and only the rigorous training she had been given since she was old enough to walk let her stay composed. To hear the lady speak so ill of herself, it hurt, almost physically. Even more so the notion that she could have been with her all this time. Should she hate her? She knew she could not. She didn't know what to do or say, how to react. You never understood, Yuki continued. I don't think you ever fully knew me. That line alone hurt more than anything she had said so far. When things had settled down, I traveled the world. I saw the pyramids of Giza, the mausoleum of Majulos. I saw the Colosseum of Rome and the Great Wall of China. I felt free, so iPhone, for the first time in my entire life. You never knew, did you? You saw your fun-loving, caring mentor, but you never guessed that I never wanted that life, did you? But, you were so good at it. So iPhone said lamely, feeling numb. Yes, I was good at it. Yuki snapped. Good at hunting people down, imprisoning them, having them tortured, or just assassinated. That was the path my parents chose for me, the only one I could walk, and I was good at it but I never wanted it, so iPhone, and I never felt at ease with it. I was good at it, but, in a way, having to leave was the best thing that could have happened to it. You were my one regret. Did you ever guess that, so iPhone? No. So iPhone felt her mind going blank. You never really knew me, not fully, not more than I let you. I wanted you to know one day. I wanted you to think for yourself, be freer, but, well, we know how that went, don't we? Yuruaki shook her head ruefully. I ran away, and the truth is I did it not just for Kisuk, but because I wanted to. My place was not here, and I don't think it ever will be. The truth is I hurt you because I was selfish and self-indulgent. The truth is that the woman you always saw, the wise and great Shihoin Yuruaki that you put on a pedestal, was never real. I'm not great and wonderful and infallible. I'm a selfish, stupid, terrible person. Yuruaki didn't even see her move. In the blink of an eye, so iPhone had raised a hand and slapped her across the face. Yuruaki's eyes widened. Her former protege was breathing heavily, and there were tears at the corners of her eyes. Shut up! She demanded angrily, her voice shaking. You shut up, Yuruaki. You're not a terrible person, and if anyone told me you were, I'd kill them. Even after all this time. Yuruaki said breathlessly, even after what I did to you, you still care that much. I hated you, so iPhone said, anger boiling in her voice. By the Soul King, how I hated you. But all along, I was just, sad and alone. I've never made friends with anyone, Lady Yuruaki, except you. Now you're back after all this time, and it wasn't your fault, and here you are saying it is. It was. Yuruaki insisted. I could have done so much more. Could have, would have, should have, so iPhone said angrily. Guilt doesn't do anyone any good. Do you think this makes me feel any better, my lady? Do you think I want to stand here listening to you flagellate yourself? If you want to make things all right, then make them all right. If you were a recruit crying excuses like this, I'd have you flogged. You still want me in your life, then, Yuruaki whispered. Of course I do. So iPhone snapped. It's all I've wanted since back then. Yuruaki took a deep breath, still trembling a little. Then, yes. Okay. I'll make it right. So iPhone nodded angrily, a tear trailing down her cheek. On one condition, Yuruaki added hastily. We get to know each other. For real. You get to know me, the real me and everything I am. And I get to know you, too. So iPhone nodded, and wiped her face with one of her sleeves. Sure. No pedestals. I'm not a lady anymore. I'm not a goddess. I'm a person with my own flaws. If you can accept that, then we can be friends again. I'll try, so iPhone said slowly, taking long, deep breaths. Losing her composure like this felt wrong, but then again, it also felt right. Here and now, clearing the air with her former mentor, it felt right. Then, so iPhone said, stuttering a bit. She had spoken with such confidence a second ago, but she was stumbling now. A very large part of her was chastising her for daring to speak so boldly to the right and honorable Lady Shihoin, and it was hard to ignore. I should get back to work. She muttered and halfway turned around, taking a step away. It was a pretty tame way of ending this, but she could think of nothing better. Wait, Yuruaki said, and hesitantly took a step forward. As if it were a command, so iPhone turned to face her. Before you go, if it's all right, that is. Yuruaki walked up beside her, and gently, she wrapped her arms around So iPhone. What are you doing? So iPhone muttered. It's a hug. You don't like it. I didn't say that. Relaxing herself, she leaned into her mentor's chest. Anyone else she would in all likelihood have killed, or at least broken an arm on. But here, with her mentor's arms around her, she allowed herself to relax, if only for a minute or so. She still hurt. What had been done could not be undone. But, the lady had hurt too. It had never occurred to So iPhone that maybe her pain had been shared. What had been done could not be undone, but the future could still be shaped. She could still have something else. No more pain. No more anger or bitterness. Reflecting on this, she closed her eyes, and finally put her own arms around her mentor. She didn't let go for quite some time. There was something that felt right about sitting behind his desk again, thought Byakuya as he carefully began to work on a stack of papers. Although Captain Anohana had recommended that he still rest, Byakuya had insisted on going back to work. To Kukaki Byakuya, life was duty, whether as a Shinigami or as clan head, and to not perform one was an uncomfortable sensation. Bed rest, when he knew he could stand and put his hands to use, was an obnoxious prospect. He had made one concession as a courtesy to the good doctor, nothing physically straining for at least 3 weeks. This left him with organizational chores, delegating work, and of course, the inevitable mountain of paperwork that followed that vile, traitorous scum Aizen's defection. This suited him well. Like all other aspects of captaincy, Byakuya excelled at delegation, organizing, and bureaucratic duties. He would not hold a sword for some time, which was suboptimal, but at least he would not perish the thought sit idle. It was in this state, content, diligently filling out one report after another, that Renji found him when he barged into Byakuya's office, wild-eyed and unkempt. He didn't even close the door behind him, which was poor etiquette even for somebody a bit rough around the edges like Renji. Deciding to ignore the insult, as he was in no state to get wound up, Byakuya simply gave him a look. "Captain." Renji said, stuttering. He looked around, back and forth, then finally closed the door behind him. "I assume you had a reason to come in unannounced," said Byakuya. His voice was even, but his vice-captain or former vice-captain, that is, would know well what he meant. Sorry," Renji mumbled. He took a breath, then burst out, "Look, Captain, ya gotta talk to the Captain Commander, okay? I had noticed you had not yet donned your captain's Haori," Byakuya noted. Indeed, Renji was quite unchanged, still with his 6th Division's vice-captain badge on his arm, still in his regular Shiakusho. "I can't do it," Renji snapped. "Sir, you gotta do something." I'm not a captain. I can't be." "You are a captain. Such was the order of Venerable Yamamoto." "But I'm not ready." Byakuya resisted the urge to sigh. "So that was it, then." "Look, Captain," Renji said, seeming to force himself to calm, "would you have recommended me for captaincy a week ago? 2 weeks ago? Even if I had a Bankai then, would you?" Byakuya gave him a scrutinizing look. "I shall be honest with you. I would not have." "See?" Renji said eagerly. "See, you agree with me?" "I would not. Mayhap one day, a century, or so from now, when you had grown far enough. You have the potential, but as you are now, I would not have. Not, with how things were 2 weeks ago. But times change, and so must we. It is a thought alien to me, but that is reality. Renji, you lack the experience and strength to reach the standard I would hold a captain to. Yet, this decision is not ours to question. Let them find somebody else." Renji said desperately. "You need me here, Captain, now more than ever." Byakuya stood up. "Life does not often give us the luxury of choice. Not in the Gotei. Especially not when we carry the burden of leadership." He looked Renji in the eye. "Renji, have I told you of what it takes to be a captain?" "Sure," Renji mumbled. "You have to be brave, loyal, smart, skilled, and absolutely exceptional." "Right. It seems I must remind you." He stepped out from behind his desk, ignoring a few aches from his still healing wounds, and stood right in front of his former vice-captain. "A captain serves 2 primary purposes, Renji. The first and most practically important is to serve as the Gotei's strength of arm, its martial reach, its enforcers of the order for which we stand. To qualify for that, one must accomplish Bankai, a feat which is completely extraordinary in itself. You have done so, have you not?" "Sure," Renji agreed, "but to serve as the Gotei's greatest enforcers is important enough," Byakuya continued, cutting Renji off, "but the more important purpose, as far as I am concerned, is to serve as an exemplar. A captain's role is not just to raise his fist to crush his enemies, but also to inspire the men and women under his command, to be that which they all aspire to be. To have the burden of responsibility, to know that every time you send a squad out on a mission, some may not come back. That sometimes, none come back at all. To know that your every decision reflects on the GODI itself, contributes to whether it stands or falls. To know that your competence or lack thereof directly matters. That, Renji, is strength of character. So, Renji said quizzically. Your strength of arm has much growing left to do, Byakuya continued as if Renji had said nothing, but it is not insufficient. In terms of raw strength and power alone, you are not far behind the likes of Captain Kuratsuki or Captain Yukatake. Weaker captains have served, and served with distinction. Strength of character, Renji, I am assured that you have. I do. Not long ago, you stood face to face with me, and lectured me like I was a child, and you the master. You stood in the face of the GODI's authority, and demanded I join you there as well. Oh, Renji said embarrassedly, that. The Captain Commander has ruled that you and your companions were in the right, and so, I can only call that bravery, Byakuya said firmly. You stood up for Rukia when I did not. It takes character to do so. You have what is needed, Renji, even if seems impossible. It will be a hard road, as is the path of a captain, but you will prosper. Such is the order of our commander. Renji said, struggling to find the words. Look, you agreed yourself, I wasn't fit. Not ready. Byakuya stared at him sternly. It was shameful, even cowardly, this reluctance to step forward. He was tempted to say as much, but then again, shame still ate at his heart, and likely would for the rest of his life, and he would not be able to lecture his former vice-captain without feeling like a hypocrite. Instead, he decided to change tactics. When I was a young man, my parents died together, he said coolly, and not long after, so did my grandfather, the head of our clan. I was a young man, trained from birth to become the successor, yet when the time came, I was sure I was not ready. I was sure my smallest mistake would undo all the hard work of my forebears. But no matter my personal feelings on the matter, there was no choice in the matter. Either I step forward and lead, as was proper, or the clan would be left to bickering old men who could agree on nothing. I stepped forward, fearful that my inexperience would ruin our clan, because there was no other choice. Because hundreds of people depended on me. Because I was needed. You, too, Renji, are needed. 3rd Division reels from the horror of learning that their captain was a traitor. Without strong leadership, they will fall behind. The GODI needs each division at its best right now. Will you fail them when they need you? But. No buts. Byakuya said sharply. Your personal hesitations are meaningless. We are each and every one of us smaller than what we serve. We serve the 1,000-year institution of the GODI 13, and its demands are harsh. We stand where we stand because our mettle has been tested, and judged appropriate to meet these demands. The Captain Commander has judged you fit to lead. He sees something in you, the same as I do, that today must grow faster than before. You really think I can do this, huh? Have you not been in battle, Renji? Have you not felt exhaustion grip you, yet still find that burst of energy when death threatens you? What each and every one of us can accomplish depends not only on our ambitions, but on the circumstances that force us forward. Cornered like a rat. Renji muttered. Brave. Loyal. Exceptional. Byakuya nodded. Such is the way of our captains. Some would say it's idealized, sir. Some are wrong, Byakuya said, and a bit of heat soaked through his dispassionate voice. We serve the GODI, and without ideals, the GODI is nothing but well-dressed thuggery. We are more than that. You are more than that, Renji, and the world will soon know it. I'm needed, huh? Renji said, and groaned. Well, I guess there's no turning back. There is not, Byakuya agreed. You have the experience of running a division, and you will have the aid of a fine officer in doing so. Fine, Renji said resignedly. Guess that's all there is to it. It is, Byakuya said, with a slight nod. Now, go to 3rd Division and don your Haori, Captain Abarai. The next time we meet, I expect to address you as a peer. Yes, sir, yes, Captain Kukaki. Renji said firmly. As he exited the room, Byakuya carefully sat himself down again. The boy had potential, and might make a fine captain if the position didn't break him or if he didn't die first in the coming war. Byakuya would not have pictured him there, not for a long time yet, but times change. And so must we. Although by no means a teetotaler, Erza was not in the habit of consuming alcohol. For specific occasions she might have a drink or two, but she had never found the charm of inebriation. Yet, now she found herself seated in a bar. She was only dimly aware of where she was, not from the alcohol, she had only had a couple of drinks, but from the sheer chaos of her thoughts, the shaken state of her mind. Some bar catering to officers, judging by its general lack of seediness. She had gotten more than a few looks on her way there. No doubt many of the Shinigami had only days ago been on full alert looking for the vile, traitorous scum Erza Scarlet. Now, by the grace of the Captain Commander, she was a free woman. Free. What a strange concept. How quickly the world turned itself upside down. Her greatest hope going into the hearing had been that Ichigo, Masaki, and all the others she had dragged into this would be allowed to go free. That had come true. She had, at best, expected them to jail her. Execution had been her most realistic expectation. There had been cause to hope for more, sure, but Erza had wanted to adjust her expectations. Giving herself false hope, when she was so ready to face the consequences. And then that blasted old man had dropped that on her. It was insane. Feeling another swell of impotent frustration pass through her head, she raised her hand. The bartender, probably aware of her fierce reputation, hastily poured another glass of sake. Erza downed it in one gulp. Alcohol didn't solve problems, she knew, but they could distract one from them, and Erza could use a distraction. Out of all things, a place as a captain. The commander had to be desperate. It was true that she held information useful to them, but for over 2 decades, she had hurt. She had been severed from all her friends, with no prospect of seeing them again. She had nurtured resentments against the Godai as much as Aizen, because he was right. She had joined him for a reason. Or was he? Could she be sure it was her own thoughts and not Aizen's ideas, injected into her mind, manipulating her? He had driven her to do things she would not normally have done, had driven her to accept things she never should have accepted. Was this hate really hers? Should she really judge them like so? She shook her head, angry with herself for her doubt. No matter Aizen's influences, the sins of the Godai were undeniable. She had seen them before Aizen, seen them under his influence, and seen them after that. This was an organization with only the pretense of morality, to mask its ruthlessness. To be part of that establishment would be to go against her own set of morals. Wouldn't it? But, to reject it would mean giving up the chance of changing it for the better. But, compromising was how one started down the path of amorality. But, never compromising was how one started down the path of extremism. Neither worked. She could join the Godai and make a difference. With a captain's wage and influence, she could protect dozens of villages. She could send troops to keep order in several districts. It wouldn't solve the larger problem itself, but it would make life better for so many people. But what happened if the commander disapproved? What if she was told not to stop? What choice would she have? The Godai only tolerated insubordination for so long. Yamamoto had made promises, but although he was an honorable man, he might later reconsider. There was no guarantee she would be given that vaguely specified leeway. What good did her having the moral high ground do for the people suffering in the Rokanga? What good would it be to join evil to make it less evil, when nobody else saw the problem, when nobody else wanted the change? To join them and be part of the problem. To not join them, and never have the chance of making it better. Erza groaned, made a fist, and slumped over the bar counter. She could hear the bartender pour another glass, and she felt grateful. There was no making sense of this. Worse still, no matter the choice she made, she had to choose, and soon, and no matter what she chose it would have serious consequences. Lady Erza Scarlet. The voice came from behind her, and Erza, mildly tipsy, spun around on her chair quickly enough that she nearly overbalanced. In front of her was a young man with stripy, brown hair, long enough that it fell down his shoulders. By the look of him, he was an officer, in uniform. On a good day he might have been called handsome, although he was rather gangly. "What?" she demanded, realizing that she had snapped at the man. She would have apologized for her tone any other day, but right then she was lost, angry about it, and on the way to inebriation. The young man shifted nervously. "I heard you were here, and I had hoped to catch you before you left." Erza's hand went to the hilt of her sword. If some fool officer was stupid enough to start a fight, then let him. Hold on, he said quickly, holding his hands up. "I'm not here to start trouble." "Then what?" Erza said irritably. She was in no mood for idle chatter. You don't recognize me, do you?" Erza blinked, and gave him a closer look. Was there something familiar about him? She couldn't quite place him. "My name is Akamura Jinto," he said with a rueful smile, "and my house has wronged you greatly." With that he fell down on both knees, eyes to the floor, one arm behind his back, one fist to the floor. Erza looked at him awkwardly. "Akamura Jinto? You?" she said incredulously. Akamura Jinto? The entitled, petty bully she had once taught when she was a teacher? The one whose father had nearly seen her thrown in prison? "My late father, may he rest in peace, wronged you greatly, and in doing so, my entire house wronged you." Jinto muttered the words quickly. They sounded like a well-rehearsed speech, "and I most sincerely apologize. I humble myself before you, and may the Soul King strike me down if there is deceit in my heart." Erza was not savvy to noble mannerisms, but she figured this had to be some sort of formal apology. Her irritability washed off her, replaced by a mixture of awkwardness and guilt. "Stand up, will you?" she muttered. "You don't have to kowtow like that." "Yes, I do," Jinto said, stubbornly remaining bowed. "What was done to you by my late father was inexcusable. I can only beg your forgiveness, lady." Collecting herself, assuming the same authoritative tone of voice she used whenever she was teaching, Erza said, "Stand up, Akamura Jinto. Right now." Reluctantly, he did as she asked, facing her, his eyes still turned toward the floor. "Look me in the eye," she demanded. He obeyed, albeit slowly. Finally, Erza got a proper look at him. Digging into memories of old, she finally started to recognize him. The face was the same, but the expression, mild and humble, was worlds apart from the cruel, petty, disrespectful boy she had put in his place so many decades ago. "Maybe that's why I didn't recognize him," she thought. Will you accept this apology?" he said hopefully. "Would you apologize to a known traitor?" "Actually, the word is that you were framed all along, lady." "Kyoraku, damned if they didn't work fast." "Very well, then. I will not accept your apology," said Erza, and a dejected look passed the man's face. She then continued, "because there is nothing to forgive. I will not hold a grudge against a son for the actions of his father." She meant it. As terrible as Jinto had been, a child was only ever as good as their parents taught them to be. "Oh," he said, looking relieved. "Sit down," Erza said, her tone friendly, but nevertheless demanding. Obliging, Jinto sat down on the bar stool next to her. "You are different," she said, after a pause. Jinto smiled, and chuckled awkwardly. "That's a polite way of putting it, sensei. I was a terrible person back then." "No. I was," he insisted, "and don't deny it." "All right," Erza said with a sigh, "you were. So, what changed?" "Well, I never wanted you to be locked up like that. That was my father's demand. The way I was back then, I didn't want to hurt anyone. I just wanted to do whatever I wanted. It was bad, but I wasn't that bad. Then, when I saw what father did..." He shook his head. "Until you put me in my place, nobody had ever dared speak to me like that. I had always been coddled, always told I was better than everyone else. I had not been taught to be civil to anyone who was not noble like myself. I hated you at the time, sensei. I thought you were an evil-minded, vicious harpy who despised your betters, and I did for many years after the incident. But, then, a few years after I made officer, father passed away. I'm sorry, Erza said. She had no pity for the man who had wanted her thrown in prison, but nevertheless, losing a parent had to sting. Jinto shook his head. Don't be. He was not a man worth mourning. When he was put in the ground, I realized I did not want to be like him. I thought to myself that when it's me, I want to be surrounded by people who loved me for who I was, not petty noblemen who went there out of obligation even if they hated me. I thought long and hard, and I made a few realizations. Only one person had told my father what she thought of him, and that was you. Slowly, as I watched how far all your other students had come, I realized that, if you really were a harpy, why did everyone else think so fondly of you? So, I changed my mind. I decided that if I had been wrong, then I should mend my ways. I should be more like you. Erza blinked. She had seen where this was going, but it was a bit surprising all the same. So, I changed. I stopped acting like I was special. I had made officer, but I hadn't gotten very far. So, I changed, I worked harder, and whenever my family scoffed at me for changing, I only tried harder. It paid off. I am 8th seed of Division 7, now. Well done, Erza said appreciatively, feeling surprisingly pleased. Her student had tried hard and come far, and it was a sensation that had never failed to evoke a response in her. Captain Komamura works us hard, but he is a good man. He has promised me that with effort and with time, I may well climb further up. I have not reached the end of my potential, Sensei, and it's because of you. He gave her an earnest smile, and Erza felt her heart swell. So, I did all that. And more, Jinto said, nodding eagerly. It is a strange thing to say, but I feel like I owe you everything. I am head of my clan now, and I have decided to run it as fairly as I can. No petty competitions for status, just to run our affairs as necessary. This is unexpected, Erza murmured. It would be. I was terrible then. Sometimes I feel like I still am. You changed, Erza said firmly, and that is what matters. She looked him in the eyes. Have a drink with me. Tell me about your family. Eh? I mean, well, sure, Jinto said, sounding surprised. I married last year. Well, that's great, Erza said, nodding her approval. We're expecting, actually. To think I'll actually raise a kid. Well, said Erza, go on, tell me more. What's the girl like? An arranged marriage, actually, but we get along well. She's beautiful, actually. Time flew by as they spoke, like long-lost, slightly awkward friends. One found answers in the unlikeliest of places sometimes. It was twilight when a slightly drunk Erza barged into Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryosai's office, wobbly on her feet but still determined. The old man was in conference with Kyoraku Shunsui, speaking quietly to themselves. The both of them looked up, surprised at her intrusion. Nevertheless, Yamamoto looked her in the eye as if nothing had happened, no breach of protocol, and said, well. You still want me to be a captain? Erza said, forcing her voice steady. That was the idea, yes, said Kyoraku. Erza walked up to the commander's desk, and firmly planted both of her palms on it, leaning in closer. You'd really let me try and change this place? For the better. Within the limits of a captain's powers, Yamamoto said reservedly, which, of course, includes the rights to petition the Godai's court system for amendments to law, or proposing new laws altogether. You may try and make things better as much as you please, but you will do so in an orderly fashion. Erza nodded. Sounds fair, sure. I'll do it, then. She stood up straight, and took a deep breath. She had taken the plunge, and she only hoped she wouldn't regret it later. Excellent. Kyoraku said cheerily. I believe we have a Haori to spare, old man. Your captain commander certainly does, Yamamoto said sternly. Erza Scarlet, as the sole supreme head of the Godai 13, I hereby sanction your role as captain of 5th Division. The details, the swearing in and the paperwork, we'll handle later. For now, get to your division and get some sleep. I got a kid in the world of the living. A daughter. Orium, Erza muttered. Can't walk out on that. Work that out later, Shunsui said. For now, you'll be busy with the division. Very busy. She can stay with a friend, right? Erza nodded. She could stay with the Kurosakis for the time being. It's settled, then, said the captain. He went to a chest by a wall in the room and from it produced a haori, which he held up with pride to display the character 4-5 on its back. Hesitantly, Erza took the piece of clothing in her hands. I'll get to the division, then, she said after a short pause. Dismissed, Yamamoto said, and there was no mistaking his tone. Erza turned around, folding the haori over one of her arms, and walked out. As she closed the door, Shunsui smirked. Sounding as pleased as he looked, he turned to his sensei. You know, old man, I am surprised you actually gave her the captaincy, he said, sounding curious. I honestly expected you to execute her then and there when she said what she said. So I nearly did, Yamamoto said gruffly, but it is true as I said. We need fighters, and we've tolerated worse. Still, she directly insulted the Godei, Shunsui pointed out, and you rarely tolerate that. Yamamoto laced his fingers, and gave his insolent pupil a long stare. A wise man once said to keep your friends close, and your enemies closer. If she turns out to be a problem, we will know soon. Be assured that she will be under close scrutiny. If she is unfit, she will be disposed of. If that becomes necessary, I would rather she was within striking range than hidden far away from us. Like I said, we can ill afford more enemies. Shunsui gave a whistle. Figured you'd have a reason. It wouldn't be like you to go soft, old man. Besides, said Yamamoto, and shrugged, she might just die in the war. We might even be lucky enough to find her useful. Or she'll spread her seditious ideology and turn the status quo around and against us. I'll die before that happens, Yamamoto said firmly, and not before she and anyone else on her side dies with her, too. Well, I have no doubts about that, Shunsui said thoughtfully. One thing is sure, the future is going to be very interesting with her here. Chapter 57, Cutting Out the Tumor. In a haze, Ichigo stumbled through the house, making his way up the stairs to the upper floor. It was night, almost pitch black, only a small ray of moonlight shining through. Just where it came from, who knew, there were no windows nearby. Ichigo only barely kept his balance, dragging his feet, wobbling like a drunk. To steady himself he leaned against the wall as he finally climbed up the stairs. He stopped to catch his breath. What in the world was going on? Why did he feel so weird? Why was he out of his bed? The hallway leading up to his parents' room, only a second ago fully dark, appeared perfectly clear now. It was still night now, undoubtedly, but he could see almost as if it were day. The moonlight, though, was gone. Ichigo stared down the hall, and suddenly a sense of dread came over him. The world was still, perfectly still, and he felt sweat building up under his shirt. He took a first clumsy step forward, almost falling over, and started making his way toward the bedroom. Somehow, he knew, and how he knew, he didn't know, that something terrible was happening, something horrible beyond contemplation. Even this gruesome expectation did nothing to prepare him for the actual scene. As he came to the doorway and turned in to look, he saw it. The room, now bathing in moonlight, where did it come from, hadn't it been gone a second ago, was covered in blood, sprayed across the walls, the floor, staining the white sheets of his parents' bed. On the floor lay his father, his rib cage ripped open and his gut emptied of its contents, liver, kidneys, intestines, and stomach all spread around him lazily, like somebody had toyed with them before growing bored and moving on. His dead, unfeeling eyes, unblinking and cold, stared right into Ichigo's. On the bed itself, there it was. Sitting on its knees, straddled over his mother's body, there sat the hollow. His mother had her throat torn open, although her face was untouched. One of her breasts had been ripped clean off, and one of her arms had been brutally maimed, the other ripped from its socket, lying on the floor beside the bed in a pool of blood. The hollow casually lowered its clawed, bloodied fingers onto his mother's gut, and sunk its claws in. As it ripped her torso open, she lay there still, unflinching, staring at Ichigo just the same as his father. Ichigo was paralyzed. Panic was overcoming him, horror of a kind he had never felt before, at the horrifying sight of his parents, dead and violated, but just as much at the sight of the hollow. It was humanoid, and if it had stood face to face with him it would not likely have been much taller than Ichigo himself. Two curved horns extended from just above its eye sockets, its eyes glowing a menacing yellow. Its teeth were not sharp, but stained with blood still. Its body was something to behold, finely muscled, and shaped much like a human's. Yes, except for the clawed hands and mask, it looked very much like a person. A stately tail waved above its head, rearing back and forth like an uneasy snake. Lazily, the monster reached into his mother's body and ripped loose a chunk of flesh. The pull hadn't been very hard, and sinews still held the flesh in place. Seeming undeterred, the hollow bent down, its jaws closing around the meat, pulling it loose. With a snap and a gulp, it ripped the flesh loose, gobbling it down whole. Ichigo trembled. What was this? What was going on? Why wasn't he? What are you looking at, Ichigo? The hollow had finally taken notice of him, and fixed its malevolent gaze at the trembling teenager. Why are you staring at yourself? What? Then he sat straddled over his mother, his white arms reaching down for another pound of flesh, merrily gulping down her intestines like they were noodles. His tail waved, not with unease but with vigor, with happiness. It tasted so good. It nourished him, made him grow strong, and the night was still young. Just down the hall, there were Yuzu and Karen, too, young, soft, and supple. They would make excellent dessert. With gusto, Ichigo bent down, gorging himself on the woman he had just killed. Sitting bolt upright in bed, his clothes slick with sweat, Ichigo woke up with enough force to knock him out of bed. His head glanced the bedpost, and thankfully, it woke him up properly. For a moment, he felt panic overtake him, visions of blood and horror still haunting him. His mother, his father, they were dead. No, urgently, he reached into his Ryotsu reserves, sensing for them both, and a wave of immeasurable relief washed over him as he sensed them both, their Ryotsu signatures at rest, perfectly normal and alive. It rushed back to him. It had been 2 weeks since he came back. Erza had stayed behind. Orium was staying with them for the time being. He was a human with Shinigami powers, not a hollow. As the images came back to him, he sat up, and nearly retched as a wave of nausea hit him. The image of his father, dead and half-eaten. The image of his mother, still being eaten. The image of himself, feasting on their cadavers. It had all felt so real. Ichigo, like most people, had had dreams that felt vividly real before, but nothing like this. Nothing so horrifying. This was no normal nightmare. It had felt like a vision. Feeling another wave of nausea, Ichigo wobbled to his feet, hurrying down to the bathroom as quickly as he could. The sheer horror of what he had seen was too much. Somehow making his way into the bathroom on time, he all but collapsed to his knees. Opening the toilet with urgency, he finally vomited, hurling the contents of his stomach into the white porcelain to completion. Finally, when he had nothing left but gall, it stopped. He leaned up against the wall, feeling too weak to even move. Strangely enough, he felt a little better now that he had hurled. The physical discomfort was a welcome distraction from the horrors he remembered. It was the 3rd time in 2 weeks that he'd had the same exact dream. The first time, he had dismissed it as a freak occurrence, trauma from his visit in the Soul Society. The second time had left him anxious and fearful. Now, a 3rd time, there was no doubt about it. The hollow inside him had not gone away. And Erza wasn't here. Finally, after a good 10 minutes of just breathing and going through terrified, disorganized thought, he got to his feet. He slid off his clothes, noticing they were all completely soaked with his sweat, and stumbled into the shower. Leaning against the wall, he let the hot water flow over him, madly hoping it would wash this terror away. It did not, of course, but after he had finished after a good half hour or so, Ichigo felt significantly better. Quietly, he put on a bathrobe, dumped his sweaty clothes in the laundry, and then made his way down to the kitchen. Perhaps he'd find something to eat. No, nothing to eat, not right now, but maybe something else, to wash out the taste of gall. He felt better, but the images still haunted him, and there was no way he would get any more sleep that night. After some fidgeting, he made some tea, and sat down by the kitchen table. Damn it all. Ichigo. It was Orium, peeking in through the kitchen doorway. Ichigo mumbled, You don't look so good. He had to have sounded much worse than he felt, because Orium stepped inside, a look of concern on her face. It's, nothing, he said dismissively. Just, felt a bit hungry. Late night snack. He cursed inwardly. Of course he would have woken somebody up. He hadn't been in a state of mind to think about it, but it made sense. Frankly, he wouldn't be surprised to see his mother coming in next. His mother. You're lying, Orium said firmly, and sat down next to him. Something happened. I can see it in your face. What are you, a mentalist? Ichigo muttered sullenly. Well, there's that, and then there's the fact that there's no snack. I, didn't make one yet. Ichigo, is there something bothering you? He wanted to tell her, but couldn't. Not just out of the normal, stubborn, self-dependent pride he had as a man, but because he couldn't. There was something, he said, forcing the words out like they were gallstones. Orium nodded sagely. It's just, like, everyone has nightmares, right? Yes. But this, it's more than that, he said, sounding pained. He shook his head, and took a deep swig of his tea, the hot liquid almost scalding him as it went down his throat. It's like. I'm 15. I don't go running scared for a bad dream. It's just, oh God. He groaned the words out, misery overtaking him. His free hand made a fist, clenching so hard it made his hand tremble, the nails digging into his palm. He felt tears welling up at the corner of his eyes. Then he felt Orium's hand on his own. Something about it, human touch when he felt this exposed, this vulnerable, was a tremendous relief. It wasn't one of Erza's bear hugs, it was better than that. Just, the sense of somebody there to share his pain made things feel better, or at least less horrible. You don't have to say anything, Orium said softly. We can just sit here for a while. I don't want to keep you up, Ichigo muttered, despite very much wanting her there, despite not wanting to be alone if there was any choice. I'm already up, and I'm up because I want to be, Orium said firmly. Ichigo nodded weakly. It's just. I mean, I should tell you. You don't have to do anything, Orium said, her thumb rubbing over his. You don't have to say anything you don't want to. You can tell me if it'll make you feel better, or you can keep it to yourself if it's too much. Either one is okay. I'll still be right here. Ichigo nodded weakly. He didn't much feel like talking, not now. Not yet. Slowly, he opened his fist. He wasn't trembling anymore, not straining. Slowly, Orium locked her hand in his, and he squeezed it lightly. It felt soft. He looked her in the eye, and she smiled at him. Thank you, he managed, his voice weak. It's okay, she said happily. What is family for? Yes, what else was family for? Ichigo didn't sleep more that night, but he was still far more at peace when dawn broke than he had been any of the other times. Unacceptable. Work with me here, Captain Scarlet, Kuriko said smoothly, in his most appeasing tone. You are making more than a few excessive demands, I'm sure you realize. They sat in Erza's new office, a hastily appropriated one, far from the room Aizen had used. She would be damned if she got close to anywhere he had been with her leaned over her desk, a scowl on her face. I agreed to stay here and here alone for a couple of weeks until things were settled, she said firmly, but I have a daughter to look after. That is why, starting next week, every day I will make my way back to Karakura town after 7 in the evening at the latest. This state of being will continue for at least 3 years until she is old enough to attend higher education. Is this clear? You expect us to open and close a Senkaimon just for you, every day? Do you know what sort of an energy drain that is? Kuriko said, throwing up his hands exasperatedly. They had negotiated pay, work hours, privileges, and duties without issue. Erza was well acquainted with the role of a captain, after all, having served as a vice-captain in the past, and the vast majority of it had gone off without a hitch. Although she had been in exile for over 2 decades, command was much like riding a bicycle, especially in an unchanging place like the Godii. You never forgot. No, a greenhorn needing her hand held, she was not. However, when it came to her life in the world of the living, and her unwillingness to let go of it, they had run into trouble. Kyoraku, who was acting as the personal agent of the captain commander who was too busy and too gruff to settle this himself, had expected her to commit fully to the Godai, to live her life there every hour of the day as everybody else did. Erza, though, had bullheadedly refused. I will not be the kind of parent who walks out on her child, no matter how good the reason, Erza said firmly. I have a family and a life out there, and I will not leave that behind. Nobody is asking you to leave it behind, Kyoraku argued. There are weekends, after all. As soon as this business is over, war and all, you'll have 2 days every week to spend a few off hours with them. Every day, at 7, Erza repeated stubbornly. Humans do it all the time. We call it commuting. Can your network handle frequent traffic or not? Well, yes, said Kyoraku evasively, but the portal department is going to raise hell. Then they can send their complaints to me. Kyoraku sighed. You know, being a captain means making some sacrifices. It comes with duties none of us are exempt from. Tell that to Kenpei, Erza snorted. That lazy bastard won't raise a finger to do any duty not involving a sword. Without Yumi Chika, their division would have collapsed decades ago. Be that as it may. No, not, be that as it may. Erza snapped. If multiple other captains can have special allowances, then so can I. Every day. At 7. And earlier at weekends if possible. The old man won't like that. If he decides you're being insubordinate. Before you hit me with those insinuated threats, you would do well to remember just how far I am willing to go on a principle, Erza said, her gaze a thing of steel. I will be there for my family. If that means walking out and becoming a fugitive, so be it. She very much hoped it wouldn't have to come to that, but there was no sense in letting him know this. Kyoraku sighed again. All right, you win. You drive a hard bargain, Captain. I'm not one for bargains. I just know what my priorities are. Kyoraku leaned back in his chair and shot her a smile. I can't fault you for that. Hell, it's not a bad thing to want. Every day at 7. Every day, said Erza. I didn't adopt her just to abandon her. Scum do that. All right, I'll modify the contract of employment, Kyoraku muttered. Erza nodded, feeling relieved. The last 2 weeks had been hectic. Her leadership was only now taking root. Many of her new subordinates felt more than a little uncomfortable with her. To realize that one's beloved captain was an arch-traitor only to have him replaced with somebody long reviled as a traitor herself was not an easy transition, and there were some growing pains. There likely would be for years, Erza figured. Very good. She gave Kyoraku a scrutinizing stare. If I may ask a question. You may. You more than anybody seem to have wanted me here. You argued my case to the captain commander. You were disappointed when I spoke the truth of my beliefs. So, why all this effort? Why is it you, of all people, negotiating this with me? Well, Kyoraku said with a grin, what man wouldn't dash? If you throw in some joking reference to my physical attractiveness, I am going to break your wrist, Erza said flatly. Right, Kyoraku muttered. I'll be straight with you, then. Please do. He looked her in the eye. You already figured there's more to me than just a charming, handsome, lazy playboy who slacks off. I've felt your blades firsthand. Yamamoto does not suffer fools, and he certainly does not promote them to captain. Kyoraku nodded. Exactly. Now, to be honest, by and large I am a handsome, lazy playboy, but, well, I look out for the Godai. Aizen's betrayal came as a surprise to us all, but the Godai endures. It endures because it's got people like me looking out for it. I have seen dozens of captains come and go, each one dying. Some last a few years, some decades, some a century, but they all die. They come and they go. Of the old guard, only I, Yukatake, Anohana and the old man remain. We're the ones always watching. Now, Yukatake, he's a good man and competent, too, but he's often sick. Our senpai is devoted to her role as chief medic. And the old man, well, he's good at leading, but he's set in his ways. Just think of how old men are, and add a literal millennium to it, and you'll have an idea. But he listens to me. Who do you think suggested Aubrey and Strauss be promoted? Erza's eyes narrowed. So, you're the power behind the throne, is that it? Kurika laughed. If I tried to manipulate the old man, I'd live to regret it, believe you me. But he's no fool, and only fools rule without counsel. What's your point? The point, Miss Captain Scarlet, is that if you're a good girl, I'm going to put in an equally good word for you with the old man. It's as good a chance as you'll have of achieving that change you talked so loudly about. A good girl. Which is what, exactly? Erza said skeptically. Kurika threw his hands out to the side, and smiled. Be a good captain. That's all that I ask. Lead your division and don't make too much trouble. Right now, a lot of people are very uncertain. They need stability. Erza gave him a long, hard look. Kurika Shunsui was convincing, charming, disarming. When he spoke she wanted to believe him. That was exactly why she didn't trust him. You still haven't answered my question, she said. Why go to all that trouble for me? The answer is simpler than you think, he said, and shrugged. What I do for the Goti. He sat up straight and looked her in the eye. I believe in what the old man built, Captain. I may not have been there when he founded it, but I'm old enough to remember how the world looked before he tamed it. Like I said, he's stubborn and set in his ways, which is why I'm needed. Me, I'm flexible. Reforms. Changes? Doing things differently? I have no issue with that. When I saw you, after the truth had been uncovered, I saw an opportunity, a resource we could not afford to waste. An institution like the Goti radiates power and stability, but the truth is that it's deceptively fragile. We need captains, we need leaders, because without them all we built will crumble. You are powerful and principled, skilled, and dangerous, which is exactly why I recommended you in the first place. Aizen is coming, sooner rather than later, and we need to be at full strength when we face him. What I do, however strange it may seem, I always do for the Goti. For the old man and what I grew up watching him build. Erza leaned back in her chair, a bit surprised. That Kurika Shunsui was shrewd and careful wasn't surprising to her, not anymore, but to see his dedication surface, his devotion, was new altogether. But, it made sense. He was the captain commander's pupil, after all, among the eldest. Why wouldn't he be? So, you mean to tell me, she said slowly, that if I play ball, you'll help me get what I want? He nodded. It takes time, of course, but with the right connections, there is some considerable good you could do. Shelters, food, patrols, all things that can buy thousands and thousands of souls safety, security, and quality of life. And if that is not enough, I'd recommend you take it one step at a time, he said smoothly. Work your way up. First a village or two, then you abolish world hunger and suffering. She felt an urge to snap at him. Her cause was not laughable, no joke, but she held herself back. She was on thin ice, she knew, and a few wrong moves could end her vision before it could even begin to be realized. So, instead she simply nodded. Start slow. A few things here and there, she echoed. Atta girl, he said with a grin. Now, I'll be sure to bring you a finalized version of the employment contract soon. I trust this time there will be no hiccups. Just so long as it is what I asked for. I wouldn't dream of anything else, Kurika said sardonically, and stood up. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be on my way. Times are hectic, as you well know. Erza nodded, and watched him leave. She was on thin ice, not just with the captain commander but with herself. She had just compromised, and if she did that too many times, then she'd end up a failure still. She shook her head, trying to dispel her ominous suspicions. Right now, there was much to do. She sighed, and went to work on a stack of reports. She had almost forgotten how much paperwork command meant, and that was one thing she had not missed. Hinamori Momo felt elated as she made her way back to 5th Division. She had even caught herself skipping, such was her cheer. Although the mood had been heavy since Aizen's treason, even grim, she alone had been filled with joy. In the Goti 13, not a single soul was happier than Hinamori Momo, however low a bar that was at the moment. Joyfully, she walked down the street, effortlessly carrying a heavy bag slung over her shoulder. She was happy because in the strangest, most unexpected way, her wildest dreams had come true, and then some. She had always believed Erza would come back to her. She had been overjoyed, but not surprised, when that had happened. She had hoped, but not expected, that Erza would be pardoned and allowed back. But not in her most insane fantasies had she ever thought Erza would not only become a captain, but become her captain. All those years spent studying, working, preparing for the day that fierce, gallant redhead hero would come back had paid off in the grandest way possible, leaving her with an intense sense of joy that could only be compared to a drug-induced high. Sure, she had been stabbed and nearly killed, betrayed by a man she had trusted and believed in unconditionally, but somehow, it all seemed insignificant. Part of her felt like she should feel a bit more hurt, a bit more conflicted, but each time such thoughts entered her mind, she thought of Erza. Erza. She had been captain for 2 weeks now, and although there had been some grumbling, Momo had done her share to make sure her idol was accepted and respected by the division. Erza still wore her haori uncertainly, awkwardly, as if it didn't quite fit, and Momo couldn't understand why. She looked so gallant in it. Strong, bold, inspiring confidence wherever she went. It was her job to lead, and Momo's job to make everyone else realize she was the best of captains for her division's soldiers. She still remembered the speech Erza had given on her first day, after having been sworn in by the captain commander. She had rounded up every available member of 5th in the division's courtyard and addressed them directly. "All right," she had said, staring down hundreds of soldiers, "I know what you've all heard of me, so I'll put it all to rest here and now. Yes, I was once part of Aizen's plan. Yes, I joined him out of my free will, however manipulative he was. Yes, I was cast out and came back to fight him. I was considered a traitor, and now I'm not. I realize a lot of you won't be comfortable with that, and that's fine. I know how Aizen used to run this division, and I'm here to let you know I won't be the same. If any of you wish to criticize me, or disagree with my decisions, then you are free to do so. If any of you have concerns regarding where we're going as a division, then I encourage you to speak up. I want to run an open, honest division focused on hard work and sincerity. What I do expect out of each and every one of you is obedience. This is still a division of the Goti, with duties the same as yesterday, a week before that, a month before that and a year before that. You are free to disagree with me, but when I give an order, I expect it to be obeyed, promptly and without delay. I know many of you will not believe in me, or at least not know what to think of me, so I want to reassure you that I am not here to act like a tyrant, but simply to run this division like it was in the past. Almost everything will be the same as it used to be. Some things will not. Regardless, each one of you will do your best, or you will answer to me." Momo had practically felt giddy. The soldiers had seemed less than impressed, but there had been no open discontent. She knew some of the troops grumbled about treason, and more than a few of the officers, too, but Momo showed no tolerance of it. Erza was captain now, and anyone who didn't like it could get on or get out. Finally she walked through the division's gates, and made her way to her captain's office. She paused, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes for a second. Her captain. It was such an intoxicating thought. Aizen, although his captaincy had made her feel safe, appreciated, and stable, but this was even better. She took a moment to compose herself outside Erza's captain Scarlet's door. It would be no good to waltz in with a look on her face like an underclassman crushing on her teacher. She was a vice-captain, and she would act like it. After taking a deep breath, calming herself, she knocked on the door. "Enter," came the voice from inside, and Momo merrily slid the door aside, walking in and standing to attention before her captain's desk. "At ease," Erza murmured, sounding tired. Momo relaxed her stance. "So, what brings you here?" Momo wouldn't normally disturb her when she knew her captain was working, but she figured this was a good enough excuse. Gently, she set down the heavy bag she had been carrying on the floor with a metallic clank. "I'm sorry to bother you," she said, and smiled brightly, "but I think you'll like this." What is it, then? Said Erza in a neutral voice. Momo opened the bag. Inside was a gleaming set of armor, beautifully crafted and polished to perfection. As soon as she laid eyes on it, Erza abruptly stood up, both hands on her desk as she leaned forward. Is that? It was found on the site of your battle with Captain Zaraki, Momo explained happily. It was damaged and dented, and 2nd Division impounded it as evidence. Your case being closed now, it was due to be released, so I took the liberty of handing it to an armorer. It had been quite a bit of expense, too. She had handed it to an expert who usually worked for noblemen, but she was not about to say that. She wasn't going to brag. This was for her captain, not herself. This, said Erza, and walked around her desk, lifting up the chest plate with an expression of awe on her face. I thought it was lost. How did you know it was mine? Well, early reports mentioned you wore armor when you first got back here, so piecing 2 and 2 together wasn't hard, Momo beamed. So, I figured you might want it back. Yes, Erza said, sounding a little stunned. Thank you, Momo. Thank you so much. My pleasure, Captain. Momo said, snapping a smart salute. She meant it from the bottom of her heart. Seeing the face of her captain made the personal expense more than worth it. I can't believe it's still here, Erza murmured, caressing the plate. Here, help me put it on. She slid out of her haori and started fixing the chest plate's 2 pieces together. Eagerly, Momo went to help her. Before long, Erza was fully clad in the suit of armor. Elegant and masterfully crafted as it was, it looked right on her. As the last strap was finished, Momo took a step back and looked at her captain with awe. Erza took a step back and forth, moving her arms a little, testing it out. Fits just as well as before, she said, and let out a pleased grunt. It looks amazing on you. Appreciated, said Erza, and put her haori on again, the garment fitting a little tighter now, but I wonder what my subordinates will think of me, wearing this. They'll love it, Momo said firmly, and made a note to make sure they all knew that they had better. Thank you, Momo, Erza said warmly. Momo blushed a little. It was nothing. I just wondered one thing. Oh. Won't it be impractical to have on, all the time? Erza smiled, and shook her head. I don't think I mentioned it, but I'm used to wearing armor. I did so when I was still alive. Really? Erza had not often done more than allude to her past, and Momo tried not to sound too eager. I got my first suit of armor when I can't have been more than 13. When I put it on, when that big, heavy piece of metal went around my chest the first time, it wasn't just a good protection to me. It made me feel safe. Stable. I wore it as often as I could from then until I died. Safe. My childhood wasn't great, Erza said evasively. Suffice to say my guild was the first real family I had. This armor. I got used to walking around without it. Didn't realize how much I missed it until that jerk Urahara made a new suit for me. Momo blinked. Urahara Kisuk, of all people? You still had your Bankai, right? It's not the same, Erza said, shaking her head. It's my Zanpakuto I'm wearing. It's much stronger, and I can't call on him unless I really need him. This. I thought it was lost. It's good to have it back. Momo felt more than a little curious. She wanted to ask more about Erza's past, her guild, but decided not to push it. Anyway, Erza said firmly, snapping out of her reveries, Momo, I need you to do something for me. Yes. Gather up a couple dozen of our officers. The most senior ones not on active duty. Captain. Momo said, surprised at this new order. It's been 2 weeks, Erza explained, and while it was necessary to let things settle down, we have an eyesore to deal with. You mean? When I accepted this office, I vowed to stand for a change. For the better. If I let this delay any further, my words will ring hollow. Get the officers, Momo. We're going to 12th Division. Strolling casually through the streets of Karakura town, Urahara Kisuk twirled his cane and whistled. Despite what was at stake, what was to come, he was in a good mood. Vindication left a sweet aftertaste, made all the better by the fact that he now had the goatee by the figurative balls. He was the one who held the cards, now, the one who had spent nearly a century gathering information on Aizen. He was the one who knew the Hujioku inside and out, Aizen's greatest asset. Catastrophic as its loss was, he had been prepared for the eventuality, and now the society that had spurned him would depend on him in the coming conflict. Despite his lackadaisical demeanor, though, Kisuk was anything but carefree. Preparations were being made, and he had left his personal laboratory for a specific reason. His steps, slow and easy, took him to a back alley. It wasn't dirty or run down, nor was it dark and gloomy, bright and sunny, actually, but you couldn't have everything. Its lack of dramatic properties aside, it was quiet and private, which was just what he needed. Waiting leaned against a wall was the man he had come to meet. Wearing a plain shirt and pants, his ordinary attire contrasted with his face. Straight, blonde, bowl-cut hair framed a menacing face, with teeth that were just a little too white and a grin that, when present, looked just a little too wide. At the moment he was not smiling, though. He looked fairly sullen. Then again, Kisuk knew that looking sullen was his default expression, for all he knew the man might be cheery on the inside. "Well, good day," Kisuk said merrily, adjusting his hat a bit and smiling. "It's been too long, Shinji." "Cut the crap, why don't ya?" "Or not." Now, no need to be so crass," said Kisuk smoothly, and strolled up face to face with Shinji. "We haven't spoken face to face in years. We mind our business and you mind yours. That's the way we all want it." Kisuk nodded. "Now dash." "Yeah, no, you could just have come to see the lot of us. No need to bother with this cloak and dagger business." "A back alley? What is this, some dime dozen detective novel?" "Think of it as a personal meeting. Just man to man," Kisuk said smoothly. "You will of course confer with your associates once we're done, but I'd rather speak one-on-one. Like it or not, you are the de facto leader of your merry little band of rogues." "Tell that to Hiri," Shinji scoffed. "Hell, tell that to any one of them. Surefire way to get a row to last you a whole evening." "I'll get to the point, then," said Kisuk with a nod. 2 weeks ago, I let you know Aizen finally revealed himself. You've had enough time to process that by now, I hope." Shinji shrugged. "What about it?" "There's a storm coming," Kisuk said, his voice quiet and intense, "and by a storm I mean a reckoning. The kind you'd perhaps look forward to if you had been badly wronged by somebody." Shinji gave him a long stare. "You want us to join your war, huh?" "It's not my war. It's Aizen's war, and he brought it on everyone on the Godei, on me, and on you, too. Speak for yourself. Who's to say we got stake in this?" Kisuk prided himself on good self-control, and as such resisted the urge to snap at him. Hiriko Shinji had never liked being ordered around, not since he had been thrust out of the Godei alongside his fellow outcasts, and he had never particularly liked Kisuk, either. Not that he disliked him, but Kisuk wasn't sure the man was grateful to live life as a hollow Shinigami hybrid. Even so, this was important. "You were experimented upon and thrown aside like trash," Kisuk said, his words blunt and matter-of-fact, "and now the time finally comes to get even. I know 100 years is a long time, but is it really that long? I have no love for the Godei, you know that, but right now we've got a common enemy. And when the Godei finds out about us, what'll they do? You got framed. You're not an abomination to them. You're clean. Fine and dandy. Us? Not so much. So, that was the rub, then. Let's just say the Godei has to change, out of options as it is," Kisuk assured him. "Yamamoto is a hard man, but he's not unreasonable." Shinji snorted. "Watching you play apologist for them is downright funny, Urahara," he said, and that grin crept across his face. "As needs must," Kisuk said simply, "I'll keep it simple. Either you and your companions hide underground, forever, and hope Aizen never finds out about you and decides to cut his loose ends, or worse yet, capture you for research, or you stand up and get back at him." Shinji paused, and gave him a look. "I ain't making any promises." "Good," Urahara said cheerily. "I mean it. Shinji said sharply. I'm not making promises of any kind. It doesn't mean, maybe I'll do it, like I'm about to sweep in at the last minute like I'm Han Solo. It means maybe we will, and maybe we won't. I'll talk to the others. We'll make a decision. If they say no, we ain't going. Leader or not, I don't tell them what to do with their lives. I ain't the Godai. If it's one thing we got after being kicked out, it's being able to do what we want to do. That's all I could ask for, Kisuk said, and smiled. Whatever. Shinji muttered. Until next time, old friend, Kisuk said, and turned around. We ain't friends, Shinji muttered, but without much conviction. Merrily, Urahara Kisuk began walking back toward his store. This had gone about as well as he could hope. He was treading a fine line here, with everything at stake. Securing Shinji's group would make for a vital asset, but if not, well, he still had other options. Regardless, he would make Aizen pay, or die trying. Preferably without the dying part. Scalpel, Mayuri said impassively, holding out a hand for Nimue to place the tool in, his gaze fixed on the specimen before him. It was a small animal not unlike a large rodent. Its species had not yet been designated, which was exactly why Mayuri had killed it. Biology was a fascinating subject as much as any other field, and once he had opened up the little critter, he would learn a wealth of knowledge. It might be useful or it might be useless, you never knew until you tried. Mayuri's days had been as busy as usual. As irritating as it was to see all those Ryoka specimen go free, it wasn't as if he didn't already have a considerable amount of them locked up in his facility. His was an unending labor, which was exactly how he liked it. There had been that hubbub with Aizen, but it didn't concern him much. He knew he would be expected to fight in their foolish little war, and already he'd started making preparations, but he was unafraid. Yamamoto might triumph, or Aizen might triumph. It was all the same to him. Regardless of who won, the science department would be necessary, and Mayuri had no compunctions about changing allegiances. His only loyalty was to the pursuit of knowledge itself. Nothing else really mattered. He felt the cool sensation of metal in his hand. Nimue had handed him the scalpel. He raised the tool to make the first incision, when he noticed it. The short scalpel, you stupid bitch. He sneered, and turned around quickly, backhanding his vice-captain. She staggered back, but remained silent. Do you think this thing will be anything but useless on a specimen that size? He snarled, and slapped her again. He could have been clearer, he knew that. The creature's size made tool choices ambiguous. Even so, hitting her had become a natural habit. She needed to be reminded of her place, and frequently. He raised his hand to strike her a third time, when suddenly the door to his laboratory opened and a short female officer burst in. What? He said menacingly. He was not in the mood to be interrupted. Captain, sir. The woman burst out. You're gonna need to hear this. Well, spit it out, then, you cretin. He snapped. It's Captain Scarlet, sir. She's here, with a contingent of officers. Erza had strolled into 12th's grounds like she owned the place. She had marched past the military facilities of the division along with Momo and 27 more officers, most of them veterans drawn from 5th Division's Terminator squads, and headed directly for the science facilities. They were mostly located underground, she knew, in an extensive complex housing hundreds of rooms for data storage, experimentation, analysis, and whatever else efficient science required. She had ignored the protests of the receptionist, and with a ferocious kick she had broken down the doors leading into the complex, officers in tow. So, what are we going to do, exactly? Momo asked nervously. Erza hadn't explained it to her fully, and even less so to the troops following her. She wasn't entirely sure what she'd do, herself. We're going to clean house, Erza said firmly, balling her fists. As they came into the main hallway of the complex, leading into the bulk of the science division, she turned to face her troops. Listen carefully and listen well. She barked, putting a hand on her sword. Today, we rid ourselves of a blight on the Godai itself. This is a facility meant for science, but it's run without conscience. I have seen with my own eyes what has gone on here, and it's sickening and monstrous. Experiments on captives, mutilation, torture, all under the direction of Kuratsuki himself. It ends today. What do we do, sir? Said one of the veterans, an officer Erza remembered as Kazui, the 7th seat of the division. Are you asking us to go in butchering the scientist, or what? I authorize the use of lethal force, but only if it is absolutely necessary. Self-defense only, she declared loudly. We're not here to commit murder. We're here to stop it. We're here to set free anyone held here against their will. How do you know, sir? Said another officer. Oh, believe me, Erza said darkly, I know. She would have continued, but she sensed him coming. She turned around, and saw Kuratsuki Mayuri striding down the hall in great, long steps, fuming. Nimue followed him, and Erza noticed fresh marks on her face. Her own face went into a resentful scowl. What is the meaning of this? Kuratsuki demanded angrily. Explain yourself now, Scarlet. Erza took a step forward, and with one smooth, swift motion she slammed her hand into his solar plexus. She heard the air pushed out of his lungs, and felt a great sense of satisfaction. Still, this was not about satisfaction. This was not about revenge. It was about necessity. Before he could recover, she grabbed him by the wrist of his sword arm and slammed her free arm down across his humerus, her arm stiff as a rod of iron. She felt the arm break, and let go of it. Mayuri shrieked with surprise, but his cry was cut short as Erza grabbed him by the throat and pushed him against the wall. I didn't forget about you, she said, staring at him intensely. What are you talking about, you insane bitch? He croaked. Erza's grip tightened, and she raised him higher, lifting his feet off the ground. I've seen the inside of this place, Kuratsuki Mayuri, and it is a blight on any kind of decency. His hand twitched, reaching into a pocket. Erza didn't miss it. Go ahead. Pull out whatever little gadget you have. Maybe it's a poison strong enough to kill me. Hell, you can even reach for your sword if you want. Either way, it'll give me all the reason I need to snap your neck. So, go ahead, and make my day. Mayuri's arm slackened. Boss. Kazui burst out. The troops seemed uneasy, made nervous by their captain's violent behavior. Erza ignored it for now. With a fierce, powerful motion, she threw the monstrous scientist to the ground, and swiftly put her foot on his throat. It is only the chain of morality that stops me from pushing until the bones in your neck are ground to pulp, said Erza coldly, and thank the heavens that I have what you do not. She turned to his vice-captain, who had stood unmoving until now. Nimue. What is behind that door? She said, and pointed to the closest door in the hallway. Oh. Nimue blinked. That would be data storage regarding our research into spirit particle plasma. Excellent, Erza said, and nodded to Momo. Open the door and set up a controlled fire. Use your Kido to reduce everything inside to cinders. Yes, Captain. Momo said firmly. She opened the door and began to chant quickly. Wait. Mayuri cried. His one good arm flailed about, clawing at Erza's leg, but she brought her other foot down, pinning down the arm by the wrist. I don't imagine threats of torture would faze you, she said matter-of-factly, mostly because you would probably guess I wouldn't do it. You'd be right. I'm not that kind of person. But luckily, I can do better than that. Momo's spell began to build up, and within seconds, fire would begin to ravage the data room. You imbecile! Mayuri shouted, in between outraged and desperate. That represents decades worth of research. Good, said Erza. Momo, do it. Executing. Momo said, and from her hands, a stream of red fire burst out in long, serpentine shapes, setting fire to every file, every computer, and every machine inside. It burned intensely, and within seconds everything had burned down. I hope you can see, said Erza, that I mean business. If you resist, I will kill you. If I have to, I'll burn down this entire place. Boss, Kazui said nervously, how do you even know about this stuff? I told you before, Erza said darkly, I used to be with Aizen. He showed me a thing or two. If the mood had been uneasy before, it got no better at the mention of the traitor's name. You bitch. Mayuri snarled. I'll kill you. I'll kill you for this, you insolent dash. Erza raised the heel of the foot over his throat, and brought it down on his face with gratifying force. Mayuri's skull smashed against the floor, and he went still. Is he dead? Kazui said. Erza shook her head. No. It takes more than that. She stepped off Mayuri and turned to face her soldiers. I know you're uneasy. I know you don't like this. I'm sorry to say you won't like what's to come, either. We're going to comb through this entire damn place if it takes us all day, and we're going to burn down anything that's the least bit shifty. The Godiai's science division has been built on suffering and cruelty, and it ends today. There was an uneasy murmur among the officers, but Momo stepped up. You heard your captain. She gave you an order, so execute. Erza nodded at her appreciatively. Wait. Having come from the same way as Mayuri, a dark-haired, pale 12th Division member walked up, looking shocked. He quickly composed himself. Erza recognized him as Akon, the third seat. As a warning, she put her hand on her blade. Hey, take it easy, he said, cautiously raising his hands. Look, I heard what you just said. It looks pretty clear nothing I can say will stop you, and the only one who could, you just knocked out. I'm not here to start a fight. Then, what? Erza demanded. I don't know just what you think about the science division dash. Poorly, right, but, we do important things here. Not everything is, whatever you think we do. I'm running out of patience, Erza said, her voice cold as steel. Who do you think provides the tech for Senkaimon, or Hell Butterflies, or a million other things the Godiai needs to function? Akon said urgently. Your point? Do you think that justifies it? It's got nothing to do with being justified, Akon said hastily. Do you want to tell Yamamoto that we can't use Senkaimon anymore? Or Hell Butterflies? Because you burned down all of the necessary parts. Aren't they Keto-based? Keto-based technology? Akon stressed. Technology that we maintain. Whatever you are going to do I can't stop, but I need you to show some restraint. What do you propose, then? Let us accompany you. We'll get people to follow you. Let you know what to, not destroy. He sounded beaten, cringing at the idea of scientific works being ruined, but Akon was, unlike Mayuri, quite able to adapt to a bad situation. So that you can misguide us. Erza said suspiciously. Look, Akon said, his voice very clearly restrained, you can't destroy everything in here. The last time that happened, it was disastrous. Erza gave him a long look. Get Kyujao Nozomi. If she runs this, I'll accept. Relieved, Akon nodded. Nozomi. Got it. I'll get her right away. He hurried away, back into the labs. Boss, Kazui said, the hell will the captain commander say? I'll take full responsibility, Erza assured him. Now, listen up, all of you. Once Nozomi gets here, we'll perform a full sweep. Anyone held here against their will be liberated. Any experiment clearly performed on unethical grounds, like suffering or cruelty, if you find that, destroy everything in the room. This is a purge, and make no mistake. Momo, place the captain under the strongest restraints you can, and then take charge. I'll stay here and keep Kuratsuka company. You can count on me. Momo said, and saluted. Quickly, she went about placing a high-level Bakuda spell on Mayuri, glowing chains encasing his chest. Before too long, Nozomi arrived. After dividing the troops into teams, each accompanied by a researcher picked by Nozomi, the purge began. It took hours, and Erza was glad not to have to see it personally. This was a radical move. Technically, it was very much criminal. She was pushing the boundaries of what she could get away with, and then some. But, this was non-negotiable. Kuratsuka Mayuri was a monster, and his work was monstrous, and to turn a blind eye when she knew what went on in his labs was the same as condoning it, and she refused to do that, completely and utterly. As she stood there watching over Kuratsuka, Kazui's team came back to report. They were 5 in total, a timid scientist in their tow, and all of her soldiers hardened veterans and all looked pale. "Reporting, sir," Kazui said, forcing the words out. "Then, report," Erza said. "We found, by the Soul King, it was." Erza nodded. "I know. Boss, the first few rooms, it was all normal, boring stuff I didn't understand. Labs. Textbooks. Those weird glass flasks they got. Science-y things. I thought you'd gone mad. No offense. None taken. There was this room." Kazui hesitated, taking a deep breath. There was a boy strapped to a table. His legs had been removed, hell if I know why. Tubes and such going into him all over the place. When we took him out, he just died. "It's the captain's experiment on motor capacity," said the science officer quietly. We got used to the screams. I wish. This shit's been going on under our noses this whole time," said Kazui, shaking his head. "And that wasn't all, boss. I don't even want to talk about it." "I know," said Erza. One by one, each squad came back to report, each one looking as shaken or worse as Kazui's had. It was the same every time. Most rooms seemed normal, but the ones that didn't, were a scene of nightmares. Momo had put her skills to use dozens of times by now, scorching rooms into oblivion. The research complex was surprisingly deep, and it was clear this might take all night. More shocking were the subjects they actually managed to rescue. Normal souls, many of them maimed, some in a prolonged state of dying, some not yet experimented on. Well, as far as legality went, Kuratsuka would have a hell of a time explaining how he had detained all these people without their consent. But the legal excuses were far from what was on Erza's mind. Seeing the haunted looks of these people, some tearfully offering their thanks as they were ushered to 4th Division, others looking hollow and dead inside, made her feel sick. This was a cancer, and she had been right to cut it out. Some were even living humans. Many victims had been in such a terrible state that her officers had been forced to give them the ultimate mercy. Erza would normally have found that very difficult, but here, now, with what they had been through, she couldn't blame them. It was well past midnight when the sweeps were finally complete. By then, of course, word was bound to have reached 1st Division, but no reprisal had yet come, no iPhone to arrest her. Mayuri had stared at her with cold hatred ever since he woke up, launching into furious tirades as one specimen after another was liberated. He was sitting on the floor with his back against the wall, seeming to have given up on breaking free. "Do you have any idea," he snarled as the last captive was walked out, "just what you've done, you bitch? Each lost specimen represents indescribable amounts of knowledge, lost because of your vile, destructive, narrow-minded actions." Erza turned and looked at him, sorely tempted to take his head off his shoulders. It would not go over well with Yamamoto at a time like this, but that wasn't what stopped her. She didn't believe in killing, not unless it was absolutely necessary to defend oneself or one's own, but if there ever was anyone who challenged that belief, it was Kuratsuka Mayuri. The man was a monster, an amoral psychopath who thought nothing of the suffering of others. "You Philistine," he continued, and if his face hadn't been painted black and white, she was sure it would be going red. "You plebeian ignoramus. You're going to rue the day you did this, do you understand?" He thrashed under the chains Momo had put around him, struggled and strained, but they held firm. "I know ways to cause pain you can only imagine, you brute scum, and I'll show you all of it. I'll dash." Erza, having had enough, slammed her fist into his face, and felt more than a little satisfaction to see him spit out several teeth. "Shut up," she said firmly, forcing her voice to remain passive. "Purge completed, Captain." It was Momo, standing to attention. Behind her, the soldiers had lined up. Erza turned to face them, and nodded. "Well done." The officers she had brought no longer looked uncertain or doubtful. Instead, they looked haunted. Good. Let them know what the Godei had condoned. "All right," she said, "good work. What you did today was necessary, and long overdue." "I'll kill you," Mayuri snarled, blood trailing down his mouth. "I'll kill you if it's the last thing I dash." "I said shut up," Erza said, and in one swift movement, she backhanded him again. She grabbed him by the hair, and pulled him to his feet. "Let me explain one thing to you," said Erza coldly. "I understand that you do not understand that what you do is wrong. I understand that you can't understand. But, this ends today. I won't kill you, but I'll be back, and if I find anything suspect, anything at all, I'll burn down everything you've built, consequences be damned. You think the commander will let you get away with this?" Kuratsuka sneered. "My research is vital. Science is what keeps this damned place moving forward. We'll see about Yamamoto. If he doesn't throw me in jail over this, I'll petition him. You're going to be looking at an ethics committee, Kuratsuka. Every piece of science going on in this institution will be known to them, and if they do not approve of it, it will not happen. I will do everything in my power to make this happen. Failing that..." She leaned in, her free hand going to her sword, and in a low, furious voice she said, "Sometimes, you just have to put a wild animal down. Do you understand me?" Mayuri stared back at her, and if he was intimidated, he didn't show it. "Right, then," said Erza, and she let go. He staggered back, but remained on his feet. "Oh, and one more thing," she said thoughtfully. "Nimue." "Yes," said Nimue, having watched all along without so much as raising a finger to come to her father's aid. He hadn't yet made the order, and Erza had made sure to keep her out of her father's sight during the purge. "Come here." Obediently, she walked up to Erza. "You won't be his punching bag anymore. Pack whatever affections you've got. You're leaving 12th with me." Nimue blinked. If she had been about to say anything, however, she was interrupted before she could speak. "She is mine." Mayuri snarled. "She has no will of her own, you stupid bitch. I built her to serve me. Nimue, get over here right now, you useless tool." She took a step forward, toward her father, but Erza put a hand on Nimue's shoulder, and shook her head. "You have something else to live for, don't you?" Nimue opened her mouth, but she didn't speak. Briefly, an emotional look passed her face, and Erza knew it artificial as she was, Nimue was real, a person with her own wants and needs. She just needed to be taken away from here. "Nimue." Mayuri snarled, "I said dash." In one swift motion, Erza drew her blade, and let the edge of it rest by his neck. "This is not a discussion," she said, "and I told you to shut up." She turned her eyes back to Nimue. "Well, I have nothing to pack," Nimue said quietly. Erza nodded. "Good. So, The voice was Nozomi's, standing there in her uniform, looking haggard. "Can I come, too?" Erza nodded. "I'll keep you safe. We'll find an opening in 5th. She turned her eyes back to Mayuri, and slowly sheathed her sword. "This is over, do you understand? From this day forward, you will conduct your science without forcing anybody, without making anyone suffer, or the next time I'll make you watch as I burn it all down. Do you understand?" Mayuri just stared at her, gritting his teeth. "I said, do you understand?" Erza said, balling a fist. "I understand," he said, acid dripping from his voice with every syllable. "Good. Everyone, let's go." As she walked out alongside her soldiers, Nozomi and Nimue in tow, Momo came up alongside her. "This won't be the end of it, you know." "I know," said Erza wearily. "And what will you do about the people we rescued?" "He'll come back for them." "And Nimue, and Nozomi?" "They are in 4th, Erza said confidently, "and I doubt even Kuratsuka Mayuri is mad enough to try and steal from Captain Anohana. As for Nimue, she'll have somebody to stay with. Nozomi, well, a science advisor doesn't sound like a bad idea, right? I'll have to look over our budget." "I know you'll do your best," Erza said with a smile. She wasn't happy, not genuinely. This was more like having taken surgery necessary, if not pleasant. Still, she had righted the worst of the Godei's wrongs and she would see to it that it remained right, or else, so help her, she would have to kill Kuratsuka. Freedom was a strange thing. Aizen had spent literal centuries preparing for the day when he would finally break free of the despicable Godei establishment, and God knows, he had to break free, but now that it finally had come, it felt underwhelming. He had planned for so long. He had prepared and rehearsed just the right speeches in his mind, and then he had made his statement, ascended, and it all felt so ordinary. Strolling through the halls of Las Noches, his new home, he reflected that this had to be the price of his superiority. When you stood so far above everybody else, that which was extraordinary to you had to be rare. Certainly, from an objective stance, it was remarkable to execute the things he had prepared. To bring the strongest hollows of Hueco Mundo into his fold, through a mixture of violence, charisma, and promises, to unite this world of eternal night under his banner, to prepare the downfall of the Godii, all the while remaining hidden and performing his duties as a captain not just to adequacy, but to exception. Yes, objectively, he was nothing short of remarkable. But from his point of view, used as he was to excellence, brilliance being his norm, everything seemed almost boring. Everything had gone exactly as planned. He had his hands on the Hujiaku, and no amount of meddling from his feeble adversaries had been able to stop him from obtaining it. He had an army of his own, more than able to match the Godii's. The entire realm of Hueco Mundo was his to command. The Godii had been fooled and embarrassed. He had planned, he had acted, and everything had fallen into place without complication. It was so easy. Well, he thought to himself, at least I am finally given the respect I am due. Dressed in his new regalia, an all-white elegant coat, shirt, and pants in a design far smoother than the rough kimono of a Shinigami, he was a thing to behold. Everywhere he went, the hollows would bow deeply, few even daring to look him in the eye. He had power that was being recognized as well as it should. A bit of boredom was little compared to such sweet nectar. His casual stroll ended as he came upon a door leading to his destination. A meager, spider-like hollow scrambled to open it for him, and Eisen stepped inside, a confident smirk on his face. "Good evening, my espada," he said. His presence noted, they all bowed immediately. It was an imposing room, spacious, wide, and supported by large pillars. He let his eyes wander for a second, drinking it all in. Many of his subordinates had already been transformed. After a few basic experimental transformations, just to make sure Urahara Kisuk had not left some surprises behind, he had started changing his subordinates, just like he had promised. The first, of course, had been Sail Aporo Grands. Eisen had a mind well suited to scientific pursuits, but it was only fitting the menial duties of it be passed on to one of the few able and willing to do it. So far, he had transformed most of his more powerful subordinates, given them a form more human. Kneeling before him now were Neliel, Halibel, Ulquira, and Starkey. Barragan too had been changed, but the old man, once king of this place, was too bitter to attend these familial meetings unless commanded to. It suited Eisen just fine. After the war, the old man would be obsolete. It was interesting, the effect the curious little orb could have. Neliel looked very much like a human being, green, long hair and horned half-skull on her head aside, whereas Ulquira had come out with chalk-white skin, only contrasted by his green eyes and black hair. Halibel had come out with dark skin and blonde hair, whereas Starkey unsurprisingly looked almost entirely like a human being, only the jaw fragment by his neck hinting at his hollow origins. Perhaps it was a random process, perhaps the orb intentionally assigned them appearances by default or to suit their personalities, or perhaps it reflected their own wishes. He would find out in due time. "Lord Eisen," said Halibel, still bowed, "we are gladdened by your return." "Rise, Tercera Espada," Eisen said calmly, "and the rest of you, too." As one, the four of them stood up. In the far corners of the room, other creatures stirred, some being the fractions of his newly made espada, some others still hollows awaiting transformation. "Why were we summoned?" Starkey said bluntly. He had no hostility toward his new master, despite his considerable power. He was the primero, after all, but he lacked the dog-like servility most others displayed when they saw the Lord of Las Noches. It amused him. "You will speak respectfully," Ulquira interjected, his voice dispassionate, but clear. The Quinto Espada, of course, could never have dreamed of taking on the primero, but the sentiment was touching all the same. "Ulquira, please," Eisen said warmly, "I take no offense. You are all brothers and sisters now. Forget the hostilities of old." "Yes, Lord," said Ulquiorra, and bowed again. Ulquiorra was, so far, his favorite, utterly loyal and dedicated, dependent on him for purpose, and more powerful than most captains could hope to match in single combat. "I have brought you here," he said, raising his voice and stepping toward the center of the room, "to raise up another one of you into the ranks of Espada." All eyes were on him, and just like that, all thoughts of boredom were banished. There was a small hollowing in the middle of the room, neatly carved out and deep enough to need a single stair step down, and in the middle of it was a plinth. From out his pocket, Eisen took the Hujiaku. Following the direction of the Keto spell Eisen had placed on the plinth, it rose up into the air, hovering above it. "Last time, I elevated Neutra Gilga to the hallowed ranks of the Espada. Today, another will join us as the Septima Espada, Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez." After a second, a hollow, a powerful Agichis, urgently trotted out from the edge of the room, having hungrily stared toward the center since he entered. Eisen had kept an eye on him all along. He was a brute, a simpleton with delusions of grandeur and more pride than was healthy for a hollow, but he was also powerful. A born survivor with a vicious savagery, he was exactly the kind of soldier Eisen would have use of. He took the shape of a big cat, a tiger, or a leopard, and his size was comparatively small, not much bigger than a real-life panther. This was, of course, a good sign. The more advanced the development of a hollow, the more compact its form tended to be. As they gained better control over their own power, they tended to shed excess size. He was a powerful little beast, well worth inducting as Espada. "I don't think I need to tell you what to do," said Eisen. "No worries, Lord," said the hollow. He stood opposite of Eisen, with the plinth and the Hujiaku between them. He had to have watched many times. Eisen had so far changed well over a dozen hollows, some Espada and some mere fractions. He had to have watched, each time hungry to be called forward, each time eager to take his place. Good. Eisen reached out with one finger, and at his touch the Hujiaku hummed into action. Nothing seemed to change at first, except for a small surge of energy, unnoticeable except for the tingle that ran down the spine of everyone in the room. The device had activated, and following Eisen's will, its energies was reaching out, encircling the mass of riot so that was Grimjo. It was a marvelous thing, the Hujiaku. To the feeble-minded or ignorant, it would seem like some magical artifact with the power to make wishes come true, and he knew most of his subordinates believed this to be true. Let them, it only served to fortify his reputation as supreme overlord of the realm of the dead. The truth, of course, was far more complex. The orb, itself, was nothing, a mere casing for an almost immeasurably complex data matrix capable of rewriting and warping spiritual energy. It could not create matter, that was a power in the realm of a god, but it could change it at will. As the tendrils of energy became visible, wrapping around the Agichis, Eisen was aware that he could mold and turn his energies into anything he wanted. He could reduce Grimjo to ash. He could dissolve him into the basest spirit particles and scatter all the contents of his body before the winds. He could make him a pathetic and mewling creature drained of all his power. Or, he could amplify, warp, and boost his energies to an optimum, transforming him into the most powerful, most fully evolved version of himself imaginable, an Arankar. Hollows were nothing if not potential itself. Hueco Mundo had always fascinated him because of it. It was a world where only the strongest, luckiest, and most ferocious could rise to the top, leaving only the best of the best remaining at the top, and the rest cowering in submission, always eager to stab their betters in the back. The life of a hollow was constant struggle, and to all but the Vastolords, it was a constant path of evolution and self-improvement. A handful had naturally transformed themselves into Arankar over time, but the process had been flawed, weak and imperfect. What Grimjo would be, would leave even the strongest of natural Arankar behind in the dust. Eisen focused the energy matrix, bending it to his will, as it enveloped Grimjo. The hollow rose slowly from the floor level, levitating well into the air, high above all their heads. "Shit, this feels real fucking weird, Lord," growled the Agichis, and Eisen smirked. Having one's entire spiritual structure rewritten, of course, was bound to feel strange. Grimjo's bone-white skin, thick as armor, began to dissolve. Rapidly, his very form began to unravel, his arms and legs evaporating. "Fucking hell!" he snarled, thrashing like a trapped animal to no avail, as his limbs were all but vanished. The power he wielded at this moment was deeply intoxicating to Eisen. In his hands was the power over life and death, to do and undo at will, a power as close to godhood as any soul had ever grasped. A not insignificant part of him felt resentful, even offended, that such a device had been beyond even him to create. Eisen had himself experimented with such technology in the past, but nothing had ever compared to, he had to admit, the genius of Urahara Kisuk. Even now, its exact design was a mystery to him. To think that such a coward could exceed him in such a manner. No matter. Eisen was still, all things considered, all things factored in, superior by far. Urahara might be genial, but Eisen had all the things he lacked: vision, competence, leadership. He would stand atop all creation, not Urahara. This is some fucking dash, Grimjoe cried, his voice cut short as his voice box disintegrated, and within seconds, his entire body had dissolved. The assembled Arrancar and Hollows stared in awe, even his espada looking fascinated. Before them, hovering in the air, contained by the Hujiaku, was a white mass of Ryotsu, an Ajichas reduced to nothing but energy under Eisen's direction. And so began the process Eisen couldn't yet understand, so magnificently complex it was. Before their very eyes, the device began rewriting, changing, shaping the spiritual matter. Eisen closed his eyes, and envisioned the form he wanted: strong, athletic, powerful, and he felt the Hujiaku respond. Its programming had bonded with him, accepting him as its master, but in the process itself it seemed to act with a mind of its own. Slowly, the ball of white energy lowered, and as it did, the shape of a man came about. First the torso, going from a rough, tubular lump to the clearly defined chest of a man in his physical prime. Next came the arms, strong, lean and muscular, and then the legs, no different. Above his waist there was a hole, marking him as a hollow still, and then finally came the head. A roguish, wicked face, the lines of its eyes marked with blue, and with short, ruffled hair colored a bright, light blue, almost teal. On his right cheek, a bone fragment remained, a pair of jaws with ruthless, sharp teeth. The process completed, and the tendrils pulled back. The Hujiaku sealed itself, awaiting its master's next call, and Grimjoe collapsed onto the floor. There was steam around him, and his body was slick with fluid, something that had happened every time so far. Disoriented and imbalanced, he lay there quite naked, flailing about as he tried to make sense of his new humanoid form. After a minute or so, he finally caught his bearings, standing up unsteadily on his hind legs. "Tell me, Grimjoe," said Eisen, "how do you feel?" Grimjoe murmured, and shook his head, fucking weird." He flexed his arms, tried out his new muscles, and there was a surge of power. "Scratch that, Lord. I feel fucking great." In a typical show of juvenile exuberance, he let the raw force of his power pulse across the room as he let it blaze, reach its peak. Eisen felt some satisfaction. The transformation had been almost perfect. Grimjoe's strength had increased more than tenfold. He would easily be the equal of most captains in terms of fighting ability, if nowhere near the power of his best espada. Eisen snapped his fingers, and two attendants hurried down to them, carrying a mirror tall enough to catch the visage of a man. They set it down in front of Grimjoe, and hurried away. Grimjoe simply stared at it, his mouth around as he saw his face for the first time. He looked up and down his body, toned, muscular, and fit, and his lips curled into a wide, malicious grin. He made a fist, then opened his hand, then made a fist again. "Does it please you?" said Eisen. "Shit, yeah," Grimjoe said, sounding deeply satisfied. "You are an Arrancar now," Eisen explained. "You are changed, and you will never be the same. Within a day or so, a Zanpakuta should manifest itself. You will know its name, and it will be what triggers the use of your hollow powers. See to it that you practice and master your abilities in my service, as the Septimo Espada." "Yes, sir," Grimjoe said, and laughed. Eisen just smiled. "You too," he said to the attendants, "lead my new Espada to his quarters. See to it he is bathed and clothed." "Who the fuck needs clothes?" Grimjoe said dismissively. Lord." He added the last part after a bit of a pause. "That was an order, I'm afraid. You are my soldier now, and you will have to look the part. Grimjo shrugged. Whatever, I guess. Sir. Ulquiorra shot the new espada a glare, but he seemed not to notice. My subjects, said Eisen, addressing the whole room, know that all of you I deem worthy, less powerful, or more powerful, will find yourselves where your new comrade now stands. Reborn and remade, powerful, proud, and remarkable. You will all become as he, and you will all be part of the army that overruns the hated Godai 13's Shinigami. You will all taste their blood, and although many of you will die, those who live will be stronger and victorious. It would not have been a very inspiring sentiment among Shinigami, but among the Hollows, accustomed to the idea of dying at a moment's notice, it was just right. The room erupted in cheers and shouts, only his espada remaining quiet. Eisen smiled, genuinely. Yes, things were indeed going just as planned. With a force like this, with Kyuka Suijutsu at his side, victory would be his without a doubt. Chapter 58, The Nature of the Beast. The doors to the private council chambers of 1st Division opened abruptly, their hinges groaning under the pressure put on them. They were massive oaken things, sturdy, heavy, built more for the grandeur and the sense of majesty they inspired than for practicality, yet under the force exerted against them they banged open, nearly breaking as they opened, slamming into the wall. Yamamoto, who had been bent over his desk in quiet discussion with his two favored pupils, Yukitake and Kyoraku, looked up. Kuratsuka Mayuri, fuming, practically frothing at the mouth, marched into the room with wide, urgent strides. He lacked his characteristic hat, leaving a tuft of hair exposed, and his clothes were in disorder. One arm hung limp by his side, and the other was pointed furiously at Yamamoto. I demand justice. He snarled angrily. I demand retribution. Satisfaction. I want to see that bitch burn, Captain Commander. Yamamoto did not answer immediately, simply staring down the infuriated captain. Just before Kuratsuka was about to open his mouth again, he spoke. You barge into a private strategic meeting unannounced, Captain Kuratsuka. This matters, damn it. Kuratsuka cried. That lunatic at 5th just destroyed half the science facility. Kyoraku said, cutting him off with a sigh. And to think I just told her to play nice only yesterday. We have been made aware, said Yamamoto, interlocking his fingers behind his desk. She broke into my division, into my facilities, broke my arm, chained me down and sabotaged, crippled, or outright destroyed dozens of vital science projects. Kuratsuka's voice was at its fullest height, nearly losing its pitch for how loudly he was shouting. This was anger of a kind rarely seen, to a point well beyond reason. She stole dozens of specimens. Decades worth of scientific data has been undone. This is a crime against science, against the Godai, against all knowledge, and I demand she be executed. You demand? Said Yamamoto, and a man not beside himself with rage might have noticed the shift in his tone. We're aware of the specimens you lost, too, said Yukitake, his tone more overtly hostile. The ones who didn't die within hours of being removed are being treated at 4th. Of course they'd die, you imbecile. Kuratsuka snarled. The drugs I administered to keep them in check were highly addictive. Without them, their systems collapsed. This is what happens when brutes are allowed to do as they please. I would suggest you have a word with Captain Anohana, then, said Yukitake coolly. In fact, she mentioned wanting to have a word with you about these people. The specimens served a purpose, better than any of their worthless lives otherwise ever could. Kuratsuka snapped. Bah, enough of your sentiments. Captain Commander, Erza Scarlet must be punished for this. Will your facility be able to function in accordance with the needs of the Godai 13? Said Yamamoto. Function. Kuratsuka snarled. If you call this functioning Answer, Yamamoto demanded. Irritably, Kuratsuka spat, well, yes, if you refer to the technology we provide Very well, then, said Yamamoto dismissively. What do you mean, very well? Kuratsuka shrieked. How do you think the Godai will function with plebeian fools like her subverting science? Just how much do you think the Godai relies on us? Just how well do you think you would do without us? Without Senkaimon, without Hell Butterflies, without literally everything related to technology? I am half tempted to let you find out. As Kuratsuka pontificated, Yamamoto rose to his feet and stepped out from behind his desk, his cane in hand. When the commander took a step forward, Kuratsuka seemed to shrink down, his rage replaced by caution. Too late, he began to realize just whom he was speaking to. "You dare," said Yamamoto, anger building in his voice, "to barge in unannounced, to make demands of me, even to threaten the Godai and subvert my rule? 3 traitors are out on the loose, and I pardoned many more. Know that my patience has run very thin, Kuratsuka Mayuri." There was a surge of energy emanating from the captain commander, and Kuratsuka took a step back, looking uncharacteristically nervous. "In case you misunderstood," Yukitake said icily, "our sensei will not be disrespected. Not by you, not by anybody else. According to the reports, Erza Scarlet torched roughly a third of your facilities. He would not be nearly as forgiving." A look of horror passed Kuratsuka's face. "If I were you, old chap," said Kyoraku, "I'd make myself scarce. You're still our head of science, but you can be replaced." "But Kuratsuka said desperately, unwilling to let go. "Leave." Yamamoto thundered. "Be gone, before I shear your head from your shoulders, you insolent cur." Recognizing defeat at last, the scientist turned around and practically ran out. As he exited, Kyoraku slowly walked up to the doors, which he closed. "Well," he said as he walked back to his commander, "I hope you realize that won't be the last of this, old man." "I agree," said Yukitake, sounding concerned. "Still, his anger served us well," said Yamamoto, and made his way back to his desk. "Had he filed a formal complaint, I would have had to process it duly. Overstepping himself as he did, I had good cause to dismiss him out of hand." "Sly, old man," Kyoraku said with a grin. "This is no cause for mirth," said Yamamoto. He sighed as he sat down. "Kuratsuka Mayuri has been a cancer on us all. A dossier of photos taken last night at 12th was sent to me from 5th. Its contents were every bit as revolting as I had come to expect. Would that he had never left the maggot's nest." "It's not your fault, sensei," Yukitake said firmly. "The Central 46 approved his experiments, and you protested." Yamamoto shook his head. "In this matter alone, I am willing to agree with most of anything Captain Scarlet will put forth. See to it that what happened there will not happen again. Whatever law needs to be drafted and approved, I will acknowledge as head of the Godai 13. Kyoraku nodded. "I'll ask my vice captain. She's good at this sort of thing. We'll write a bill, sign it into law. Well, some oversight will be necessary, I suppose." Yamamoto nodded. "True, indeed. Enough has been said, at any rate. Let us refocus our attention to the coming conflict." His students nodded their agreement, and the 3 resumed their talks of strategy. It had happened again. The dream had come back, as vivid and real as ever, and he had sat bolt upright, slick with sweat, nauseated and unable to go back to sleep. Ichigo felt like he was going mad. He couldn't tell his parents. What the hell would he say to them? He could barely face them. It had gotten to a point where he barely even spoke to them, preferring to rush off to school by himself and head right back to his room after he got home. He couldn't face them. Normally he'd have turned to Erza, but she wasn't there. There was Orium, but, somehow, it wasn't the same. His sensei he trusted to share that burden, but somehow it felt all but impossible to tell anyone else. Something was wrong with him. People had bad dreams sometimes, and sometimes they could feel really real, but the same exact one? Taking the form of a hollow, when he'd nearly been overtaken by it in the Soul Society. No, this was no dream. Something was happening to him, and he had to find out what. So it was that at 6 in the morning he urgently marched out from his home, heading for a certain candy store. Hopefully, his parents would think he'd gone to school early. Right now, there was no other option. Urahara Kisuk was shady, and had done nothing to really earn their trust. He had helped them, but had done so out of his own self-interest, and he had kept things from them. Sure, he had apologized to them when they came back, but he was no less shifty for it. But, Ichigo had no other options. Between putting his trust in Urahara Kisuke and letting this go on, the choice was clear. The idea of this going on any further was unbearable. The burly man known as Tessai, when seeing his haunted expression, slid open the door for him immediately. Ichigo was shown inside and led to a dark, gloomy room filled with various computer screens and a large couple of tables covered with papers, scientific implements, and unwashed dishes. In a chair, Urahara sat hunched over a screen, his eyes fixed on a set of numbers running back and forth, some kind of code, Ichigo assumed. "Mr. Kurosaki," Urahara said cheerily, turning his chair around as Ichigo entered, "what brings you here at this early hour? Shouldn't young people be sleeping at this time?" "I need your help," Ichigo said urgently. Look, Urahara cocked his head. "Help? I'm not sure what you said be dash. Please." Ichigo said, something desperate in his tone. It had to have gotten through, because Urahara stood up, grabbing his cane, fixing his eyes on Ichigo. "What ails you, Mr. Kurosaki?" Ichigo murmured, trying to force the words out. "It's this thing, okay? You know, I'm not the person to ask about the birds and the bees, or any of those teenage issues," Urahara said dryly. "It's not that." "Then, what is it?" "Something is clearly wrong, but I can't help if you won't tell me what it is." "Well, have you been placed under some spell? Hindered from speaking?" This is not sarcasm, by the way, such spells really do exist. "I am sure we could fix that dash." "It's not that." "Then, what?" "Well." Ichigo groaned, and buried his face in one hand. He took a deep breath, and slowly began to tell his story, pushing out each word with great effort. He told Urahara of the hallway he'd stumble through in his dream. He told him of what he saw once he got to his parents' bedroom. He related in as much detail as he could manage what happened, each time. And in the end, Ichigo managed, his voice trembling, "It's me. It always turns into me. At the end it's me sitting over Mom's body." He paused, wincing at the thought of it, and his voice became a whimper as he continued, Eating her. And in the dream I want to eat my sisters, too." Urahara looked at him with keen interest now, his voice fully serious as he said, "This dream, you've had it 4 times now." Ichigo nodded. "Yes. It started a few days after we got back. Only, it's not a dream. I can't explain it, really, but it's more like a vision. Like it's all really real." Urahara nodded. "You're in rough shape. Unfortunately, I can't give you a pat on the back and tell you everything's going to be okay. However, I believe I can give you some answers." "That'll do," Ichigo said weakly, nodding. "Come with me," said Urahara, and abruptly walked toward the door. Ichigo followed behind him, and after a bit of a walk the store seemed surprisingly large on the inside. Urahara opened a door, leading him into a strange laboratory of sorts. There were machines there, bulky, large, and with a purpose strange and unknown to Ichigo. In the middle of the room there was a padded chair, clearly designed for function rather than comfort. It had no legs, looking like it had been carved out of a block of plastic, and wires ran from its center out to the various machines surrounding it. "This," Urahara said with a hint of pride in his voice, "is where I measure spiritual pressure. I do not have the funds the Godei does, but I've done all right. In fact, I am able to measure any specific type of Ryotsu with an accuracy ranging within a 94 to 98 percentile dash." "What do you need me to do?" said Ichigo bluntly. "Oh. Right. Yes, I suppose you'd wonder," Urahara murmured, as if that had only just occurred to him. "Sit down in the chair. Let loose a bit of energy, that'll speed up the process. In a minute or two, that'll give me a wealth of data. Not that I don't already have data on you, but by the sound of things, there have been some changes since you left for the Soul Society." "Ain't that the truth?" Ichigo muttered irritably. Something about subjecting himself to Urahara's scrutiny made him uneasy, but the thought of enduring another night in another nightmare made him more uneasy still. Carefully, he walked down to the chair and had a seat. Noticing it had arm and leg straps, as if to restrain whoever sat there, he said, "So, dash. Oh, no reason to fret," Urahara said cheerily, as he started flicking buttons and turning gears, the machines humming to life as he did so. "Those things are only necessary if the subject is less than willing." "Right," Ichigo muttered, feeling even less at ease. "Now, Mr. Kurosaki," said Urahara, as the last machine Ichigo counted 5 came to life, glowing from various places, "kindly emit a fair amount of energy, if you please." Ichigo obliged, spiking his Ryutsu. He wondered if he should have left his body and turned into a Shinigami, but he supposed Urahara would have asked for it if he needed it. "A little more," said Urahara, curiously eyeing a small computer screen. Ichigo obliged, raising his Ryutsu. "Excellent, excellent," Urahara said absent-mindedly as he went from one machine to another, fidgeting with buttons, levers and wheels, popping a loose piece back into place here and there, pausing only to hover by a screen or two. "Keep it steady," he said, continuing his work. Just what the man was doing Ichigo had no idea, so he simply maintained his Ryutsu output. It wasn't hard at first, but as 1, then 2 minutes passed, it became somewhat straining. His human body wasn't meant to release this much all at once, not for an extended period of time. "Very well," Urahara said at last, "you can relax, Mr. Kurosaki." Letting out a relieved breath, Ichigo let his energies return to normal. "Step out of the chair, please, and wait outside for a few minutes," Urahara grinned, looking genuinely happy. "You just provided me with a wealth of data, I am happy to say. I'll have to look over it quickly." Quickly and a few minutes turned out to mean nearly an hour of Ichigo waiting impatiently out in the hallway. Part of him wanted very much to march in and demand answers, to tell that infuriating, shifty little man to stop messing around, but he forced himself to remain patient. Right now, his mental well-being was at stake, and if that meant indulging Urahara Kisuke, then so be it. Finally and without warning, Urahara popped his head out of the lab, carrying a messy stack of papers one very long string of papers, clumsily wrapped together and barely held in by the man's arms, and promptly walked past Ichigo in long, wide strides. "Hey!" Ichigo cried, and hurried after him. Urahara took no heed, and Ichigo practically had to run to keep up. The exiled scientist went back to the room Ichigo had first found him in, flicked on the lights with some effort, as his hands were quite full, and dumped the papers unceremoniously on a table, sweeping everything else on it onto the floor. Leftovers, scribbled notes, instruments, old paper files, all swept aside like they meant nothing. Carefully, he began putting the long line of paper in order. "Hey!" Ichigo demanded again. "Oh," Urahara said, his eyes still fixed on the paper. "Oh, right, it's you. Good to see you keeping up, Mr. Kurosaki." The papers, Ichigo could see, were filled with various black lines, going up and down. He could not make heads or tails of them, but obviously Urahara could, because he was looking at them with unbridled fascination. "You said you had answers, damn it!" Ichigo burst out, losing his patience. "Answers?" Urahara said, finally looking up from his papers. "Well, of course I do. Can't you see?" "No. Would I be saying that if I could?" "I suppose that's true," Urahara said. "Answers, you said?" "Oh yes, I think I've got plenty." "So?" "Well, I've only been able to skim this data," Urahara explained enthusiastically, "and in fact, without any assistance to aid me, I could probably study this for years without being finished. This is a fascinating reading, more complete and complex than any I had before. Years." Ichigo exploded, throwing his hands up in the air. "Well, yes, if I were to be proper. But if I were to venture a reasonable hypothesis, an educated guess based on past data compared to these recent findings. Then venture, damn it." Urahara paused, and Ichigo felt like punching the grin off his face. "Very well." He sat down in his chair, his back to the computer screens, and crossed his fingers. "It may shock you to learn, Mr. Kurosaki, that I have kept a close eye on you and your family." "I'd be more shocked if you hadn't," Ichigo said flatly, "so spit it out already." "Patience, Mr. Kurosaki." You will have an answer, but it requires a bit of context. Context. Ichigo spat impatiently. Urahara nodded. Context going far, far back. Tell me what's wrong with me? Ichigo shouted, frustration finally boiling over. You have a hollow inside you, said Urahara levelly, but you knew that already, didn't you? Yes. Yes, I knew that, thank you very much. It nearly took over after Kenpeki halfway killed me, and it's been in there ever since. Ichigo was shouting every word now, anger and fear boiling over completely. So if you can help, help. Don't sit there looking like a smug asshole wanting to hear how cool he is for knowing something I don't. Firstly, that is very interesting information, said Urahara, as he quickly scribbled something down on a piece of paper, and secondly, I can explain to you why it's there. But you have to bear with me, or do you not want to know how it came to be there? Ichigo said, taking a couple deep breaths, forcing himself to calm a little. No. No, you're right. Fine. Tell me. Urahara nodded. Excellent answer, young man. As you said, there is a hollow inside you. You said it first surfaced in your fight with Kenpeki. Ichigo nodded. Yes. But I don't think that was where it started. Something in the back of my head has been around there ever since I regained my Shinigami powers. Urahara nodded and rubbed his chin. Perceptive, Mr. Kurosaki, and it's a good sign you were aware of something being wrong that far back. The truth, however, goes much further back than that. When first you regained your powers, we could clearly see the influence of a hollow on you, a presence struggling to gain dominance. Your psyche proved to be stronger, and you gained control, which is good, because otherwise you would have died. Ichigo shuddered at the casual mention of his own end. Urahara's approach was casual, indifferent, a scientist's detached view of the facts. Urahara continued. I fed the others a story about this being a common feature in these situations, a lie, of course, but how are they to know? Forcefully gaining Shinigami powers is an exceptionally rare circumstance. The truth is that the hollow was already there. That it always has been. What do you mean, it's always been there? At this point, I believe you are well familiar with your heritage. My dad was a captain and my mother is a Quincy, sure, Ichigo said and nodded, but I don't see what that has to do with it. Two exceptionally powerful individuals, one Shinigami and one Quincy. It would certainly make for powerful spiritual genetics, but it doesn't explain the hollow. No, that thing isn't part of your DNA, Ichigo, but it might as well be. What do you mean? Are you familiar with the exact circumstances of your father's exile? No, Ichigo said, shaking his head. Dad told me he lost his powers and stuck around here, with Mom, and that's it. Of course he would. That is the truth, I'll admit, albeit modified. You see, what happened to your father was no ordinary accident. To outright lose your powers, as he did, is very rare, and astronomically rare as a natural incident. Your father was affected by a special ability of a hollow, maliciously designed specifically to drain Ryutsu. But how? Who in the world might modify hollows, said Kisuke with a smirk, for an upcoming war? I wouldn't put that past you, Ichigo muttered, but you mean Aizen? I am all but certain of it, Urahara said, and nodded. Yes, your father fought one of Aizen's creations some 20 years ago. He lost, but your mother came to his rescue. The hollow died, but transferred its essence into your father's dying, draining body. Had events run their course, who knows what might have happened. It might have sapped your father's energy to regenerate. It might just have been a last-ditch effort to survive, or more likely, it was its intended purpose. Exactly what Aizen wanted, I am not sure, but when your mother brought him to me he was all but dead. I managed to reverse the effects, but his powers were lost. I gave him a Jigai to use, and he became, for all intents and purposes, human. With an artificial casing, but human still. Wait, Ichigo said confusedly. If he's in a Jigai, then how? There are a lot of questions that could lead to, Urahara said with a chuckle, and I think most of them can be answered as such. I am a very, very good builder. Genetic material to build something completely like a human. Well, I won't get sidetracked. Right, the hollow, Ichigo muttered. I cannot be sure as of yet, Urahara said, throwing a glance at the new data, but I would hypothesize that early during your mother's first pregnancy, perhaps as early as the moment of conception, the small fragment of the hollow's spirit surviving as a parasite transferred itself from your father onto you. It bonded with you on a spiritual level, and became one with that which makes up your soul. Because of it, your power grew exponentially, far beyond what you'd expect from even a Quincy Shinigami crossbreed. My suspicions were first aroused after you first met Miss Kukaki. I had kept an eye on your family as you grew up, of course, but nothing had seemed exceptional considering the circumstances. But the way you grew, so quickly, your aunt didn't spot it, but I suspected something was off from the beginning. Your Ryotsu patterns are different, more powerful, and at a molecular level, more like a hollow's than a Shinigami's. What are you saying? Ichigo said nervously, dread lumping up in his stomach. You are a hybrid, Urahara said, fascination in his voice. As far as I know, the first of its kind. So, what, then? Ichigo stuttered out, his mind all but exploded at the revelation. I'm just some sick science experiment for that sick fuck Aizen. No, Urahara said, and shook his head. No, I very much doubt that he planned this. His idea was to test an experimental hollow on a powerful Shinigami. He could not have foreseen that said Shinigami would live, fall in love with a powerful Quincy, and later breed with it. You can rest assured that you were an accident. Gee, thanks, Ichigo muttered. So, how does that lead to these dreams, these visions? I didn't used to have them. Therein lies the more uncertain territory, Urahara said brightly, as if the mystery of it only encouraged him further. My belief is that although it may have deliberately transferred itself onto you during the fetal stage, it was unable to assert control over you. In all likeliness, your spiritual energy was too powerful, leading to it going into a dormant stage. This led to a symbiosis of sorts, a parasite making its host grow stronger while it was unable to act on it. What changed, then? Miss Kukaki, Urahara said simply. Your power would likely have been better suited for the Quincy arts, which are all about control and precision. When you gained the raw, full power of a Shinigami, the creature was awakened, and began to try to take control. Fortunately you had good tutelage, but you were still susceptible to extreme situations. Like almost dying, Ichigo said glumly. Like that, Urahara said affirmatively. Yes, most likely it was the weakness, and the lack of control over your own power that followed, that allowed it to prosper. So, what's happening? I'll be honest, said Urahara, and looked him in the eye. Judging by the data, it's taking over your energy core. Its goal is to transform your power into that mostly of a hollow, to take charge over your body, and it's winning. When that happens, if that happens, you will die. Your mind will cease to exist, and all that will be left is a malicious, much too powerful lump of Ryotsu with an intention to kill all you held dear. Ichigo, remembering the nightmares clear as day, felt nauseated as despair crept across his mind. So, is that it, then? I'm just fucked? I'm gonna turn into Dash. Be quiet and focus. Urahara said sharply. Consider this, young man. The hollow only exerted control over you when I was weak, but I knew that already. Ichigo burst out frustratedly. And if it only threatens to control you when you're weak, that means that it only controls me when I'm weak, Ichigo said weakly. Work with me here, Mr. Kurosaki, Urahara said impatiently. It only affecting you when you are in that state would imply that it can't get me if I'm strong, Ichigo mumbled. Exactly, said Urahara with a nod. It means that it isn't close to taking you over. Not yet. Not for a good while yet. The fact that it needs you to be weakened to exert any kind of real control over your mind shows you which one of you is stronger. So far you've had no idea what to do, how to handle this, but that's about to change. But the dreams. I'd bet you my last dime, well, half of it, at least, that it's a deliberate tactic to weaken you. To sap your willpower. Well, it's working, Ichigo said glumly. Mr. Kurosaki, Urahara said thoughtfully, how well do you know the physics of spiritual matter? About as well as I know particle physics. I thought so. This is going somewhere, so bear with me. You know that spiritual matter Rishi mimics real-life matter to a point where, if you didn't know better, it would seem the same, yes. Sure. But of course, they're radically different. Atoms, molecules, they follow patterns well documented by the scientific community here on Earth. Spiritual particles are different. Spiritual particles are not guided by the random hand of cause and effect. They reflect emotion, they reflect spirit, and they reflect will. Because of this, the afterlife looks much the same as life here, because it's what we're used to. Suffice to say that the soul society looks the way it does because it's what early man expected it to look like. What's your point? Ichigo said impatiently. Didn't I just ask you to bear with me? The point, young Mr. Kurosaki, is that in matters spiritual, willpower is essential. Your Shinigami form may look human, it may bleed and sweat and digest food like a human body, but at the end of the day it's a lump of spiritual particles in the shape of a man. Just like we're a lump of atoms in the shape of a man when we're alive. Don't get cheeky, Urahara said dismissively. No, what I am saying is that while you can will yourself to physically change your body, you can will yourself to work out more, eat less food, eat more food, change your appearance. You cannot physically control its machinations. You cannot control your digestive system, or the neurons in your brain, or the flow of your blood. The most any human can do is to influence it indirectly. Rishi, on the other hand, in theory, it's possible to rewrite it completely. If you knew every particle of your soul, you could, in theory, rewrite and change your body at will. That is the idea that first drove me to create my greatest failure. I still don't get it, Ichigo muttered. The point, you see, is that in matters such as these, your willpower and strength of mind is far more important than your physical well-being, because in spiritual terms, your mind is your matter. If your mind is well focused, you can reach peak physical performance. You can wrestle a Zanpakuto into obedience. Or, you could even forcibly control a hostile spiritual presence in your mind. So, Ichigo said, finally understanding, you're saying that if I focus. Yes, Urahara nodded, if your will was iron, and you were in control of it at all times, the hollow would be chanceless. It's no mistake that it attacks your mind when your mind grows weak, the beast grows stronger. So, how do I get a will of iron? Ichigo said urgently. Typically after 50 years of intense self-discipline according to a philosophical principle, Urahara said dryly, which is a bit of a conundrum, I'm afraid. Then why even bring it up? Ichigo burst out. I'm telling you, in a perhaps roundabout way dash. Perhaps. I'm telling you, Urahara said smoothly, that firstly, we have time. That secondly, you aren't helpless. That thirdly, this is a problem that can be fixed. Does that make you feel better? Well, save the science mumbo-jumbo and just say that, then. Understanding is key, young man, Urahara tututed. I'll get to work on this data. Give it a few days, and I should be able to think of something. But. Ichigo stuttered. Oh, and, said Urahara as he opened a desk drawer, rummaging around, take these. He pulled out a pill bottle and tossed it to Ichigo, who fumbled but managed to catch it. What are these? A cure for your nightmares. No, really, what are they? Ichigo said suspiciously. Ryotsu suppressants. They'll weaken your overall energy, but it should mean the hollow would be forced into dormancy for as long as you take them. 1, each night, and you should be dandy. Growing weaker? Not a pleasant idea. Facing another night with those visions? There was no choice. Mind you, Urahara added, this is not a long-term solution. We'll have to find a proper one, and soon, or I'm dead, Ichigo said flatly. Kind of you to say the words for me, Mr. Kurosaki, Urahara said affably. If it's any consolation, I'll make sure you're killed before you can hurt any of your family. To Urahara's surprise, Ichigo looked him in the eyes and said, thank you, Mr. Urahara. You're welcome. Well, see yourself out, then. I've got work to do. Right, Ichigo said, and walked out. His mind was a little overwhelmed, but despite it all he felt better. He knew what was going on, at least, even if he didn't fully understand it. As he watched Ichigo leave, Kisuke sat still, his mind racing. This was in no way unsurprising. The existence of an internal hollow was more or less what he had expected, but one so far advanced. He had to act quickly. Part of him was very much curious to just stand back and watch it happen, see what the result would be. Nobody had ever seen a hybrid like this before, it'd be flat out unique, but then again, Yuriuki would never forgive him. That red-haired terror would break every bone in his body, too. Well, no matter. Regardless of the outcome, he would have a wealth of data to study. Tessai, he called out after a while. Yes, manager, said Tessai, having quickly walked into the room after hearing Urahara's voice. Get in touch with Shinji. I've got something important to talk to him about. So soon, manager? Only a few days ago you told me your relationship with him was tenuous, and that we ought to proceed with care. This is too important, said Urahara, his eyes fixed on the data he had extracted. It can't wait. Young Kurosaka's life is at stake here, and perhaps the war itself. With a bit of trepidation, Erza stepped inside Yamamoto's office. The summons had come later than expected. She had taken it as obvious that she would be called in to report before she had even finished her work at 12th, and that was if she wasn't arrested and brought there in chains. Instead she had been summoned the afternoon of the day after, by a very ordinary messenger delivering a very ordinary summons. What this meant, she couldn't be sure, except that Yamamoto was probably not that infuriated. If he were, he would not have taken his time. By no means did that let her off the hook, though. Stepping inside his office, she stood in front of his desk, and in an odd way she felt like a schoolgirl who had misbehaved and been duly sent to the principal's office. Deciding to look her best, she stood to attention, both arms folded behind her back. You met with Captain Kurika recently, I believe, said Yamamoto promptly, staring at her. His gaze was piercing, and Erza didn't meet it, focusing her eyes on his desk. Yes, Captain Commander. He instructed you to proceed carefully as a new captain, did he not? He did, sir. And he made it clear that he spoke for himself, for the Godii, and for me. It was implicit, but clear, sir. Yet the very same day, you raid the research facility and burn half of it down, assaulting and chaining Captain Kurotsuki. Yes, sir. After a pause, Erza added, more like a third of it, sir. I believe we destroyed something like 93 rooms. The rest was left untouched. Following that, we liberated something in the vicinity of 114 captives. I've read the reports, said Yamamoto brusquely. Honestly, Captain Scarlet, I cannot begin to wrap my head around your actions. You have no sense of tact or caution. As you say, sir. Will you not even pretend to be apologetic? I'm not, sir, Erza said, a spark of heat rising in her voice. My only regret would be not doing more. Had I been more impulsive, I would have torn Kurotsuka's head from his shoulders and burned him along with everyone who had worked on those vile projects. I am ready to face the consequences, sir, but I will not pretend regret. This was a long time coming. I righted a wrong that should have been righted ages ago. That should not have been in the first place. Yamamoto shook his head. Good grief, he muttered. The worst part of this is that I do not care for Kurotsuki and his methods at all. Sir. I knew well who he was from the start, Yamamoto said, and stood up, leaning on his cane. Did you know that he was once a prisoner in the maggot's nest, kept in the deepest, most secure cell we had? Sir. Erza said. It wasn't that she found it hard to believe, but that she was surprised the old man would admit it. He was, Yamamoto continued, and walked around his desk, until Urahara Kisuke set him free. That man. He was the original head of the facility, as you may well have heard. For what it's worth, he kept Kurotsuki under control. Following his exile, however, a replacement was needed. Kurotsuki had the competence, but not the ethics. The Central 46 were impressed by the technology the facility had yielded, and eager to keep it going. I protested. I knew as well as you that he was a monster, and ought to be kept away from power. I was overruled. You don't say, Erza said, steel in her voice. She felt angry. It was a direct confession of the flaws of the Godai's system. But it also conveniently freed Yamamoto from moral responsibility to a degree, at least, and there were no surviving members to argue against him. When the Quincy War came, he took subjects. I never asked, because I never wanted to know what he did since then. You saw the photos we sent. Yamamoto nodded solemnly. So I did. We are well past apologetics, Captain Scarlet. Know that in this matter alone, we are fully in agreement. Kurotsukima Yuri will not be allowed to repeat such horrors. Erza blinked. The old man sounded serious. Then put in a committee, she said eagerly, a gathering of people knowledgeable in science and well versed in ethics. See to it that all research has to be approved by them before it starts. That I will consider, Yamamoto said sagely. However, the matter still remains that you used violence against a fellow captain in a time of crisis, no less, and very much so against the law. What say you to that? That I'd rather be a righteous criminal than a law-abiding monster, Erza said firmly. Yamamoto sighed. There was a time when I would have punished you severely for it. It is hard to admit, but sometimes the answers are not so clear-cut as I like to think they are. Wise words, sir, Erza said diplomatically. Know that you will not be given this level of tolerance in the future. You righted a wrong, and for that reason you will not be officially reprimanded, but I expect full obedience in the future. Aye, sir, said Erza, knowing full well that she would turn on them the moment they sunk beneath her standards. Her allegiance to the Godai was tenuous, and she was still unsure if it was worth holding onto. What of the victims? She added quickly, the people we freed. They will be healed, rehabilitated, and released. Deciding to press her luck, Erza said, do they not deserve an apology? Do they not deserve to be compensated? Should you not take responsibility? Responsibility is being taken. Yamamoto snapped, his voice suddenly turning firm, angry. We will give them what they need, after all. But the Godai will not issue a public statement. We will not shame ourselves publicly with this knowledge. You think you can hide the truth? Erza said incredulously. Hide it. Yamamoto snapped. Pshaw. The word is all over the Godai by now. The conservative voices call you a disloyal thug, and the progressive voices call you a hero. No, there is no hiding the truth, you saw to that. But we will not stain our name. Not at a time like this. Do you realize how strained our relationship with the nobility is at this time? How many of them see nothing wrong with what was done? Sir Dash. You may well try to change things, Captain Scarlet, and I've acknowledged it can be for the better, such as in this case, Yamamoto said firmly, but learn to compromise, or you will never succeed. The Godai will not address this. The freed prisoners will be given what they need, and quietly released. That is the only deal offered. You will accept it, or by all I stand for, I will see you burn as well. Yes, sir, Erza said. Looking tired, he walked back to his desk once again, slowly sitting down. You are dismissed, he said, so be gone. We will speak no more of this. Yes, sir, said Erza, and gave him a curt bow. Uncertain of her feelings, uncertain of her place in the Godai, she walked out. Learn to compromise. She might. Or, it might be the death of her. Damn it all. Erza was up late, sitting cross-legged on a comfortable pillow in her own personal room, door open to the night, polishing the chest plate of her armor. It was already spotless, and had nearly been that way when she took it off to be cleaned, but something about the familiarity of it helped ease her mind, helped her focus. It brought back memories from a long time ago, sweet and familiar. As she ran the oiled rag across the plate in slow, well-practiced motions, she almost heard the sound of the rowdy troublemakers of the guild hall, almost smelled the wood and beer, almost felt the soft breeze of her first home. She didn't realize, sometimes, how much she missed it. It had been over 100 years, and likely all her old friends were gone by now. Their grandchildren would be adults. She tried not to think of her friends' graves. she had had enough grief of that kind. Instead she imagined what fairy tale might look like at present. One thing she was sure of, though, it would have endured. It would still be full of kind-hearted, rowdy, good-natured mages. She wondered if her legend, if it could be called that, still was told among them. Suddenly she was snapped out of her reveries when she saw somebody walk past her door. A cursory sensing told her it was Momo. She looked up from her plate and called out to her. "Momo, is that you?" "Oh," Momo said, giving a startled jerk. Nervously, she peeked inside Erza's room. I didn't mean to disturb you, Captain." "Not at all," Erza said dismissively. "Do I look like I was sleeping?" She demonstratively held up a piece of arm plate. "Oh. More importantly, what are you doing out of bed?" "It's..." Erza cast a glance at the clock in her room. "Goodness me, almost 3 in the morning." I just couldn't sleep," Momo said tamely. "It's not your problem, Captain." "Firstly," said Erza firmly, and started polishing the arm plate, "it's Erza. At least when we're in private, you call me Erza always." "Understood." "Yes, Sir Erza," Momo murmured. "Secondly, come on in." Momo hesitated, but stepped inside. As she got a closer look, Erza realized something was a little off. Momo's eyes were red, like she had been crying, and she looked disturbed. "Take a seat," Erza said, gesturing toward a pillow opposite of her own. She took care to make her voice gentler, hoping Momo would understand. "So, tell me, what's wrong?" "Nothing." "Nonsense," said Erza bluntly. "You're out of your bed at this hour, and I know for a fact you've got no reason to be burning the candle at both ends. And if you were, you'd be in your office. So, tell me." I can't sleep, that's all." Erza nodded, not wanting to pry further. "I understand. It's just..." Momo murmured, hesitating a bit, "It's just that I tried sleeping, but, those things we saw down in the science facility." Erza nodded again. I can't sleep. I see them when I close my eyes. It's..." She shook her head, and closed her eyes. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't be pushing this onto you, Momo," said Erza, and paused her polishing, putting a greasy hand on Momo's. "Why do you think I am up this late?" Momo blinked. "I saw it, too," Erza continued, "not that day, but before it. It was one of the things he showed me, back then." "Eisen," Momo whispered. "The very same. I knew, all this time, what went on. That's why I went there. That's why I know why you can't sleep. That's why I understand." Erza smiled. "There's nothing wrong with being weak sometimes, Momo. Nobody is strong all of the time, no matter how much they pretend they are." Momo smiled. "Thank you, Cap Erza." Erza squeezed her hand a little, then went back to polishing her armor. "I couldn't sleep too well when I first knew it, either. It'll get better, but if you're going to be sleepy for the next week or so, I'll know why. It's so horrible, and it was, the Godei's work. It's part of what we stand for, isn't it?" Her voice trembled, and Erza knew she had to tread carefully. As an officer of the Godei Hell, as it was for any soldier, the governing body she served was part of her identity. Knowing that something one thought of as a part of oneself stood for something evil was sure to hurt. Erza wanted to lash out at the Godei for its unjust actions, but that wasn't what Momo needed. "It's not your fault," she said carefully, "and not mine, and not even the head captain's. It was decided by the Central 46. But, yes, this is part of what the Godei has been. It will not be part of its future. That's what matters." Momo nodded slowly. When you said, Eisen was right, I didn't question it. I wasn't like the others. I knew there had to be a way that made sense to you. But I didn't understand. I think I do now. He's an evil man, but he wasn't wrong about this." Erza nodded. "That's about it. I don't want to talk about it more, really. He made me do things I am ashamed of, not because he forced me, but because he made me think it was right. He's right to want change, but he's wrong about everything else. What will you do, then? I'll take one step at a time, I guess, Erza said. She sighed. I want to change this world, but, doing it this way, instead of his way, it's difficult. It's such a tempting idea, just tearing everything down and starting over. But it would hurt people. Erza nodded. It would. No idea, no matter how well-intentioned, can be justified if it means trampling people underfoot. He believes in a greater good, that his ends justify the means. I believe that when you believe that, there is nothing you won't do, and that's truly dangerous. Momo nodded. You're wise, Erza. Erza shook her head. Sometimes, I just feel like a big fool. I just try my best, that's all. That's all anyone can ask, Momo said firmly. Thank you, Erza said sincerely. I appreciate that. I can always count on you, can't I? Till the day I die, Momo said firmly. They sat together, speaking of nothings and somethings until dawn broke. They were tired the next day, but it was worth it. 3rd Division, pick up the slack. We're preparing for war, and you're not going to make it with form like that. Suzuki, straighten up. Tamaki, you're overextending. It was dawn, and Renji was up early, barking orders at his officers. One of his first orders had been to put all officers not on mission on hard training, leaving all administrative duties to lower-ranked members with appropriate experience. The captain's Haori still felt odd on his shoulders. It had been form-fitted for his measurements by one of the Godei's best tailors, but still it always felt wrong, too large, awkward, and wrong. He had put up a tough front, though, refusing to let his insecurities show. He had donned a black bandana, running around his head in a neat line, which he hoped made his appearance more distinct. It hadn't occurred to him that his plentiful tribal tattoos already did that. You're working them hard, I see. The voice was amused, and Renji turned to face Listener Strauss, she too wearing a brand new Haori. Captain Strauss, he said stiffly, what brings you here so early? She laughed. How official. There's no need to stop being you, Renji. To answer your question, she said quickly, before any awkwardness could ensue, I'm only here to fix a few logistic issues between our divisions. Check with Vice Captain Kira, then, Renji said coolly. I'm sure he'll be able to help. All right, that was mostly an excuse, Listener said, and shrugged. I just wanted to see how you were getting on. It works, Renji muttered awkwardly, struggling to imitate the cool air of professionalism his former captain produced so effortlessly. I'm getting them in shape. For the war, that is. I can see that, Listener said with a cheeky grin. Can I be honest? Renji said, lowering his voice almost to a whisper. Please be. We need to get up to the best possible shape, that's true, but, right now, Kira has been handling most of the practical stuff. I'm trying, but I'm not like you or Sis. We're in the code, that seems to come natural to you both. Listener shook her head. It's not easy for any of us, Renji. At least you're lucky enough not to have to deal with having had a traitor for a captain. Kira seems to hold up well, Renji said with a shrug. I don't feel like I belong here. You were a vice captain, Renji. You didn't come here out of nowhere, Listener pointed out. I know I was, but, look, Hisagi a better officer than either of us. Kira knows this division inside and out. What makes me stand out, You earned the Bankai. Barely, Renji muttered. Look at me, moaning like an old woman. You could always not moan. Renji grumbled something inaudible. Tell me this, said Listener levelly. What's the response in the event of a full-scale invasion? Defensive protocols in accordance with the Manual of War, until further orders are relayed from the Captain Commander. And what's the rotation for Terminator squads under regular circumstances? Regular patrols off base for no more than 2 weeks at a time, 6 squads maximum. How many squads are out on patrol at the moment? 5, for a total of 25 officers. Standard team sizes, organized according to rank and strength. And how's the paperwork? drowning in it yet. We manage, even if we're a bit behind. So, said Lysina thoughtfully, rubbing her chin, it almost sounds like things are under control at third. Well, when you put it that way. Renji, this will sound cliched, but you need to believe in yourself. Everything else seems to be working out. Right now, none of us can afford to be weak. You think I don't feel the same? The difference between captain and vice captain is huge. Few people can handle it easily. I know that, I guess. Lysina nodded. Attaboy. It's okay to not be sure of yourself. Nobody's never doubted themselves. But all the same, people like us need to at least act like we know what we're doing. And if we don't, we act like it all the same, Lysina said cheerily. Now, that's what I'd call counterintuitive, Renji scoffed. Hell, it ain't no small burden. Keep thing going smoothly, be what everyone looks up to, do the paperwork, be diplomatic, and somehow find the time to train your Bankai. You're right. It's not small. You know what? Renji said, and shrugged. I'm gonna go see if Kira needs a hand. I bet the third seat can keep an eye on this. There you go, Lysina said with a nod, and smiled at him. She avoided the thrust by the barest of margins, having moved her head aside at the last second, and kicked upward, knocking his blade aside. With one of her twin blades she cut forward, forcing her opponent to dodge back. Capitalizing on the opportunity, she kicked him in the chest, unbalancing him. He fell to the ground, and Erza's blade was at his throat not a moment later. Yield, she demanded. Ikeko stared at her with defiant eyes, his blood pumping. She had long since surpassed him both in terms of skill and power, yet Ikeko was still just a cut below the average captain. Possessed of skill and loads of hard-earned experience, every victory over him was one she had to work to earn. Ikeko, despite winning perhaps 1 out of 10 spars, did not seem bothered in the least. He relished each fight. A perfectionist would perhaps have seen such disadvantage as an opportunity to learn, Erza certainly would have. Ikeko, every bit 11th division, simply loved to fight. Fuck you and your yielding, he said with a grin. Erza blinked, and that was enough. He lashed out with one foot, and Erza let out a cry of pain, sinking to one knee. That was enough, and Ikeko rolled away, quickly getting to his feet. Erza spat, and stood up, her knee hurting something fierce. Ikeko didn't mess around, they were both using their shikai, after all, no practice blades here and he was not above playing dirty. You really try my patience, Ikeko, she warned. Want me to give? Then make me give, he said. He surged forward, thrusting his spear lightning fast. Erza parried without much trouble, but was nonetheless on the defensive. Predictably, his spear split in 3, its tip spinning in a deadly whirlwind, and Erza was grateful she had decided to keep her armor on after all. Even so she evaded, dodged, and waited for an opening. There it was. Locking his spear tip with one blade, she made a wide horizontal cut. Ikeko pulled back, but Erza hadn't meant to cut him. Crying out spiritedly, she charged him like a bull, the force of her attack throwing him back. Quickly she pinned down the sections of his spear with her blades, and slammed a high kick into the side of his face. He reeled again, and she slammed the hilt of her left blade into his nose for good measure. He fell over, and within the second he found himself with her blades crossed over his neck, one of her feet planted on his sword arm, the other on his chest. Leaning in, a grin just as wide as his on her face, she demanded, "Yield." Right, I give," Ikeko said, sounding satisfied. She stepped off him, and he got to his feet. "One more." "Can't," Erza said, shaking her head. "I can barely make the time for an afternoon spar with all the work I've got at the division." "You'll grow soft," Ikeko scoffed. "Tell that to your nose," Erza snorted. "Actually, oh dear, I didn't break it, did I?" "I'll stop by 4th, he said with a shrug, ignoring his now crooked nose. "Not so soft, was it?" "I came closer and I had any right to, after all this time," he said dismissively. "With how even we was back in the day, and with you having grown that monstrously strong, like I knew ya would, you shoulda trounced me." "I doubt I'll ever do that," Erza said cheerily. These fights somehow left her in a good mood, despite the dangers associated with them. Part of her still remembered what it was like in 11th, and the appeal of such a boisterous, violent crowd. After all, you've had Bankai much longer than I. Yeah, well, Ikeku muttered sullenly, maybe I don't train with it as much as I should. It's going to come out eventually, you know, she chided him gently. You're a fighter, not a master of stealth. Somebody is bound to notice, if they haven't already. You think they'd have put that pup Abarai in charge if they knew where I was? Ikeku snorted. Maybe they think he's better leadership material than you. That he is, Ikeku conceded. Still, well, if it comes out, it comes out. Till then, I keeps it to myself. He was stubborn, she knew, but she decided to push it nonetheless. I can't think of anyone I'd rather train my own Bankai with. A big, powerful thing like yours, against a defensive type like my own, we'd both benefit. There are places out in the Rukon if you can sneak off properly. You know I can't. Not with the war, Eisen, blah blah blah. Them's the terms. If they work for you, they work for you. If they don't, they don't. You're dead set on it, huh? Would you change your mind on my captain? Ikeku said sharply. I know you got an axe to grind with him. You damn near killed him, and hell if that wasn't impressive. Do you think I shouldn't dash? Oh, shut your yap, Ikeku said dismissively, and not unkindly. If he'd gone out, he'd have died doing what he loved most. What, ya reckon the great Zaraki Kenpei'll die in his bed, an old man too weak to stand? When you're 11th, you expect to die fightin'. Ain't right if you don't. He snorted. Hell, I ain't never seen him in such a good mood as he was after he woke up. Second best beatin' he ever took, he said, and that don't say a little. I guess, Erza said, not sure how to feel. Ikeku nodded. So. Actually, said Erza, after all we went through. We. Well, me, everyone else, but I meant, your captain. What, can love bloom now? Do pigs fly? After everything that happened, Erza said firmly, refusing to rise to the bait despite an urge to do so, I'm not sure. I hate him the way I used to. When push came to shove, he stood by my side. It wasn't for heroic reasons, but he still did. Where I come from, that matters. Well, let's hold our hands and sing, Kumbaya, Ikeku chuckled. Don't get me wrong, she said sharply, he is still a murderer. And a psychopath. And batshit insane, too. Yes. I haven't forgotten the past. But let's just say my mind has changed a little. Ikeku whistled. Well, bugger me backwards, ya went back on a firmly held opinion in light of new events. That I did. So then there's no reason I shouldn't be able to do the same, right? Well. He laughed out loud. Good try. Ain't budgin', though. Erza sighed, and shrugged. I'm not going to make you. Still, do you really think you'll be able to go through this war without using it? We'll see when we see, won't we? You're impossible. Why, thank ya kindly, Miss Captain. He grinned again. She shook her head, and chuckled. I'll see you later, Ikeku. Next week, same as before. Next week, same as before. Smiling to herself, Erza walked away. Many things had changed. Some things had not. Twilight was nearing, and in half an hour at most, the sun would set. Komamura Sajin had one knee on the ground, kneeling before one headstone amongst countless others in the Godei's military graveyard, a field whose white stones stretched for miles. He stared off into the distance, wishing that he had something to pray to, something to lean on in this time of hardship. Venerable Yamamoto had given him no reason to doubt, no reason to falter, but all the same he was struck by grief of a kind he was ill-equipped to handle. He turned his eyes to the headstone, stood up, and sighed. Slowly, he became aware of a presence further down the aisle he stood by, standing still at a respectful distance. She was clad in armor, with bright red hair. What brings you to this place, Captain Scarlet? He demanded, his voice raucous, not quite the authoritative rumble he usually spoke with. Forgive me, Captain Komamura, Erza said civilly, and walked closer. I did not mean to intrude. Then, why do you stand there, as if to spy on me? You are not the only one who has lost people in their time, Captain, Erza said solemnly. For over 20 years, 4 friends of mine had nobody to place flowers on their graves, nobody to pay their respects. It was about time. Sajin took in a breath, and suddenly remembered. Of course, how could he have forgotten? Then, I must beg your forgiveness, Captain, he said emotionally. I am selfish to assume you had no legitimate cause to be here. Erza shook her head. Let us not apologize to each other needlessly. Here, if anywhere, a body ought to be able to let oneself feel without hesitation. Sajin, with little to add, simply nodded. Tell me, if it's not too intrusive, who was she? I never knew her, Sajin said slowly, shaking his head. In fact, I never even met her. Erza looked puzzled. She was the woman Kaname loved, he explained, his role model. The officer that inspired him to join the Godai in the first place. She was murdered, he told me. But these times, who can really tell what is the truth anymore? Komamura, Erza said firmly, and stood beside him. I knew to and through Aizen only, but I believe he is an honest soul. Misguided and wrong, but honest in his intentions. Like I was, he has been manipulated and deceived. If he told you she was murdered, then I see no reason to disbelieve it. Sajin paused, and when he spoke, his voice was slow and deliberate, firmly controlled. It brings me relief to hear you say it. It is disgraceful to be given such knowledge through treason, yet I feel relieved. He and I, we were, when nobody else would approach me or even speak to me, that blind boy alone was a friend to me. He is not dead yet. He might as well be. Sajin said fiercely. He has risen up against all that we hold dear, intent on our destruction. Tell me, Erza Scarlet, did he ever in all the time he conspired against us seem regretful or hesitant? Erza fell silent. The truth was that he had not. The truth was that Tuan Kaname had been zealously convinced of Aizen's righteousness, sure of his convictions, firm in his support to the point of devotion. Your silence speaks volumes, Sajin said, and shook his head again. No, he must die, and therefore he is as good as dead already. That is why I go here. One day, I hope, I can at least give him a decent burial. My oldest friend. I think I understand. Do you? Said Sajin sharply. You grieve already, she said solemnly, but you hurt in another way entirely. The hurt of betrayal, I know that well. You trusted him, but all this time he went behind your back, planning your downfall, yours and everyone else's. Somebody you trusted completely, and loved like a brother, was nothing but a snake. That is the hurt you feel. But that is not the end of it. You feel a sense of guilt. You feel as if it's your fault for not doing more. As if somehow, if only you had paid more attention, spoken to him more candidly, if only you had been a better friend, that somehow, this is your fault. How could you possibly know? Sajin demanded, his voice a growl. When I was young, very young, I had a friend like yours. Somebody I depended on and believed in. His mind was stolen from him, twisted into something dark. I left him and everyone else behind to save myself, and that guilt, that shame never left me. He looked her in the eye, and she stared him down. When he came back, many years later, I felt he was my responsibility. I believed it was my fault. I believed I had to set it right and nobody else. She paused. But if there's one thing time taught me, it is that this is a lie. We are each of us responsible for our own actions, Komamura. Tuan chose his path. So did my friend. What happened to your friend? He died. So did I. Ruefully, Sajin stared out into the distance. What do you do with such pain, Erza Scarlet? I've long worn the weight of responsibility. I've felt the pain of subordinates lost to hollows. Yet, nothing ever compares. It never goes away, said Erza, putting a hand on his massive shoulder, not if it meant something. But with time, it goes better. Grief takes you dark places. It can break a body. You cannot do it alone. I know I couldn't. You must lean on others. It is a weakness, one that we all feel as people. Who am I to lean on? Can't name, he was my best friend. Are you alone right now, Seijin? I am not, Seijin mumbled. No, I suppose I am not. When your duties allow it, and mine, I'll be there, said Erza, a little moved, herself, and that, well, that's the best I can offer. It will suffice, Seijin said, with a slow nod. Yes. It would suffice. In silence, the two captains watched the sunset. Chapter 59, Homecoming. Erza approached the halls of the 1st Division once again, to attend a captain's meeting called by the captain commander himself. It would be a war council, to inform leadership on where they stood. Some would be asked their opinions, and others would simply be expected to listen. Erza had heeded the call when it came, taking Momo with her, heaping the thankless task of running the division on her hapless 3rd seat. There was no choice, this was about Aizen, and she had to be there. Currently she stood outside the meeting hall, waiting for the rest of the captains to arrive. She had come early, so far only beaten to it by Anohana and Soiphone, 2 habitual early risers. In fact, Erza sometimes wondered if they slept at all. Soiphone was accompanied by Yoriyuki, who had stayed behind alongside Erza to spend time with Soiphone. Judging by her solemn expression, however, she was not here to tease or play around with her former pupil. Erza. It was Aizen, the vice-captain, quietly having made her way over to her, and Erza greeted her warmly. It's good to see you, Aizen. How have you been? Just fine, actually, she smiled shyly, looking unusually cheery. Better than fine, even. You look tired. Are they working you hard at 4th? It's stabilized. It's still hectic, what with all the new patients. At the thought of the freed prisoners, Erza's face darkened, and Aizen hastily said, I actually wanted to thank you. For, Nimue. For freeing her. Erza brightened again, something good had indeed come of the incident. It was well past time, she said sternly, and nodded. How is she getting along? My captain put her up in the medical science labs in our division. She has no rank at present, but she seems happy enough. It's never been this well organized. I'm glad, said Erza, and nodded. She's living with me now. I kind of hope she'll stay. We can finally be together, for real, Aizen said, smiling even wider. She has a lot of healing to do, but, still, thank you. It was nothing, Erza said, a little taken aback. Fixing Aizen and Nimue's relationship had been the least of her concerns, but the idea that such happiness could come from her rash, harsh decisions was uplifting. Aizen. Anohana said gently. Aizen straightened up, and quickly hurried back to her captain's side. Still, she couldn't stop smiling. Erza smiled back. It seems the others are arriving, Anohana commented. Perhaps we'd best move into the meeting chambers. Indeed, Kukaki Byakuya and Komamura Seijin had both arrived, followed by a yawning Kyoriku and a worn-looking Yukatake. Erza nodded at Momo. Let's go. Some 10 minutes later, they were all gathered there, even a reluctant Kuratsuki. He had shot her a hateful glare, one that Erza had sternly met, but he had remained silent. It seemed the captain commander had been less than kind to his objections, something Erza appreciated. As they all stood gathered in 2 rows, 6 on each side, the old man himself finally entered. Slow and majestic, he stood before them all, and raised his voice. We have not been idle these past weeks, my captains. Our intelligence network has been gathering information, evaluating every conceivable action by the traitor Aizen during his time with us. We have furthermore absorbed data from those with familiarity with his methods. Erza knew well what he meant, as did everyone else. She had spent many hours the first week, explaining to the 2nd Division's best operatives everything she could possibly remember about Aizen's plans, his resources, what hollows he had available, and so on. Even voluntarily giving up that information had been unpleasant. She knew perfectly well that these were the same people who would not hesitate to torture their prisoners. She had, after more time than she thought was necessary, given them everything she knew. So far, it had been kept confidential. And we have also reached out to former officers in exile with even further data. I am pleased to announce that Aizen Saushik, who so prided himself on blindsiding us, who had us all in the dark, no longer has that advantage over us." He nodded at a functionary, a short servant Erza assumed was an assistant, who quickly tapped a few buttons at a panel. From the ceiling a wide screen lowered, at least as broad across as the length of a man. There was a flicker of static, then the shape of a person began to form on it. The functionary muttered, adjusted a few things Erza couldn't tell what, and the image finally became clear, a last few lines finally disappearing. On the screen was the unmistakable presence of Urahara Kisuk, appearing to tower over them, the messy background of his lab contrasting with the dignified setting of the meeting hall. "Ah, Captain Commander. So good to see you again." His tone was cheery, but polite. "You're really enjoying this, aren't you?" Erza thought. "The Captain's Council recognizes Urahara Kisuk as an official consultant," Yamamoto said gruffly. "With all present, I declare this briefing in session. Head of Intelligence, report." So iPhone stepped forward and bowed. "All available resources have been dedicated to unraveling Aizen Saushik's doings. Much is yet to be uncovered, but so far, all we've found is that he was remarkably good at covering his tracks. My vice captain has proven useful in unveiling certain past business of his, but nothing has yet been revealed to show us anything of significant value. The most I can report, unfortunately, is that there has been no unusual activity across the world of the living. If anything, hollow activity is lower than before. For the time being, all seems quiet. Of course it would. It's the calm before the storm. Of course you wouldn't find anything, not with a power like Aizen's." Yamamoto gave So iPhone a nod, and she stepped back. "Urahara Kisuk," said Yamamoto. "The one and only," Urahara's voice said cheerily. "Yes, it just so happens that I've spent considerable time gathering information on Aizen, from the outside. Not with the vast and skilled resources of the Godai, of course, but I believe I've had a unique perspective. That, and it helps to know what you're looking for." Smug bastard, Erza thought. Then again, she couldn't blame him. Losing everything and having the Godai turned against you hurt, she knew that from personal experience. "I understand Aizen recovered an object of considerable power," said Yamamoto. "That is true," Urahara said. He sighed, the wind seeming to go out of his sails. "You all ought to know what it is, I suppose. In short, and I realize my concept of short differs from that of most people, it is at once my greatest achievement and my greatest failure. It is called the Hujiaku, and its power is, if not godlike, then at least something akin to it. When I was head of the Science and Research Division, my chief project was the manipulation of Reishi, the ability to change spiritual matter at will according to whatever design one had in mind. I guarded this knowledge carefully, and I labored for years. It consumed me. Such power, well, what I accomplished was scientific progress of a kind hundreds of years ahead of the Godai's finest. I won't bore you with the details, but the fruit of my labors was an incredibly complex computer matrix able to manipulate and rearrange Ryotsu at will. I housed it in a small orb, and it became something of power. The thought of it was, of course, intoxicating. With such power, I could transform any rank-and-file soldier into a fighting machine. I could turn any captain into the best possible version of themselves or into a dry, lifeless husk. I could even change minds and memories, or disperse their energies altogether. My creation had absolute power over life and death. Imagine that, my captain's the ability to take away power, or give it, just by manipulating your innate energies. Erza looked back and forth between the captains, a little taken aback. It was no wonder now why Urahara had been so keen to help them. Where some of her colleagues remained dispassionate, others looked uncertain. The idea of Aizen possessing such power was terrifying. I realized, even before my exile, that this power was too great. I did not trust myself with its use, and I certainly did not trust the Godai. Deciding its power was too much for anybody to handle, I locked it away, eschewing decades worth of research. A bitter pill, but necessary. But then, well, I know some of you recall the holofication incident a century or so ago. We do, said Yamamoto. At that time, Aizen experimented on 4 captains and 4 vice-captains, to merge Hollow and Shinigami abilities. His research, coincidentally, was very similar to mine but flawed and imperfect. In trying to save them, I was incarcerated and framed for the incident. I escaped, taking the Hujioka with me. Somehow, Eisen had to have learned of its existence at this time. I kept it with me in the world of the living, keenly aware of how dangerous it was. Finally, I saw an opportunity to erase it. I inserted it into a Jigai, worn by Kukaki Rukia. The idea was that it would meld with her being and thus erase itself. I tried all other methods, but the thing is all but indestructible. It was all I could conceive of. Eisen somehow detected this, and using his Zanpakuto, he took control of the Central 46, calling for her arrest. Thus, I sent my own expedition force to retrieve her by any means possible. You failed, so iPhone said sharply. Yes, Urahara conceded, I did. Eisen now possesses the Hujioku, and with it the power to churn out Arrancar at will. However, we are not lost. It is not easy to use, and it has its limits. Furthermore, we have an ace in the hole. Yuruaki. Yuruaki stepped up, and raised her voice. I had one task specifically during that mission. Failing the extraction of Kukaki Rukia, I would make an addition to the Hujioku's matrix. At the bridge, during the confrontation with Byakuya, I activated a small device, sending out a signal to the Hujioku itself, embedded in her body. The code was received, and we now have a bona fide spy program. Urahara said, a bit of cheer returning. Yes, that was my plan B. I am currently monitoring the artifact's activity, which is very frequent. It does, however, give us a good idea of just how many soldiers Eisen is producing, and just how powerful they are. To that end, I'd like to compare notes with Captain Scarlet. Yamamoto nodded. Captain Scarlet, step forth. Erza did as ordered, after a second's pause. She had always assumed Urahara Kisuk had an ulterior motive, but she had never known that such guilt, such blame lay with him. Worse, she had never expected Yuruaki to withhold information like that. The real question, she said uneasily, is how many Vastolord-class hollows Eisen commands. All else I believe to be perfectly manageable by any captain in this room. 10 Vastolords, transformed into Arrancar, would mean completely irreparable damage to the Godii 13. The captain commander would certainly have the strength to deal with them, but we would likely have lost every captain before that, along with the majority of all our officers, not to mention our rank-and-file soldiery. There was a shudder across the room. Vastolord was a name spoken fearfully among most, almost like a boogeyman. The strongest, most evolved of all hollows, they rarely showed themselves. Having met them personally, Erza knew the rumors were not exaggerated. And how many does he possess, Captain Scarlet? Yamamoto demanded. To my knowledge, 4, said Erza. I even befriended 2 of them during my time with Eisen. It was difficult to think about, and harder still to admit, but she had to. Forcing her tone to be level and professional, she continued. The strongest available is a name well known to us, Barragan Lusenburn. The king of Hueco Mundo. Kurika muttered. Damn. He was king. He has been subservient to Eisen for some time. Following that, Tyr Halabel, Ulquia Lucifer and Neliel II Oder Schwank. I have already appraised 2nd Division of the exact details of their powers and abilities. Suffice it to say that each one of these 3 are terrifying foes if they were to be transformed. A naturally formed Arrancar is powerful enough, but one augmented to reach their full potential. She shook her head. With the Vastolords he commands, and the dozens of Ajichas at his disposal, plus former captains Tuan and Ichimaru, he will have a force of elite fighters at least equivalent to ours. In my opinion, we should assume we are outnumbered. How badly? Said Yamamoto. Surprised at his tone, neutral and even she had expected he might bluster something about the endurance and might of the Godii. Erza continued. Badly, she said, but in no way are the odds insurmountable. The Hollows are not what you would call team players, and the only thing keeping his newly empowered soldiers from tearing each other to shreds is Eisen himself. I find it unlikely that they would form a cohesive fighting unit. Rather, they will present individual, but very potent threats. Not to mention, Your hair cut in smoothly, that you have allies to count on, myself included. I can give you nothing specific at this time, but I might have something further to bring to the table besides your Yuaki and myself. This is no time to play coy, Urahara Kisuk, Yamamoto said gruffly. Coy, me? Urahara said innocently. Why, I'd never. But it just so happens that I am working on quite a few things that should give us an edge when the time comes. Aizen knows each of your strengths inside and out, he has all the information he could possibly want, but I have been outside his prying gaze for quite some time. Yamamoto nodded, seeming displeased still. A file will be sent to each captain and vice-captain, he said grimly, containing all available information, including battle data. This will update every week, as our consultant feeds us more data. No matter how busy your schedules, I expect each and every one of you to familiarize yourself with this information. Memorize it. Learn it inside and out, because it could save your life. This is an order. Understood? Yes, sir. Erza cried out, along with most of the other captains. Captain Scarlet, he said, turning to Erza again, in your mind, what flaw if any does Aizen Saoshik possess that we can use to our advantage? You alone have true insight into his nature. Erza paused to think for a second. Hubris, sir. He had an absolute tactical advantage. He could easily have stolen the Hujioka from Kukakirokia, faked his death to take command of the Hollows directly while keeping Ichimaru and Tuan undercover. He could have orchestrated the murder of any number of us, and we would never have seen it coming. He could have struck without warning and crippled us, only to later attack with an army of powerful Arrancar. Instead he revealed his hand early, because he is too arrogant, too sure of his victory to use such an advantage. The power of his Zanpakuto is great and terrifying, but it has made him too arrogant for his own good. He is no fool, be sure of that, but he is also delusional. I believe he believes that he wants what is best for the Godai. It is important to him to defeat us in the open, to destroy the Godai and what it now stands for, to replace it with a new order. He is vain and theatrical, and he will not choose the most pragmatic of approaches. I wouldn't put stealth past him, but if I am right, he will come knocking on our door, facing us head to head with an army meant to be unstoppable. If anything becomes his undoing, it will be his ego. This, we could perhaps use to our advantage. Yamamoto looked pleased, ever so slightly. Your assessment sounds fair, Captain, and will be given due consideration. He turned to address the rest of the room. Dark days lie ahead of us, he continued, but I hope it is perfectly clear in light of this information that this is a war that we can and will win. Aizen, too arrogant to believe he could lose, has given us time to prepare, and where we knew little of his actions, motives, and resources before, we now know plenty. Our enemy has given us the chance to prepare, and we will make him rue this overconfidence. Understood? Yes, sir. The captains cried once more. As grim as the mood was, Erza felt uplifted, and she was not the only one. As the meeting ended, the captains all going about their business, Erza lingered. So iPhone was delivering some report to Yamamoto in a hushed voice, classified no doubt, and Yoriyuki waited at a distance. Well enough. Erza walked up to the dark-skinned woman, looking her in the eye. Well, don't you look serious? Said Yoriyuki, as jovial as ever. You lied to me. To us, Erza said firmly. Lying is a strong word. I didn't tell you about something. Don't split hairs, Erza scoffed. Urahara gave you a mission. You kept it from us. Would it have been that hard to tell us? I know you haven't been an intelligence operative, like me, or like him, Yoriyuki said slowly, but I think you understand the concept of need-to-know basis. Do I? Yoriyuki sighed. I'm sorry, but it was necessary. Kisuk keeps things close to his chest, and I don't blame him. Having a plan B is common sense, and you didn't need to know. If that offends you. Erza grunted. It's not how I do things. Well, it's how I do things. Sorry. We'll talk later, Erza muttered, and turned to walk out. Yoriyuki's words hadn't been unfair or illogical, but something in her recoiled at the idea of keeping secrets from one's friends. That was what she lived by now. No more lies. Yoriyuki might have had her reasons, but Erza didn't have to like them. By a river in Bavaria, two figures stalked through the forest. As the shape of a long-abandoned boathouse came into view, the leading figure urged her companion to halt by raising a fist, and they both took a knee by a thick alder tree. "Can you sense it?" said Bambietta. Her companion, Lil Tata Lampard, closed her eyes. 7 no, 8 presences, of varying spiritual power. They seem dormant. Bambietta nodded. She would have chastised Lil Tato for missing the 8th at first glance, but truth be told, she had only counted 7, herself. Good. Bambietta Basterbine was in full battle regalia, wearing the custom-made suit of full-plate mail given to every paladin. The rims of its pauldrons were lined with gold, a sign of their king's trust in them, a mark of their rank, and she wore a white tabard over the plate itself, white with the Vanden cross in black on the chest, and a sword sheathed by her side. Completing the uniform was a long, white cloak, emblazoned just like the tabard with the Vanden cross. Her companion was equally armed and armored, albeit less gilded. Bambietta was not a fan of formality, but as easygoing as she was, Bambietta knew when she should observe the Codex Vanden. A full-blown mission ordered by the Lord Commander was one of those times to be sure, especially when she was to evaluate a paladin candidate. Not that Lil Tato knew that, of course, it was in fact vital that she remain ignorant. Lil Tato was a talented young woman, enough so that Subutai himself had taken an interest in her, but whether she was ready to be exalted beyond the rank of Chevalier was very much unclear. "Paladin, if I may ask," said Lil Tato nervously, "just what are we hunting? You said you picked me to go on a mission because you didn't want to go alone, but you never said just what we're hunting. You brought a sword, so I assume we're out to kill something? The people in that boathouse are not Quincy's, so..." "They're vampires," Bambietta said bluntly. "Vampires?" Lil Tato said incredulously. "You mean the Bounce, Paladin? I thought we exterminated them." Bambietta shook her head, and grinned. "Nope. Vampires. Surely, you can't be serious." "I am always serious." "And don't call me Shirley," said Bambietta, unable to contain a snicker. "But I didn't call you Shirley. Shirley is only superficially similar to Shirley, and dash." Bambietta let out a sigh, deep and theatrical. "Kids these days," she complained loudly. "I set up a perfectly good airplane reference, and you miss it completely. It's a pop culture classic. For pity's sake, Lil Tato, we have TV in the castle." Lil Tato gave her a look. She very much took discipline seriously, unlike her superior, but she was not so intimidated by Bambi's rank as to let herself get pushed around. "I don't watch TV. You're lame and boring." "Vampires, Paladin," said Lil Tato, nodding toward the boathouse. "Yup," Bambietta said and nodded. "Unfortunately, not the red trench coat wearing, Nazi vampire killing kind. Although it's not the sparkling kind either, so it balances out, I guess. Surely I mean, certainly you cannot be serious? This is no time for jokes, Paladin. See this," said Bambietta, and looked Lil Tato in the eye. Her eyes rolled back up into her sockets, showing only the whites. "This is me, rolling my eyes so hard they're going a full ways around and ouch, actually, that kind of hurts." "Bambi, how did you ever become Paladin?" said Lil Tato flatly, as Bambietta's eyes went back to normal. "Through my natural grace, dignity, and professionalism, of course." "Of course. I'm not kidding, anyway," said Bambietta. "Well, not about the vampires. I mean, technically they have this boring-sounding German name, but that's Lame. They feed on spiritual energy that they steal from others, and that's close enough, damn it. They feed. I'll explain. You know us Quincy's, how we train from a young age to master our grasp our powers. Yes. Well, once in a blue moon, people are born with the ability to control riots only with no skill or knowledge on what it is or how you control it. And sometimes, that leads to people who figure out that hey, you can gain strength by eating energy from other people. They don't learn control, they just get intoxicated by the rush of power. They feel filled up by the energy, and they stop eating normal food. They grow skinny and ugly, and feed only on souls. Sometimes these people band together. It's not common by any means, but it happens. We've been tracing these bastards for a couple years now, and they finally made a big enough mess that we could locate them. Mess. They ate 2 families over in the last town, Bambietta said grimly. Souls gone, leaving only dry, desiccated corpses. They're evil people, Tato. They're only waiting out here till they get hungry again. Lil Tato nodded firmly. I understand, Paladin. Vanden Justice, she said, knowing she would have to say no more. Vanden Justice, Lil Tato repeated. Bambietta grinned. Good girl. You're taking point on this one. I'll have your back with my bow, but that's it. Me. Lil Tato said, sounding surprised. Bambi Paladin, I dash. You heard me. Now, get a move on. We hit them on my mark. Don't give them a chance to react. Yes, yes, sir. Lil Tato said, her voice in between zealous and nervous. All right. On my mark, ready. Fursane Majestate, Wandenritter. Lil Tato drew her blade, and charged. Walking through the now ruined boathouse, Bambietta surveyed the carnage. Lil Tato was a chevalier, a Vandenritter elite, and the demi-human ghouls had stood little chance. She had burst through the rotting wood of the house's wall, and within seconds 5 of the creatures, once humans, and now little more than beasts, had been slain. Another had been slain trying in vain to fight back. Her long sword bloodied, Lil Tato stood over the 2 remaining vampires, who cowered on their knees before her. Her tabard was stained with thick, dark blood, some of it having sprayed over her face. To the wretches before her, she surely looked like a nightmare. Nightmare? Nightmare, even, and Bambietta pondered using that as a pun. No, now was not the time to mess around. Threats subdued, Paladin, said Lil Tato, holding her blade out at the 2 survivors. Good girl, said Bambietta. What of these 2, Paladin? They've surrendered. Bambietta looked her protégé in the eye sternly. You know the answer to that already. I do. You do, said Bambietta, closing her mouth. What came next, Lil Tato had to figure out for herself. Hunting hollows was one thing, even with the excellence that Lil Tato did, but dealing with monsters that had willingly chosen to cannibalize their own kind, that was something else. Vanden, Justice, Lil Tato muttered. She took a deep breath, and raised her blade. No, please. One of the creatures cried out, shrill and terrified. We'll take our punishment. We'll dash. With 2 swift cuts faster than a normal eye could follow, Lil Tato severed both their heads. Their wretched bodies slumped to the ground, thick, dark blood running from their necks. Vanden Justice, Bambietta said approvingly. This is how it's done. We don't have a court, or a prison, or a law system. We're not human society. Murderous scum that prey on the innocent are not permitted to live. Yes, Lil Tato murmured, nodding weakly. Bambi, they were not strong at all. Sure weren't. No, I think a small team of normal knights could have slain them easily. Why send a paladin and a chevalier to do such a menial chore? Good question, Tato. Why would we? Lil Tato blinked. I don't understand. Think, girl, said Bambietta impatiently, gesturing with her hand. You think the Lord Commander would send us out for a joke? Of course not. He's much too serious. But you got picked for a reason. Yes. I still don't understand. Bambietta sighed. When you killed those 2 beaten men just now. Why did you do it? Bambi dash. I'm not dicking around, Bambietta said seriously. Answer the question. Well, it's like you said. Vanden Justice dash. Describe to me, right now, in your own words why you killed them. Something seemed to dawn on Lil Tato, and her eyes widened a little. She paused, then took a deep breath. They were evil. No, not evil. Just selfish and destructive, acting without regard for human life. Basically the same, but yes, Bambietta said, gesturing with her hand for Lil Tato to continue. And we take care of this, because nobody else can. Because if we don't, more people suffer. When you raised that blade, Tato, did you raise it because I told you to? Bambietta looked the Chevalier in the eyes, putting on a stern face for once. No. You said. I knew the answer already. We're not like the Shinigami. We obey orders because we know they're rightfully made, not just because they're orders. We understand why we're given them. We're not kept in the dark and expected to act on blind faith. We know our place, and we know why it is so. Bambietta nodded, pleased with the answer. And if you are given an order you know is wrong, then we respectfully refuse. Bambietta grinned, and reached inside her coat. After fidgeting for a second, she pulled out a golden chain, holding it up in the air. At the end of it was a medallion, emblazoned with His Majesty's personal heraldry, a mark of honor granted only to one rank among the Knights of the Vanden. That's a paladin's locket, Lil Tato said, awe in her voice. Think fast. Bambietta said, and tossed the piece of jewelry across the room. Surprised, Lil Tato fumbled, only barely catching it before it hit the ground. Bambi Paladin, that's a priceless chain, she exclaimed, her tone as outraged as it was shocked. Congratulations, Tato, Bambietta said, grinning wider than ever. Ya passed. Welcome to the Paladins. What? Lil Tato all but shrieked. But I'm just just really grateful to your amazing mentor. Bambietta suggested cheekily. I'm too young. Lil Tato cried. I haven't even lived out a whole lifetime yet. And I know for a fact there's a dozen chevaliers who could defeat me easily, and I could never beat any of the paladins. Listen, kid, you made chevalier in less than 20 years, Bambietta said dismissively. You're a prodigy, and you know it. Besides, being paladin isn't about being strong. It's about strength of character. A paladin has to have impeccable integrity as well as top-notch skills. Which kinda makes me think, how did I make paladin, actually? This isn't funny, Bambi. Lil Tato exclaimed. If this is some joke look at the medal. Does that look phony to you? But look at it. Still in shock, Lil Tato examined it. It looked exactly like Grand Master Hashwaltha's, or Lord Commander Subutai's, or like Bambietta's. It had a golden glow to it, looking newly made, but authentic. You really think I'd joke about this? Said Bambietta. I fuck around a lot, sure, but some things are sacred. The order is everything to me. I wouldn't make that up. So, you mean? You're a paladin, Harry. And a damn good one, I reckon. Lil Tato stared at her flatly. You just made one of your stupid references again, didn't you? Bambietta chortled. Couldn't help myself, sorry. Still, old Subutai asked me to evaluate you personally. That's why we went up against these weak-ass ghouls. Point wasn't strength. That'll come with time. So. You've acquitted yourself excellently in battle against the Hollows. Minos Grande are nothing to you at this point. But Hollows, purging them is just a matter of strength and skill. They're monsters, and they can't help it. It's in their nature. But the 8 you just killed were people who chose to do evil. They were human beings just like you, even if they were twisted, and you still killed them. Yes, I did, Lil Tato mumbled. Don't look so down. Bambietta scolded her. They were bastards, and they deserved it. That's what I mean by strength of character, the strength to do what was needed, to stick to your guns even if it's not all cut and dry. You made the right choice, Tato, and from now on we're equals. Got that? Yes, Bambi. Said Lil Tato firmly. Bambietta shot her another grin. Good girl. Now . She tensed up. Oi, the little bastard hiding outside, show yourself already. She demanded. Within half a minute, a knight appeared, seeming a little short of breath. His Schwalbenflug was a little rushed as he slid to a halt, hastily taking a knee. The fuck you want? Bambietta demanded, irritated to have the moment interrupted. Begging your pardon, Paladin, the knight rambled quickly, but I carry a message for you. That couldn't wait. Bambi, be nice, Lil Tato said. It could not wait, lady, said the messenger knight quickly. It was ordered by his lordship the Grand Master. Hashwalth. Bambietta muttered. All right, spit it out. You are ordered to report back to Vandenberg immediately. From there, you are to relocate to Japan, Tokyo area, Karakura town. That shitty place. Bambietta muttered. Well, fuck it, let's go then, Tato. I'll need to go tell Hashwalth what a good girl you've been, anyhow. Lighting up at the praise, Lil Tato nodded eagerly, and the two of them quickly flew away. It was Monday, the last week having passed in a haze of demanding chores, paperwork, meetings, subordinates messing up, more paperwork, and it was a miracle Erza had gotten any training done at all. However, despite all the demands of captaincy, Erza was dead set on holding true to her decision. She was going back home for the evening, just like she had decided early on. Duties be damned, family mattered more. So it was that, at 7, she packed up her things, closed the door to her office, and went to fetch a GGI. She had already sent Orium a message earlier, telling her daughter she was coming. On her way out, though, Momo caught up with her. Are you going back, Captain? She asked innocently. Well, yes, Erza said. Like I said before. I have to. I'll be back first thing in the morning. You'll be alright without me for the night. If there's an emergency, send me a hell butterfly. Actually, said Momo a bit nervously, I want to come with you. Erza blinked. Really? I want to see where you went all these years, Momo said determinedly. I want to know what kind of family you made when you weren't with us. But I need you here. You're my vice captain. Who else can I rely on to keep things running? It's just for the night, right? Momo countered. Captain Erza, please. Erza sighed. She found it difficult to say no to Momo's pleading look. She had this way of looking like a lost puppy, and it was practically like cheating. And if there's an emergency? I'll tell the third seat to send a hell butterfly, Momo said quickly. I'm not saying I'll come with you every night, but... All right, Erza conceded. No harm, I suppose. Yes. Momo cheered. I mean, thank you. Captain. Erza. I'll go notify the third seat. Don't leave without me. Awkwardly, Momo rushed off, and despite herself Erza couldn't help but adore the cheerful look on her vice-captain's face. Sure, just the one night couldn't hurt, right? The two of them put on GGI before they approached Erza's old apartment. It looked much the same as before, although it wasn't quite as smooth as the one Urahara had provided her so long ago. She made a mental note to try and get it back. Say what you will about him, the man was an excellent engineer. Momo, for her part, looked quite different in her new outfit, a short skirt, a blouse, and a chic vest. It was cute, Erza noted as they walked through the streets toward her place. Momo had remained quiet for most of the walk, although Erza could tell she was brimming with questions, with things to say. She wondered if she should try to put Momo at ease, but didn't quite know how. Momo was passionate about her friends, and she had wondered about Erza for so long. But what was there she could say after all this time, when there had been such a rift between them, literal and metaphorical? With these questions on Erza's mind, they finally reached her apartment. It was hard to believe it hadn't been more than 2 months since she had left it. It felt like an eternity. It was absurd how quickly she had grown accustomed to the 5th Division again, how quickly she had taken to life as a Shinigami after being away for 20 years. The apartment, now that she walked inside it, felt like some bizarre remnant of somebody else's life. One thing, though, felt real. As she closed the door, she heard a happy cheer and the rush of 2 feet, and she felt the energy of Orium, brimming with excitement. The teenager practically threw herself at Erza, hugging her close. Erza! She burst out happily. You're back again. Of course I am, Erza said calmly, smiling as she looked down on her daughter's cheerful face. I told you I wouldn't leave for good, didn't I? Of course you wouldn't. But I super missed you still. Not that there's anything wrong with the Kurosakis, they're nice people actually, come to think of it, something is wrong with them, but not more than usual. I hear you, Erza said amusedly, stopping Orium before she could launch into one of her charmingly odd tirades again. "I think you remember Momo." "Oh," Orium said, as if she had just noticed the vice-captain. Momo had a strange look on her face, one Erza couldn't quite decipher, but she quickly put a smile on her face as Orium greeted her. "I didn't recognize you without your uniform. Did you do something to your hair? It looks pretty cool," Orium bubbled excitably. "It's, the bun," Momo said meekly. "I left the cloth part out." "Well, it looks great on you," Orium said confidently. "So, are you here on, some cool, covered mission?" Before Orium could start humming the Mission Impossible theme, and it wouldn't be the first time Erza cut her off. "It's just a sleepover. She wanted to see how I lived." "That's cool." "Not as cool as a covered mission to save the world, but still cool," said Orium. "Well," said Erza, gesturing toward the apartment, "this is it. Not much to look at, but at least I didn't live poorly." The apartment wasn't anything special, just a couple of rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom, but it had been plenty for her and Orium. "It's so strange," Momo murmured, as she walked inside the main living room. "All this time, while the Stealth Corps was out on the look for you, you were holed up in a place like this. It's so normal." "Except for the ghosts," said Orium. "Although, come to think of it, ghosts are pretty normal for you people, I guess." "Home is what you make of it," Erza said simply. "I never needed anything fancy. The people in my life mattered much more than my living quarters. It's not luxurious, but we made it work." "Luxury is overrated, anyway," Orium said dismissively, "and relative. I mean, compared to some places, it's pretty luxurious. Which doesn't matter, because that's overrated." "You're right," Momo said with a smile. "It's all about the people in your life with you, after all, isn't it?" "Yeah," Erza said, and nodded. "Okay." Orium burst out cheerily. "Since it's a sleepover, that means we have to do, sleepover stuff. Cocoa and marshmallows, and girl talk." "But we're out of cocoa," Erza countered. "We can't make cocoa without cocoa, you know." "Not with that attitude," Orium said perkily. "Although, to be honest, I don't even know what girl talk is, but we're all girls and we can all talk, so I think that'll sort itself out." Erza burst out into laughter, and Momo after her, and the tension eased. This was her daughter, all right, bubbly, random, and lovable. Ichigo stalked through the night streets, patrolling restlessly. The pills had worked just like Urahara had promised. He'd had no further nightmares since he'd started taking them, but he still didn't sleep easily. Whether it was just a matter of readjusting, or whether the hollow was fighting back, he was developing a bit of insomnia. Rather than lie awake in his bed for another night, he'd decided to patrol the town, ditching his physical body for the Shinigami's form. The pills had worked very well. In this form, Ichigo felt slow, sluggish, and much weaker. It was a headache and a half, and it frustrated him deeply, but he knew the alternative was worse. He'd heard nothing from that bucket hat since, which didn't exactly reassure him, but at least the problem was being worked on. He really wished Erza were there. She always knew what to do, what to say. He couldn't go to his parents. Not after the dreams. Keeping it to himself wasn't healthy, but whom would he go to? His brooding was interrupted as he sensed the ripple of a portal opening, and the malevolent energy of a hollow manifesting itself. It had to be huge class, although he couldn't be sure. His sensory abilities were poor to begin with, and through the riot-suppressed haze the pills had induced, he couldn't make much out except that it was powerful, and its general direction. Well, whatever. Even weakened, he was powerful as they came. He had beaten a captain. A non-Minos hollow shouldn't be a problem. Dashing forward in the direction of the hollow, he pushed himself hard, straining against the reduction of his powers. Beating the ever-loving shit out of some hapless hollow would honestly be therapeutic about now. The beast wasn't hard to find. Recklessly, it had walked through the streets, heading for an apartment complex, presumably with some particularly rich soul inside it, ripe for the taking. Ichigo wasn't about to let that happen. Letting his riot flare, he charged toward the beast. It was an ugly thing, like all its kind. It had a broad, muscular torso covered in short, black hairs, looking like a gorilla, but its talons were rat-like and it carried itself on 2 pairs of legs. Its mask was a wide grin, like it made a mockery of the carnage it was about to reap. Losing himself to anger, letting out all his frustrations, Ichigo roared and surged forward. The beast noticed him well ahead of time, and turned to face him. It was as tall as a house, easily, but it moved deceptively quickly. As Ichigo came in with a powerful swing, it parried with its forearm. The blade drew blood, but the thick, hairy hide absorbed most of the blow. Before Ichigo could recover, both of the hollow's front legs lashed out, sending him tumbling back. Managing to roll back up on his feet, Ichigo snarled, and jumped up. It had a thick hide, all right. That just meant hitting harder. Surging through the air, he cut at the beast again. It parried, but this time Ichigo's blade sunk deeper, down to the bone before it was stopped. The monster lashed out, but Ichigo anticipated its attack, catching the blow with his foot, using the force to propel himself backward, nimbly performing a backflip before charging in again. Just before he completed his headlong charge, he dashed to the side, raking his blade across the monster's side. It screeched with pain, and spun around to face him, but Ichigo was already elsewhere, dashing behind it, grasping his blade firmly in both hands, making ready for another strike. This was more like it. Weak or not, he'd destroy it. He'd make it regret ever coming here before destroying it. A monster like this deserved to die, deserved only oblivion, and he'd grant it. He felt a pang of satisfaction as his blade stabbed into the creature's back, and twisted it before jumping back to avoid a backhand strike. The monster roared with pain again, and charged forward head first, jaws open wide. Ichigo met it head on, batting aside one of its paws before placing his sword to block its snapping jaws. He was pushed back, but stubbornly held his ground until the monster's momentum died. Now I've got you, you son of a bitch, he thought. One hard hit to the mask, and the damned thing would be done for. The monster raised its head, stepped back, and shrieked. Ichigo skipped back, blade raised, making ready to strike as it charged. One leap forward would take him inside the monster's guard, and his sword would come down before it could strike back. Then he looked into the hollow's eyes for just a second, and time seemed to slow. The entire world seemed not to exist anymore, just the oppressive, merciless stare from those soulless eyes, the bone-white mask beaming with malevolence. He felt like there was nothing else, like there was only the monster's mask in the entire universe, staring down at him. He felt like he was drowning in the red glare of its eyes, and suddenly he saw himself. He froze. Ichigo was swiftly brought back to reality as the beast's forearm connected, sending him flying like a ragdoll. For a second he was weightless, sailing through the air with the air knocked out of his lungs, and then there was pain as he slammed into a wall. Dizzy, wheezing for air, he struggled to get up on his feet, but before he could get any further than being on all fours, the monster was upon him. Still dizzy, he lashed out with his blade, but the monster batted it aside with one arm, and slammed the other into him with ferocious strength. He was sent tumbling again, and the hollow let out a malevolent, gleeful laugh. Again it charged, and Ichigo knew there was no time. He felt dizzy, disoriented and weak. Somebody might come and help, but did he have that much time? Instinctively he rolled out of the way as a crushing paw slammed into the asphalt where he had been not a second ago, and desperately he tried to get up on his feet. Should he call out Zanjutsu? No, what good would that do when he couldn't even bring the blade to bear? At the corner of his mind, he felt something eating at him, something telling him that it didn't have to be this way, that he should just give up. He felt panic rise in his chest. Stress. Life or death situations, when he was weakening, that was when the hollow was growing stronger. Furiously he scrambled away from another attack, knowing he was only seconds away from being pinned down, killed and dismembered, all while trying to remain focused, keeping his sense of self intact. What was he going to do? He couldn't let it happen, couldn't let himself turn into a monster. The beast charged him, confident of its victory now, a pair of legs and both arms out and ready to crush him. It rose, and Ichigo knew he couldn't dodge them all. He turned his back, desperately scrambling away. After crawling a good 10 yards across the street, he realized he was not being crushed, that there was no pain. Well, No new pain that he was in fact alive. Not understanding what was going on, he scrambled to his feet, blade in hand, and turned around with his weapon at the ready. As reality caught up with him and his vision cleared, he started to see what had happened. A tall, decidedly masculine figure was fighting off the hollow, already having sliced off one of its legs, the limb lying bloody and twitching at the sidewalk. Was it a Shinigami? No, he didn't wear the robes, he looked to be wearing a jacket and pants, like some everyday human. A Quincy? No, he was using a sword, and a big one at that. Getting over the shock, Ichigo raised his blade, unwilling to let his rescuer fight alone, and even more unwilling to let the beast get away after having trounced him. It was, however, completely unnecessary. Dodging under one of the monster's clumsy, powerful attacks, the new arrival surged up, just like Ichigo had meant to, and slammed his sword sideways into the mask, cracking it in two with ease. The beast roared, thrashing and flailing as its spiritual components began to dissolve, its very being coming undone rapidly. In a matter of seconds, the monster was gone. Ichigo stood with his guard up, staring at the man who'd rescued him. It was hard to make out anything, the night was dark, and only the odd bit of moonlight lit up the streets. Carefully, Ichigo walked closer. The man was tall, he could see, and wore a black leather jacket. His blade had the look of a European greatsword, at least as long as Zanjutsu, and almost as thick. The stranger shot him a glance, then turned around, slinging the blade over his back, walking away. "Hey!" Ichigo called out. "Hey, you! Stay where you are!" The stranger took a few more steps, then slowed down. He turned his head around, not even bothering to turn around to face Ichigo, and shot him a look. "I bail your ass out, and you act like I'm the one who owes you." His voice was fairly deep, he was clearly an adult, and his tone was somewhere in between amused and annoyed. "At least tell me your damn name," Ichigo demanded. Another unknown factor was the last thing he wanted right now. The stranger shrugged. "Whatever. It's Jinjo, kid." "Kyujo Jinjo." "Well, thanks for saving me and all dash," Ichigo began, but the stranger Jinjo ignored him, walking away again. Ichigo blinked. What the hell? Part of him wanted to chase after the guy, but right now he was in no state to do so. The hollow had roughed him up, and right now he'd rather be at home. Jinjo had saved him, after all, so he wasn't likely to be a threat, even if he seemed suspicious. Irritably, Kuratsuki Mayuri tapped his foot. After having spent nearly a week salvaging what could be salvaged from the absolute atrocity Erza Scarlet had dared visit upon him, terrifying his subordinates at every turn, he had finally walked back to 4th Division to see if he could retrieve some of his specimens after all. That woman running it was one of Yamamoto's cronies, he knew, but perhaps he could explain to her the value of scientific knowledge. The very thought of all those specimens, the data they contained, just how much could be restored if only he got his hands on them had him manic, well past the point of reasoning. She met him at the gates of the hospital with a serene look on her face. The very look of her infuriated Mayuri, but he forced himself to be restrained. Patience was not one of his virtues, he was used to getting what he wanted when he wanted it, and needing to negotiate for something was a concept mostly alien to him. The Central 46 had always been happy to provide whatever resources he needed so long as they got a few baubles in exchange, and he rarely ventured outside the facility except for the sake of gathering more data, or the occasional mandatory meeting. In his lab, he was king. Here, he was not. It was an irritating notion. "Captain Kuratsuki," said Anohana calmly, "to what do we owe this visit?" "Well," Mayuri said, carefully making his voice be calm, level, reasonable, "as I am sure you know, I was recently robbed of some vital research subjects. I had hoped to retrieve them without issue, if you please." That last word was like gall in his mouth, but as needs must. "You speak of the 43 patients admitted into my care last week. That many had survived?" That was better than he'd expected. "That I do," he said, with what he hoped was a courteous tone. "As I am sure you understand, as a woman of some scientific prowess, yourself, losing them could prove devastating for my research and in the long run, for the Godai itself. I would rather resolve it discreetly than have to file a claim with 2nd Division." He was doing all right. He'd flattered her a little, and delivered a threat that was not overtly hostile. Surely she would agree? I do understand it would impede your research. Yes, she said, nodding slowly. Of course. Mayuri said, some legitimate joy seeping through the cracks. So, if you'd just dash. Captain Kuratsuke, do you know who I am? She said. Her tone, suddenly, had an edge to it, not harsh, but not kind either. I'm sorry. Answer the question, she demanded. Mayuri took in an irritated breath of air, and forced himself not to snap at the woman. He had no time for imbecilic games. You are Captain Anohinaretsu, of course. That I am. Anohinaretsu, Captain of 4th Division, and the Chief Doctor of the Godi I-13. Well. Tell me, Captain Kuratsuke, are you familiar with the Hippocratic Oath? He opened his mouth, but before he could reply, she continued. It's long enough, but the most important aspect of it is do no harm. Could I let these people back into your care, assured they would come to no deliberate harm? Of course, Mayuri lied quickly. They'd be given the best care dash. She leaned in, her eyes narrowing, and Mayuri flinched, taking a step back. You are an excellent liar, Captain Kuratsuke. Psychopaths usually are. But when the truth stares you in the face, even the best of lies is pointless. I don't understand dash. Do you know why I am feared, Captain? She said. She leaned in closer, and Mayuri felt a bead of sweat trail down his face. She looked and sounded perfectly calm, but something about her made him tremble, even through his desperate urge to salvage what knowledge he could. I am feared because I am feared. Fear itself has given cause to more fear. My reputation has sustained itself to a point where I have never needed to do more than smile and ask politely. You are too young to know, of course, that there is a reason I was feared in the first place. I have seen what you did. Consider yourself lucky that Captain Scarlet found you, and not I. I would have cut you in half and set the pieces on fire. This is outrageous. Mayuri blustered. Throughout all her harsh words, she had maintained a level, calm tone, yet Mayuri, so unaccustomed to intimidation, felt a chill run down his spine. I usually never speak this plainly, said Anohina, calm still, but you will not come back here again. If I see you on these grounds, or anywhere close to these people, you or any agent of yours, I will do to you what you did to them. Is that clear? Mayuri stuttered. I thought so, Anohina said, and smiled. Now, run along if you please, Captain Kuratsuke. I am sure you will be very busy starting over. Without the use of prisoners. In defeat, Mayuri suppressed the urge to snap back at her and walked away. Restless, but not without cheer, Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez roamed through the halls of Las Noches. He and his fractions had been given quarters of their own, but lazing around got old quickly. Some time had passed since he had been changed, and he was still getting accustomed to it. The idea of walking on two legs was alien to him. At some point, he knew, he had to have been human, but that had been so long ago that he couldn't even remember who he'd been. He looked at his hand, so human in its shape, and made a fist, once, twice. He'd been given a choice of clothes, and had settled for simple pants and a vest, exposing his chest. This new form thrilled him, despite looking so much like a weak, pitiful human. He'd gotten power of a kind he'd only dreamed of before, radiating energy. He was the Septimo Espada now. He'd finally made it. A Zanpakuto hung by his side, and although he'd only just started to learn how to use it, he was already, so strong. He grinned to himself. He wasn't going to stop here. The top was still his goal. As he walked through the halls, he came upon a common room, large and well furnished. Two Espada were there, Nilil, the Quinta, and Halibel, the Tercera, comfortably seated on a sofa. Looking to see their reaction, he sat down opposed to them, shooting them a look. They were much stronger than him, he knew, but he'd never let that intimidate him before. Besides, there was peace in Las Noches, another weird, human idea Eisen had brought. Fighting to the death was strictly forbidden, something never heard of before. At first, the two of them paid him no mind. Eventually, though, the Tercera looked back. Did you want something? She said coldly, and her tone spoke plainly what she thought of him, an ant beneath her. "Don't be so hostile," said Nilil, and smiled at him. "We're not just hollows anymore. We don't have to always keep our guard up." Lord Eisen saw to that. Grimjo wanted to gag. A Vastolord, with such a pathetic view of hollows? "I know a med dog when I see one," Halabel said dismissively. "This one is good for one thing only." She looked at him sternly. "Be grateful, Grimjo Jaeger Jacques. Lord Eisen chose you for his army. But if you imagine this is just like Hueco Mundo out there, with all this petty bluster and shows of power, then you will be sorely disappointed." "Gee, yeah, think," Grimjo said, and shrugged. "And here I was just busy admiring you two, Bane magnificent and all. Reveling in your presence, and such." Halabel did not respond to his sarcasm, deciding he was not worth the attention, and looked away. Nilil, though, seemed warmer. All the more fool her, though Grimjo, and made a mental note that she was soft. Maybe he could ambush her sometime, take her out. "We're coming into a new era," said the green-haired Espada happily, "and Lord Eisen will lead us to it. No more need to fight each other. No more misery." "Sounds like weakness to me," Grimjo scoffed. "Hell, if you two go soft, well, yeah, know how it works." He made a fist, then opened it again, clenching his fingers like they were claws. "You would not live past the first attempt," Halabel said coolly. Nilil shook her head. "I hope you'll see in time. You're still new to this, after all." "Don't act like the both of ya are old and sage to Bane Arrancar," Grimjo chortled. "Lord Eisen may have turned you first, but you're what, a week older than me? Hell, just earlier he made a new Espada scrawny little shit with some dumb tattoo on his face. Lord Eisen's churning us out by the dozen, and that ain't cause he's got a bleeding heart, it's cause he needs an army." "For a cause," Halabel said. Grimjo rolled his eyes. "Ya really believe he cares? He wants the goatee. Yeah, think he'll need us when that's done with." "Assuming you'd survive the war," Halabel said. "Me, I got no intention of dying. I'm gonna climb up, one way or the other." "I'm sorry you don't understand," Nilil said calmly, and Grimjo realized she meant it. He despised the weakness of compassion, and he despised pity even more. How did somebody with such a weak heart climb that far? "I think I understand better than the lot of you," he said cockily, still grinning, "but sure, it's a fair deal. We get power, and he gets to use us. We're tools. It's the way it works. He's a smart one, I'll give him that. Yeah, don't often get to see a Shinigami that thinks like a hollow." "Take that back," Nilil demanded. "Or what, Oder Schwank?" Grimjo retorted. Nilil stood up, and glared at him. "Lord Eisen does not think like a hollow. That's the whole point. He's finally put an end to this whole miserable status quo where everyone has to be afraid of everyone, all the time, because you never know who might snap and kill you for more power that's going nowhere, serving no purpose other than to grow bigger until somebody else comes along and ends it. We finally have something bigger, Jaeger Jacques. Like throwing ourselves at the Shinigami to die, instead of each other." Grimjo snorted. Nilil looked like she would retort with something fierce, but she was cut off. "Enough," said Halabel, remaining seated. "Nilil, calm yourself. It is unbecoming of a Vastolord Espada to be goaded so easily by a base and simple brute." Yes, Tyr," said Nilil, and sighed. Meekly, she sat down. Grimjo made a note to himself that maybe this was why somebody so weak of mind had made it so far. She was a useful tool to somebody much stronger. Halabel locked eyes with Grimjo, and cocky as he was, there was no denying the authority and power of her gaze. She spoke with confidence, and said, "We may not be much older than you as an Arrancar, Ajiches, but we have long been among Lord Eisen's most trusted. You would be wise to forget all you know about Hollow Society. This is no longer a killing field. Civil conflict will not be tolerated. Not by us, and certainly not by the Lord himself. Look at you," Grimjo said, pushing his luck, all comfortable and secure. "Bane Hollow is all about climbing up. It's what made us strong in the first place. Letting your guard down is gonna get you killed. Maybe it'll be later rather than sooner, but it will. Leave, Halabel said simply. Your antics are irksome to me. Our Lord may not permit your killing, but I will discipline you if necessary. All right, Grimjo said, standing up. I gotta go practice with my brand new sword, anyway. He turned toward the door. See to it that you at least kill a captain with it before you are slain like the simpleton you are, Halabel said coolly, as he walked away. Grimjo did not answer, walking away thinking to himself. Vastolords, man, they were the envy of all hollows, but something about all that power, all the years they'd lived, it seemed to get to them. Make them weird enough to start believing in things. Hollows didn't need causes. They didn't need a reason to be. Climbing upwards, killing your way to the top or dying in the process, that was all the meaning they ever needed. It bred strength. Well, he had a lot of growing left to do, himself, anyway. For now, he was obedient to Eisen, subservient to the dumbcunts sitting comfortably on their couch, but everything eventually came to an end. He was Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, in his mind a king, and he would never be satisfied just being seventh. Neutra, Nilil, Ulquira, each one was just a worthy obstacle on the ladder of brutality. It had become routine. After school, Ichigo, Orium, Chad, Tatsuki, and even Uriah would walk together at least part of the way. They didn't always talk, didn't always make merry, but something about this summer vacation had brought them together, given them a close bond of a kind that irked Kigo to no end. Today, though, Ichigo had been absent, as he had been for multiple days already, and Orium had hurried home, having gotten a message from Erza. This had left Chad, Uriah, and Tatsuki. With neither of the boys being particularly sociable, things had gotten fairly quiet until Uriah had suggested they patrol the town for hollows, something nobody had had an objection to. Tatsuki was eager to refine her skills, and Chad seemed to concur. Pickings had been slim. They knew it should be considered a good thing, but it had made the afternoon somewhat dull. They had finally taken a rest, as night started to approach, sitting down on a park bench. Well, said Tatsuki, not expecting much of a reply, things sure changed, didn't they? It was an empty, bland statement, but she couldn't think of anything better. It needed to be said, except she couldn't say it better than that. Of course things had changed. They had changed forever that fateful night when Rukia walked into their lives. They have, Chad said simply, and Tatsuki was not surprised to not hear him elaborate. I cannot share your perspective, unfortunately, Uriah commented. You are newcomers in a world I've been part of since I was a toddler. It must be strange. Well, yeah, Tatsuki muttered, like, nothing is the same anymore. I still go out with my girlfriends sometimes, but I'm looking over my shoulder, sensing for hollows every now and then, and I know if one did attack, I couldn't explain they were in danger without sounding like a crazy person. They wouldn't understand. They can't, no, said Uriah. We're different. Apart. Again. Yes, you've done that all your life, Tatsuki said dismissively. We get it, Mr. Elite Quincy. Things changed for you, too, Chad quipped. After all, were you not alone before this happened? Did you not take some measure of pride in this outsidership? Well, the thing is, Uriah muttered awkwardly, and Tatsuki marveled at the way the muscular youth had hit the nail on the head so well. He did not say much, but when he did, it tended to be useful. You are not alone anymore. We may be different and aside from most, but we stand together. We're still people. We still do as most people do, most of the time. True enough, Uriah said. Anyway, has anyone seen Ichigo? Tatsuki said, trying to change the topic. Uriah was not good at these things, she knew, and she might as well spare him the awkwardness. No, Uriah said. I think he went his own way as soon as school ended. He's been acting weird for a while now, hasn't he? Ever since last week, said Tatsuki. We all deal with it in our own ways, I suppose, said Uriah. Tatsuki snorted. More like bottling it all up, because that's what boys do. If this continues, I'm going to have to smack some sense into him. We can't very well be defending this city all by ourselves. Not that we can't, but... She trailed off. Nobody had told them to, actually. She wasn't even sure they had to. But something about using her powers and using them well felt intoxicating. She still wanted to prove she had the strength to be useful. Her contribution to their sortie into Soul Society had been minimal and stained with failure, something she had not forgotten. Things fell quiet for a while. "Anyway, I guess you got it covered by yourself, anyway," she said to Uriu, not wanting everything to go quiet. It was annoying. Without Orium or Ichigo, both of her companions were pretty joyless company. "Hey," she said again. "Ishida, I'm talking to you." He looked into the distance. "Can you sense that?" he said, seeming focused. "Rookie here," Tatsuki said, and shrugged. "What, a hollow?" "No," Uriu said, shaking his head, "worse." "And I told him, no way, Jose. I'm not that kind of girl. And then I tossed him, just like Tatsuki showed me, and he totally flew through a wall." Erza laughed, and Momo with her. Orium was a blessing, her easygoing nature having helped to smooth out any awkwardness with ease. She was currently regaling them with a tale which was 90% fictitious. Erza was sure of how she had dealt with a boy who had had trouble with the concept of no, which apparently ended like something out of a comedic anime. "Anyone want more cocoa?" Orium said merrily. Somehow, she had produced a drinkable amount, although Erza had to stop her from adding vinegar to the mix. "Sure," Momo said happily. "I'll take another mug, if you've got one." "We've got plenty," Orium assured her. "How about you, Erza?" Suddenly, Erza stood up. In the distance she could feel it. The malevolent energy of a hollow no, something else entirely, much like a hollow but different. Stronger. More focused. "Momo, get out of the Jigai," she said firmly. "We've got work to do." "Oh. Oh." Momo said, appearing to sense it a second later. "And we were having such a good time." "It won't know what hit it," Erza said confidently. "If Aizen wants to test us, he'll not find us wanting." "On me." "Orium, you stay here." "No way." Orium protested. "Won't I be safer around you, anyway?" Erza muttered, not having expected her daughter to deliver a proper argument. "Fine, but keep low. Don't interfere, and don't get caught." "Yes, sir." Orium said perkily, snapping a smart salute. Erza sighed, as she got out of her Jigai with a bit of trouble, wishing she'd thought to bring a badge. "We should be careful," said Chad. Like his companions he stood up, on alert. Even he could sense it now, an energy in the distance, vile and oppressive. "Erza is in town, is she not?" "What, and leave all the glory to them?" Tatsuki scoffed derisively. She looked at Uriu. "Ishida, are you going to sit back and let the Shinigami protect you?" No," Uriu muttered, and adjusted his spectacles. "No, that wouldn't do." "That's what I thought," Tatsuki said, balling her fists with a grin. "Come on, guys. Time to show those bastards who's boss around here." Overruled, Chad simply nodded. He couldn't let them go alone, after all. From out the rift stepped a tall, blonde Aaron Carr, a white cape adorning his muscular shoulders. His face was malicious, the visage of a being drunk with power and looking to show it off. He was smartly dressed for an Aaron Carr, but the blade on his side, and the mask fragment on his forehead, made him unmistakable as a monster. Lord Aizen had given him leave to pillage, along with the 9 comrades, that is, servants that he'd brought, and pillage he would. He looked down on Karakura town, looking so pitifully small from above. He'd paint the town red, and when its defenders came rushing, he'd paint it redder still. If he could consume enough power, maybe he'd even rise to the rank of Espada. Who knew? Regardless, this would be fun. Chapter 60, Red-Handed. The Aaron Carr flexed his muscles and wrapped the fingers of his right hand around the hilt of his new sword. Along with his 9 compatriots, he descended through the air, landing on a rooftop. Like a predator scouting out his prey, he paused to look over the city nightscape, a wide grin on his face. "Orders, boss," said one of his subordinates, a bulky Aaron Carr with slick, oily hair. "Shit," you need me to hold your hand," said the leader. He was in a good mood, and as such refrained from belting his servant across the head. "We're here as hollows." "What is it hollows do?" "We hunt." One of them piped up gleefully. "We chase." Another added. "We kill and eat." "That's the spirit, boys. So, if you know already, the fuckery you waiting for? Lord Eisen said we could do what we want for a bit, so let's go. Time to burn and pillage until those dumbass Shinigami find us. Some of you may die, but the ones that don't will be the strong ones. Kill. Hunt. Eat. Kill. Hunt. Eat." His companions echoed. Their calls would not go unanswered for long. With Orium in her arms, going at full speed, Erza raced across the city at night with Momo behind her. She knew she should have alerted the Godai first, but when she had sensed it, the presence of multiple Car, she had reacted immediately, almost instinctively. The Car, these new creations of Eisen, were bound to be dangerous. People could know, would die if they did not act quickly, and every second mattered. Thankfully, she could sense Urayu, Tatsuki, and Chad already on their way, closing in almost as quickly as she was. She disliked the idea of putting children like them in harm's way, but there was nothing for it, she had to trust them to fight, because with the signatures she could count, which were well over 6, she'd need every fighter she could get her hands on. As they closed in, they came upon a city park, deserted at this time. By a field, they were waiting. Fortunately, the 3 teenagers arrived almost simultaneously, and the Car all seemed content to wait, baleful, hungry grins on their faces. Wait, she could sense Ichigo too, coming this way, but, slowly. Why hadn't she felt him before? Why did he seem so weak? No matter. She carefully set down Orium, quickly ordered her to stay put, and boldly stepped forward. She had at least sent an urgent request to undo the limit release seal. Fighting all of these monsters at a fifth of her power was an unappealing prospect, even if she was backed up by her vice-captain. There were 10 of them, she saw as she walked forward to meet them. The moon shone down as the clouds parted, and she could make out their features a little better now. Some were tall, some short, some fat, some skinny. Each and every one of them could have passed for human, if not for the hole each one of them sported somewhere on their body. She was filled with revulsion as she came closer. They radiated power, sinister and malicious like that of a hollow, but so much sleeker. It was like walking into the mouth of a wolf's den, where the wolves had all turned into werewolves. "In the name of the Godai 13, Erza said authoritatively, I demand you all surrender immediately. Throw down your arms and submit to our rule. You will be treated humanely. You have my word on that as Captain Erza Scarlet of 5th Division." There was a ring of laughter as she spoke, and even their leader let out a long, wheezing chuckle. He took a step forward, and Erza put a hand on her blade. Momo was close behind, and did as much herself. "Hear that, boys?" said the leading Car. "We'll be treated humanely." There was a roar of laughter again. "Yeah, sounds like a fair deal," said the leader, and chuckled some more. 3 hots and a cot, right? All safe and secure." "I will not warn you twice," said Erza stubbornly. "Surrender, or face the consequences." "Only problem is," continued the leader, as if she hadn't spoken at all, "we ain't human at all. We're still hollow. And you, weakling bitch, are standing here offering us mercy. This is why your lot is doomed. We don't stand around waiting. We act." "Then, act," Erza goaded him. She had had no expectations it would work, but something in her felt that, on the infinitesimally small chance that it could work, giving them a chance was right. "Ya really don't remember me, do ya?" said the leader. Erza narrowed her eyes and looked at him. His chest was bare, a long cloak and pants being the only clothing he seemed to have bothered with. A triangular mask fragment pointed down his forehead, running down to between his eyebrows. He had long, blonde, wild hair and a malicious glare. He reminded her of a wild animal, which, of course, was not far from the truth. But nothing about him seemed familiar. Around her, she could sense the others making ready, and shot a quick glance sideways, spotting Urayu and Chad advancing, Tatsuki already having charged, Ichigo, short of breath, arriving late. She shouldn't have done it. The moment she looked away, the Aaron car dashed forward, so quickly, and Erza only barely drew her blade. Before she could react, he had slammed a fist upward into her gut. As the air was knocked out of her lungs, she wished she had taken the time to bring her armor. She was sent flying up into the air, pain radiating from where she had been hit, with the Aaron car hot on her trail. But the pain was nothing exceptional. As the initial surprise wore off, she regained her focus. She halted her upward freefall, stopping herself some 40 yards into the air, and assumed a stance. The Aaron car came on, hitting hard and fast, but she parried his first blow and dodged the second with relative ease. He was a brute, that was plain to see. He was no fool, his movements were well controlled, those of an experienced predator, but he had no formal training of any kind. Even so, the strength alone was more than enough to hurt her, particularly with the majority of her power sealed away. This was tremendous raw power of a kind she hadn't imagined. If a simpleton like this had gained this much power, how much would that mean an Aegis had? Or a Vastolord? He came at her again, fists balled, and Erza set into a series of dodges and evasions as they began their deadly dance in the sky. The Aaron car slammed both fists down on her, and Erza held her blade up. To her surprise, both of his arms simply ground against the edge of her blade, not so much as dented. "Hero," said the Aaron car gleefully. "Skin thick as steel. Didn't see that coming, did ya?" He batted her blade aside, and head-butted her. Erza slid back, quickly refocusing, putting her guard up. "Ya really don't recall, huh?" he said, chuckling like he'd just heard the funniest joke. "What am I supposed to remember?" Erza snapped, quietly wondering how the others were faring. "Well, to be fair, I guess I look a whole lot different," he said, and shrugged, "but here's a clue." He spoke, and his voice reverberated, echoing across the airspace. "I will be your host for tonight." Erza's eyes went wide, and her guard lowered for just a second. In that instant the hollow surged forward, surging over her and slamming a powerful kick into her shoulder. Erza tumbled downward toward the ground, barely keeping a grip on her blade. He'd only sensed them at a distance, after the whole group had confidently blazed their energies for all to feel, and Ichigo had only then moved, hastily charging toward them. His friends were there, and some Shinigami, too, he hadn't been able to tell which. His ability to sense had gone down the drain after he started taking the pills. It was only as he arrived at the scene, last on sight after Orium, Tatsuki, Chad, and Uryu, that he saw it was Erza. Normally it would have made him elated, but he had no time to feel. No sooner had he arrived than a tall, ugly, burly Aaron car came bearing down on him, a thick blade in hand. It swung its weapon like a club, but Ichigo could still do little more than keep up. This was strength of a kind he'd never faced before, and weakened as he was, he lacked the ability to do much more than parry. Thankfully, his superior swordsmanship started to tell. The clumsy, overt movements of his opponent were easy to read, and before long he found an opening, dashing in under a wide swing, cutting hard with Zanjutsu, whose shikai he had already loosened before even coming to the scene itself. However, the blade simply didn't take. It tore through the Aaron car's shirt, but the skin itself felt like rubber, impossible to cut. "Ouchie!" the Aaron car said, laughing. It lashed out with a backhand, sending Ichigo tumbling. "Look, now ya messed up my new clothes, ya little prick." Desperate not to find himself in the same hopeless situation as last time, Ichigo rolled up to his feet, and just barely got upright before the monster came at him again, forcing him back. It rained down hard, heavy blows on him, and Ichigo nearly went on his knees again. He felt frustration race through his mind. This was a powerful beast, but not so powerful he couldn't normally overcome it. "If only I had my powers," he thought angrily to himself. "If only it wasn't for this fucking hollow in my head." The Aaron car body slammed him, ignoring Zanjutsu's edge which slid harmlessly off its gut, and Ichigo nearly lost his balance again. Mustering all the power he could, he counter-attacked, stabbing forward. The tip of the blade hit home, just barely piercing the skin of the monster, drawing a little bit of blood. "Pathetic," said the Aaron car. It grabbed Zanjutsu in its palm. It tugged, pulling Ichigo in closer, and slammed the hilt of his own blade into Ichigo's face. The Shinigami, seeing stars, staggered back, and another blow only barely parried knocked him off his feet. The Arrancar let out a triumphant howl, and raised its blade in both hands for a devastating attack, one Ichigo knew he was in no position to avoid. The blade struck, and Ichigo only barely avoided dying as it raked against his Zanjutsu. He could feel something snap, and realized his arm had broken. One more hit, and he was done for. The monster raised its sword again. But as the blade came down again, a triangular shield, transparent and orange, blocked the strike with ease. Shitenkoshan. It was Orium, stepping forward with a confident look on her face. "Please stand back, Ichigo," she said determinedly, and Ichigo would have gaped if he weren't already emotionally overcharged. The creature was so much bigger than her, so strong, and every inch of him cried out to protect her, to help her, but here he was, helpless and needing her to protect him. Tatsuki had no sooner assumed a stance than a short, skinny Arrancar had come at her with his Zanpakuto. He was wiry, tough, and very, very fast. His blade was short, no longer than a Wakaizushi. With her staff, Tatsuki held up well enough, though. She hopped back from a wide horizontal cut and retaliated with a quick thrust of her weapon, the staff's end slamming into the evolved Hollow's forehead. He took the hit without so much as a grunt, but his stride had been broken. He was strong, all right, and tough, but Tatsuki remembered the Soul Society, and so far he wasn't much worse than most of the officers she'd fought. Remembering the frustration, the humiliation of uselessness and defeat, she grit her teeth and pressed her advantage, rapidly thrusting her weapon. The Arrancar's skin, hard and tough, absorbed most of the damage, but he was nevertheless forced on the defensive. Hammering down precisely, with merciless expertise, Tatsuki was relentless. It was all about creating that one opening. There it was. It was for just the blink of an eye, but he had left himself exposed, his blade on the wrong side. Tatsuki lashed out with a kick, catching his left knee joint. The Arrancar finally let out a grunt of pain as his kneecap slammed into the ground, and Tatsuki quickly followed up with a heavy wallop with the side of her staff, the force of her strike slamming his head sideways and knocking him over. Charging her power, channeling it into the staff, Tatsuki let out a loud battle cry and slammed it down, right onto where the solar plexus would be on a normal human being. Tough though his skin was, the blunt force of her weapon seemed to do the trick. He coughed and hacked, his arms spasming. Refusing to let up even with her opponent on the ground, Tatsuki raised her weapon for another strike, but the Arrancar quickly lashed out. Sensing a burst of energy a microsecond before it discharged, Tatsuki jumped back, and a ball of red energy missed her head by less than an inch. She warily assumed a stance. The Arrancar wheezed, jumping to his feet nimbly. He shot her a malignant glare, then smiled wickedly. His face was framed by stripy, black hair, and Tatsuki thought of a cornered, dangerous rat. "You're pretty damn rude, you humans," he said, sizing her up. "I didn't even get a chance to introduce myself. You struck first, remember?" Tatsuki said, watching for the slightest move. "I am Turkin Atsalo," said the Hollow, "and I gotta say, you're pretty good. For a human. My fault for thinking it'd take a couple seconds before I could get to eating your soul." "That thing you just did," said Tatsuki cautiously, ignoring the praise, "what the hell was that?" "A little trick us Arrancar got," he said pridefully, "just a bit of bala. Like a zero, but faster." "The hell's a zero?" "You'll see dash." And mid-sentence, he disappeared, reappearing behind her back. Tatsuki had been able to sense his movement, partly just anticipating that he'd go for something as ruthless as a backstab, and spun around just in time, her staff thrusting out to catch him. Her weapon only caught air, however, as the Arrancar halted its attack, skipping back. "Good reflexes," he taunted her, "but it won't save you." He sheathed his blade. Using both hands, he flicked several bala at her in quick succession. Tatsuki nimbly dodged and evaded, the red balls of energy missing their mark, but Turkin had already moved back using some quick-step technique much like the shunpo Tatsuki had seen Shinigami use. Some 10 yards back, he began a quick dash encircling her, lobbing one bala after another at her. She launched herself into the air, pole vaulting over and toward him, but he'd already moved back, laughing as he went. "You can't catch me, can you?" he said mockingly, charging 2 new blasts in his hands. "You're just a human, after all. Why don't you stop being a coward and fight me head-on?" Tatsuki called out defiantly. Turkin did not bite, though, laughing again. "Coward? You don't know hollows at all, do you? You do what you can to win. Cowardice, bravery, honor, dishonor, that bullshit is meaningless to us." Tatsuki grit her teeth, dodging under another set of red orbs launched in rapid succession. The fact that he was resorting to rapid-ranged attacks after failing to defeat her up close meant, if nothing else, that he was afraid to fight her up close. The problem was that he didn't have to. It was true, although her powers had made her faster than any normal human, she had not yet learned any technique to match the kind of blinding speed of an Aaron-Carr or Shinigami. She had to get up close somehow. She pivoted out of the way of another 3 shots, one scorching her side as it went past. She didn't know how strong these were, whether a single hit would kill her or just sting a bit, and she didn't want to find out. She had to try something. Quickly she channeled a bit of power into her legs, bursting forward in 3 quick leaps. The landscape around her turned into a blur, taking her some 40 yards in a couple seconds, and her muscles cramped with pain as she did it. She surged past Turkan, who laughed again, reappearing with ease some 5 yards in front of her. "It's like watching a baby chicken stumble around," he said gleefully. "It's kind of adorable. Maybe I'll rape you before I kill you." Tatsuki snarled, surging forward, but he laughed again and dashed away, sending a rapid burst of bala at her that she barely twisted herself out of the way of. Think. He was faster than her, yes. A lot faster, and right now, she couldn't count on anyone to help her. There were a lot of enemies, and if they were all this strong, her allies would all have their hands full. She wouldn't let it happen again. She wouldn't let herself lose, having to be bailed out by somebody else. She had to pull her weight. She had to. She dodged low, a set of shots passing over her head as she nearly went into a split, instantly launching herself into the air to avoid a second burst. She growled with frustration, dashing forward again. Her body ached with the exertion, and she knew just putting extra energy into various parts of her body was at best ineffective, and at worst dangerous. Charging forward like a bull, she nearly hit a tree, hearing the mocking laughter of her opponent again. "It's like a bullfight," he cried gleefully. "Yes, go on. Tire yourself out. We got all night, you and I. All night." Tatsuki shook her head, then took a hard dash left to avoid a series of bala. The projectiles weren't so fast she couldn't consistently evade them, which was always something, but the Aaron-Carr showed no sign of stopping. Evading, dodging, she was trapped in a cycle she had no way out of, like a mouse being toyed with by a cat. "No," she thought to herself, as she dodged yet another set of shots, "you're going about this all wrong. Don't try and brute force it. Don't fight like you're Ichigo. You're smarter than that. He's got the advantage, and we can't beat that, so, we have to think of something else." Suddenly she slowed down. A bala hit her, slamming into one end of her staff, the physical force of the projectile nearly knocking her over, causing her to stagger. "And he scores!" cried Turkin cheerfully, advancing closer, sending out another burst. Tatsuki panted, and dodged again, evading the projectiles one by one. She was moving more slowly now, tiring out. His eyes aglow with malevolent glee, Turkin moved closer, drawing his blade again. "Don't you worry," he said. "Even if it just took you a few minutes to wear out, I can still keep this going all night if I want." He dashed forward, and Tatsuki let out a cry, thrusting her staff at his head. Turkin laughed again, appearing behind her. She swept at his chest, but he easily stepped out of the way. Letting out a loud, frustrated cry, she charged, but her attacks were slow, clumsy. "You really can't handle it, can you?" he said happily. "Let me show you the difference between us." He went into a dash again, circling around her rapidly. Tatsuki looked at him carefully. At the end of the day, he cried triumphantly, "You're really just a pathetic little human who got her hands on a little bit of power and dash." His boast was cut short as Tatsuki surged out, power channeled into one arm, catching him in a lariat. Her arm caught his neck, and it hurt, badly, but even more so for Turkan. He gracelessly slammed into the ground, letting out little gurgles, his limbs twitching and trembling. With some effort she took the staff in one hand, and raised it up. Her other hand was going numb, and she realized it had to have broken. Battles weren't just about how you fought, but also about how you thought. It had been all too easy for the Arrancar to think he was winning. It had been all too easy for him to believe that's why Tatsuki had taken that hit, that it was because she was tiring out. It had been all too easy to get a rough estimate on where he was when he'd gotten confident enough to go closer in, even going as quickly as he was. She hadn't been fast enough to catch up to him, but in the end, she hadn't had to. You were saying how honor, bravery, and all that was just bullshit, weren't you? She growled. Well, you should have added arrogance and predictability to the list. She thrust the staff down, charging it with as much energy as she dared, and hit him square in the neck. Her power connected, detonating with tremendous force, and although his skin remained unbroken she could hear his bones snap. The Arrancar lay still on the ground, eyes rolling back up into his skull. Tatsuki grimaced to herself. She'd have to find Orium. She was hardly in a state to fight, the way she was now. The black and light red of Chad's weapon had encompassed his arm the moment he stepped into view of the Arrancar before him, and he knew he would soon get quite some use of Brazo Dericha del Gigante, the armored arm that was his weapon. He felt some trepidation as he stepped forward, confronted by an Arrancar almost as tall as himself. He knew his friends thought of him as fearless because of his calm, stoic nature and muscular frame, but truth be told, he'd have been a fool not to feel a little fear. The monster in front of him represented the newest, deadliest breed of hollows in Aizen's service, and if he would be part of the conflict to come, this wasn't the last fight he'd face. But the difference between bravery and cowardice is not whether or not you feel fear, but whether or not you let it rule you. Making a fist, he stepped forward. Bold, commented the Arrancar, sounding unimpressed. He had sand-brown hair, and aside from a thin, sleek hollow mask fragment running across his left cheek, he looked unassuming and unremarkable. I am Sato Yasutara, said Chad quietly, letting his energy surge. Please leave this town immediately. Slava Vilnik, said the hollow, and pulled his blade out in one smooth motion, and no, I'm not going anywhere. Show me what you got, big boy. Chad did not run, but advanced forward in long, confident strides, raising his balled fist. He let out a loud battle cry and struck the hollow with all his might. Slava blocked, putting his free hand at the back of his blade, digging his heels into the ground. Nevertheless, the force of Chad's punch sent him sliding back slowly, dirt spraying up around the Arrancar's solace. Not bad, said the monster with a grin. You got an arm on you, I'll give ya that. Chad did not reply. He was not one for banter. Instead he struck again, aiming to break his opponent's defense, but he only struck air. Nimbly Slava had pivoted out of the way, and quickly he sliced his blade at Chad, its edge raking against the teenager's side. Chad felt the biting pain as it cut through his shirt and drew blood. It was a small injury, but it hurt all the same. Disregarding it, Chad pushed forward, throwing one punch after another as quickly as he could manage. With contemptuous ease the Arrancar dodged, evaded, and parried, nimbly avoiding each hit. Chad focused, trying his hardest, but it was clear the Arrancar's agility far outpaced his own. Then, there it was. A missed punch, stretching just a little too far, and suddenly he felt the white-hot sensation of a blade on his skin, the Zanpakuta raking across his chest. Fresh blood flowed down Chad's body, soiling his shirt with its redness. What's the matter, big fella? Said Slava mockingly. All out of juice already? Chad took a step back, carefully gauging his opponent. His strength seemed to lie with his speed, which was a poor fit for the brute strength Chad relied upon. Nevertheless, he wasn't so fast Chad couldn't keep up. Deciding to hang back and let the Arrancar come to him, he assumed a defensive stance. Slava obliged him, charging in with a lightning-fast series of attacks. He cut rapidly, horizontally, vertically, he stabbed and thrust and slashed and hacked, Chad just barely managing to parry the blows raining down on his armored arm. Come on, cried Slava. Let's see how thick that hide of yours is. Gleefully he pressed his advantage, and Chad could do little besides defend. The Car was confident now, constantly trying the muscular teenager's defense, sometimes going low to hit his legs, sometimes higher up. In a battle like this, Chad knew, there was no winning. Suddenly Chad surged forward, catching a vicious blow on his armored arm, and slamming his other fist into the Car's face. It hurt. The Car's skin was thick and tough, but nevertheless it caused the monster to stagger. Quickly, Chad backhanded him, causing Slava to lose his balance. But nimble as he was, he rolled back up onto his feet, and before Chad could press his advantage, the Car had put distance between the two of them. "I gotta give it to ya, I didn't see that coming," he said, wiping a trail of blood from his mouth. "Not bad, kid." Chad flexed the fingers on his bare hand. They hurt in a way he knew he'd feel days from now, and he quietly felt grateful he hadn't broken anything. He raised his armored arm, and gestured with his fingers for the Car to come again. "Now, that's just cocky," said Slava disapprovingly. "Do you think that'll work twice?" Even so, he came at the teenager again, sword swinging with vicious quickness, but, Chad noticed, with more caution than before. He was not a swordsman himself, but Chad suspected the Hollow was not as well versed with a blade as he'd first seemed. Aggressively, Chad blocked the first cut with a forward thrust of his black arm, trying his damnedest not to get pushed back again. "He who sets the pace of the battle usually wins," a voice echoed in his head. The training he'd received from Urahara Kisuk before leaving for the Soul Society was making itself reminded, and he was grateful for it. If your enemy has an advantage you cannot match, play to your strengths. Chad wouldn't be able to match Slava's agility and speed. But likewise, he suspected the Car would not be able to match his strength and endurance. What, then? How did he take advantage of that? Create a situation where it's useful. Don't stand around, waiting to be killed. The question was just how he'd go about that. He dodged under a thrust aimed at his eye that instead sheared some hairs off his head. His life was at stake here, he knew, one misstep could be fatal. Suddenly Slava surged forward, one powerful swing coming down from above. Chad blocked it with relative ease, the blade grinding against his arm with little effect. However, he realized too late it was just a feint. The Car thrust his palm forward, toward Chad's gut, and suddenly the teenager felt like he'd been kicked by a mule. His chest burned, and he staggered back. "Bala aren't crazy strong," said Slava contentedly, "but the thing is, you can fire them almost instantly. Ain't that useful?" With that, he surged forward. Chad, in shock from the pain, struggled to parry, and the blade smoothly sailed under his guard, impaling his chest halfway toward the hilt. He gasped. "And that, is that," said Slava. "Good one, kid dash." Snarling, Chad lashed out with Brazo Dericha del Gigante, and Slava pulled away, sword pulling out of the wound, just barely avoiding a direct hit. "You're a tough bastard, huh?" Breathing heavily, Chad assumed a stance. He was hurt now, badly. Just how badly, he didn't know, he didn't want to know. It wasn't over till it was over, though, not until he stopped breathing. Fists up, he waited for his opponent to make his move. The Car did not wait long, surging forward confident of his victory. Chad parried his strikes, but moved more slowly now, feeling the pain of his new injury with every movement. This could not go on. Create a situation that benefits you. Chad recalled a lesson he'd learned in school a long time ago. A man named William of Occam had, centuries ago, posited that the hypothesis with the fewest assumptions attached to it was the most likely to be true. Or, to simplify it, the simplest answer was usually the truest. Chad wasn't especially fast. He wasn't an expert in martial arts. He was only starting out in learning his abilities. But, he was strong. Quickly he jumped back, putting some space between himself and his attacker, and let his Ryotsu surge, power flooding into his armored arm. "Running away won't save you, coward," Slava sneered. Blade aimed for a deadly stab, he surged forward again. Who was running away? As the Car came in closer, Chad raised his fist up high. If he tried to strike the Car, he would be parried. But, if he didn't try to strike it? Bellowing out loud, his voice rumbling out from the depths of his lungs and through his mouth with all the force his vocal cords could muster, he cried, "Aura!" The fist came down, slamming into the ground just as Slava came within 2 feet of Chad, just within striking range. The Arankar's sneer, gleeful at what looked like a clumsy, premature attack, quickly wiped off its face as the shockwave ruptured the ground around them. Chad had braced himself, ready for what felt like a localized earthquake, but Slava was unprepared. On the rumbling, cracked ground he was thrown off his feet, landing on his back like a flipped-over tortoise. Chad took a moment to stabilize himself. The impact had nearly knocked him off his feet, as well, and charged forward as quickly as he could manage. The Arankar was already getting to his feet, but it was too late. Chad's normal arm surged out, and he felt a huge pang of relief as it closed around the wrist of Slavov's sword arm. The Arankar tugged, struggling to break free, but Chad pulled hard, stretching the arm out straight. He raised Brazo Dericha del Gigante again and slammed it straight down on the Arankar's forearm. He was rewarded with a gratifying crunch as bone cracked and splintered under the impact of his arm. "Damn it! Let go, you son of a whore!" snarled Slava, his voice shrill with pain. He lashed out with his uninjured arm, punching Chad in the face, rapidly striking at him but without focus, with the ferocity of a panicking animal. Chad quickly let go of the wrist, and grabbed Slava by the neck instead, squeezing him. With one hand alone, he lifted the twitching, floundering hollow off the ground. "I'm sorry," he said determinedly, "but I can't hold back on this one." He raised the armored arm, and there was panic in Slavov's eyes as Chad slowly made a fist, one finger after another. He thrashed and struggled, clawing at Chad's arm, but the teenager held firm. Power surged through the armored arm. Chad slammed his fist into the Arankar's chest as hard as he could, all the built-up energy surging into Slavov's body with explosive force, all but liquefying his insides. His spine shattered immediately, and within seconds his struggles had turned into lame death throes. Chad let go of the corpse, which fell limp to the ground, and took a deep breath. He had been lucky. There was no other way to describe it. His opponent had gotten careless, and he'd grasped victory from there. And now, he needed to make sure he didn't bleed to death. Baffled, Ichigo watched Orium easily move out of the way of the first strike, striking back at her opponent as her orange, glowing staff formed. The attack did little to phase the Arankar, seeming like an impossibly strong mass of fat and muscle compared to the lithe form of the girl challenging it. "You're even more pathetic than that kid," scoffed the Arankar. "You think a weak little bitch like you can take on the great Sargon Molin." He threw a punch aimed at Orium's head, but she dodged out of the way with ease. The beast followed up with a deceptively quick jab, but Orium cried, "Katanzan-shun." Just in time, the triangular shield formed, withstanding the impact. "Pff!" blustered the Arankar. "If that's it, you're gonna be a piece of cake." He struck the shield once, twice, and it broke, but Orium had already moved back. Feeling the pain of his broken arm, Ichigo desperately wished to help. He was weak, sluggish, and couldn't hold his blade properly, but just watching her fight for him, just doing nothing as she took on such a strong enemy, it felt deeply wrong. Orium was not doing poorly, though. Each swing Sargon threw so far had missed, Orium dodging each punch with a look of focus and determination on her face. She dodged under yet another swing, a horizontal right hook, and stood right next to it. Before Ichigo could do more than gape, she cried, "Suten Kishun." What was she thinking? That ability was meant to heal. The shield enveloped the Arankar's arm, and suddenly Orium punched it. The shield broke, and to Ichigo's surprise and Sargon's, his arm suddenly twisted, becoming malformed, bone seeming to jut out where it shouldn't. It hung limp by his side. Outraged, he cried, "You bitch, what the hell did you do?" He swung at her, but she evaded, putting space between them. "I'm not very strong," Orium said stubbornly, "but that doesn't mean I can't handle you. Please leave, or I will have to hurt you." "Hurt me? Hurt me?" snarled Sargon. He raised his good arm, throwing a quick, hard punch. "Bitch, I'll rip your arms and legs off one by one." Orium took a step back out of the way and erected a triangular shield. The Arankar impotently bashed against it in a fit of rage. Ichigo gaped. What the hell had he just seen her do? She was absolutely manhandling that creature, by all means stronger and faster than her. "It'll be okay, Ichigo," said Orium, as if having read his thoughts. "I'll finish it in a second." The shield broke, and Sargon came charging through like a bull. Orium focused, held up her staff, and declared, "Kuten Zanshun." From the tip of her weapon a flash of red surged out, hitting the Arrancar's shoulder. It passed straight through, and a second later there was a shower of blood as a hole wide enough to see through was gouged in the monster's body. Sargon groaned with pain and staggered, sinking down to one knee. Quickly, Orium stepped forward and cried, "Suten Kishun." Sargon's good arm was enveloped in the orange barrier. Orium punched it, just like before. As the barrier broke, his second arm twisted and became limp, a wretched parody of a human limb. You bitch," groaned the Arrancar, breathing heavily. "Please don't make a fuss, mister," said Orium firmly. "You've lost, so don't make it worse on yourself. Damn you." Orium didn't listen to his curses, and turned her back, moving toward Ichigo. But before she had taken more than a few steps, Sargon got up to his feet, struggling. Despite the copious amount of blood he was losing, despite his grievous injury and useless arms, he got up and took a step forward, breaking into a furious run. "Orium, look out!" Ichigo cried, knowing it would be too late. Despite himself, he struggled to get up on his feet, to bring his sword to bear again. Orium turned around, shock in her eyes as the Arrancar barreled down on her. She wanted to call out the name of her weapon, but he was too close. Then suddenly, like a tiny bolt of lightning, Hinamori Momo struck the monster's side with the force of a cannonball, disrupting his charge. Sargon staggered, barely remaining upright. With a furious look on her face, Momo grasped her blade with both hands and surged forward, her Zanpakuta striking true, cutting through his mask fragment and going into his skull for good measure. "Enno Desh," he gargled, raising a malformed hand. A determined look on her face, Momo wrenched her blade free, and raised her hand. "Shakaha," she said, and the red ball of fire impacted his face almost point blank. Sargon fell over on his back, his body already beginning to dissolve. Arrancar or regular hollow, a Zanpakuta's edge would still purge your soul, it seemed. Momo quickly turned to Orium and Ichigo. "Are you two okay?" "Yes, sure," Orium said, a bit shaken up. Ichigo, feeling much the same, simply nodded. "Listen very carefully," said Momo strictly. "These may look human, but don't let that fool you. They're more dangerous than anything you've ever fought. If you're going to be on the battlefield, don't let yourself get killed by being merciful. Purge your enemy. Do not let it live. These are hollows, not people, and they would kill you in a heartbeat or worse. Is that clear?" "Why yes," Orium stuttered. "Good," Momo said and nodded. "Take care of your friend, and see what you can do to assist." With that, Momo dashed off to engage yet another Arrancar, leaving Orium to tend to Ichigo's wounds. "Teenagers!" Momo scoffed to herself as she ran toward the closest hollow signature, sword in hand. There was an absurd contradiction in this: these children were stronger than most academy graduates, for whatever reason, but they didn't possess an iota of the experience and battle readiness a person needed to serve on the front lines. It was pure luck she'd spotted Orium in time, pure luck she had been able to break away. What would she have told Erza if she had been a second too late? There was no further time to think as an Arrancar came into view, dashing forward with unnatural speed to meet her in battle. Blade already drawn, it came in with a clumsy stab. Momo parried, dashing past it, and aimed her palm back. The runes on her body came aglow as a stored spell discharged, a Sukatsui prepared for quick firing. The flame fired, and Momo spun around on the spot, knowing it could not have missed at this distance. To her surprise, though, the hollow remained standing, a grin on its face. It was short, roughly the same size as herself, with brown-reddish hair and two long bone fragments framing the bottom of a face that, if not for the malevolent glee, could have been called handsome. Cautiously, Momo took a defensive stance. "You're fast, I'll give you that," said the Arrancar. "I'm Ruben Tworld, and you, well, I know a Shinigami when I see one. Vice Captain, eh?" Momo's eyes narrowed. Aizen was bound to have informed his troops, and some of them paid attention, it seemed. She raised her arm, palm upturned. Shakaha! The Arrancar didn't even try to dodge, and the spell impacted fully on his chest. To Momo's surprise, though, the red orb simply sizzled out in a way she hadn't known it to do since her earliest days in Kido class. The Arrancar's skin seemed unharmed, except for a slight trace of soot. "See, I'm special," sneered the hollow. "Had a doc cut me up and put all sorts o' funny drugs into me. Turns out that makes me hard to hurt with that magic of yours. Ain't that something?" Deciding not to give up so easily, Momo raised her hand again, pointing 2 fingers at his head. Byakurai. The lightning surged out, true and well practiced, only to lose power as it struck the target, achieving little more than lightly knocking his head back. "Ouch," said the Arrancar jokingly. "Watch out, you'll mess up my hairdo." Carefully, Momo grasped her sword with both hands, staring down her opponent, trying to think of a new strategy. Whatever the case, her strongest asset Herkita seemed to be all but useless in this scenario. She was given no further time to ponder the situation, as Ruben surged forward, blade held in one hand. Laughing wickedly, he came at her like a bull, swinging his blade wildly. Momo slipped into a defensive pattern, taking a few steps back as the Arrancar's mindless charge struck her. She was focused, a chill creeping up her spine. What was she to do? But as he came at her, as she continually parried his attacks, she realized his attacks weren't hitting, not even close. As time passed, one strike after another, it sunk in. Of course. Zanpakuto or not, these were still hollows, and their swords were bound to be new to them. Momo, having passed 5 years of academy training and with a long career as an officer to boot, was more than a match for such clumsy sword play. The only problem was his power. He was strong and fast, and Momo had no clue how to appropriately fight a foe like this. An idea came to mind. She caught his blade, Tabayam's edge grinding against the Arrancar's blade. He grinned, pushing against her with considerable strength. No, a battle of pure muscle wasn't one she should enter, but he was wrong to think she was. Quickly, knowing she had but a second to work with, she took one hand off her blade and aimed her palm down, just behind Ruben's leg. "Shakaha!" she cried, and Kido energy rapidly built up, firing a concentrated blast down into the ground. "You dumb bit dash," the Arrancar started, but was cut off as the impact knocked him off the feet, dirt spraying into the air. Momo had charged the blast very carefully, making sure not to make it too powerful, but it had nevertheless been a risk to fire it so close to herself. Luckily, it had paid off. The Arrancar was sent tumbling forward, nearly knocking her over in the process. "Just like I thought," she said out loud. "You can resist Kido, but indirect damage? That's just a physical phenomenon acting as a secondary result of Kido. You think you're smart, bitch." Ruben snarled, hopping to his feet. "Yes," Momo said plainly. "I'll show you smart, you uppity Shinigami piece of shit." He snarled, all mirth gone as he charged headlong, still stumbling from his recovery. Momo looked carefully, predicting his movement pattern, and raised her blade, hilt up to her shoulders, its point aiming directly at Ruben. He came at her with a wide swing, one that would surely have taken off her head from her shoulders, but Momo took a step back, easily avoiding the cut, and stabbed her blade forward. Ruben gurgled, his blade dropping to the ground as he clutched at his throat. Momo's blade had become lodged between his cervical vertebrae, severing the bones that attached his neck to his spine, the sword having run halfway through his throat. A helpless look of terror on his face, he clawed at Tabayam, cutting his fingers in vain against its edge. Momo pulled the blade free, and with one quick motion sliced her blade through his mask fragment. He would have screamed, she could tell, but he was already choking on his own blood. He sunk to his knees, then fell over as he began to dissolve, purified like the hollow he was. Sometimes, he just had no luck. Uriah had charged in with a hail of arrows, wounding an Arrancar within seconds. However, the massive output of damage streaming from his bow, hundreds of arrows per minute, had drawn the attention of not just the Arrancar he had shot and wounded, but 3 of its compatriots, as well. Hollows were cowards, he knew that well enough, and would band up in packs to destroy their enemies if they needed to. These were no ordinary hollows, though, that much had become clear within seconds. Uriu's Hirin Kyoku had been tested to its limits almost immediately, as the four charged him all at once. Unlike an ordinary hollow, easy to avoid and fire at on the run, these were almost as fast as they were powerful, and frighteningly well coordinated. Alone, he would outpace any one of them, but as soon as he had evaded one, another would come at him from the side, from behind, from above, each taking turns to chase him. This was a long game, he realized. They were confident enough in their strength to try to tire him before they went in for the kill, like a pack of wolves. Inwardly, he cursed. His speed had taken him several hundred yards away from the others already, his only concern being survival, avoiding that one fatal hit, and now he was isolated alone, against four enemies which he had little opportunity of besting. Back in the olden days, his grandfather had taught him, Quincy's would operate in teams just to avoid such an occasion. There would be people to cover each other, strategies to counter such cunning devilry. But here tonight he was alone, fighting for his life. Dared he hope for help? Who would come and find him in time? Nobody in their group sensed better than he, and the minutes it would take could be fatal, and that's assuming everybody first won their fights without dying or taking serious injury. His father? He would be asleep in his bed, and Uriah wasn't sure he'd even come. No, he was alone tonight, and if he wanted to live, he had to figure this out. Desperately, he fired a stream of shots at the closest Aaron car. The hail of arrows distracted it, sending it off its trail, but immediately another came into its place. Uriah dashing to the side of a tree, the second Aaron car collided with the trunk, but the third and fourth were already on his trail. For a moment he wondered if the cover of dark in the park's forest would help, but then he remembered that Hueco Mundo, home realm of the Hollows, was a realm of eternal night. Whether through sight, smell, or other senses, it would not slow them down. Would he take flight? With nothing to dash against, he'd be a sitting duck for any ranged attacks they had. Come on, think. Think. Then it happened. In the dark, he saw the tree branch a second too late. He felt pain as his arm slammed against it, and he lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. Almost panicking, he managed to turn his fall into a roll, rising rapidly to his feet, blindly firing a hail of arrows to the back of him. An angered groan told him he hadn't missed every shot, but it was too late. A fist found its mark, slamming into his side, and Uriah tumbled over the forest floor into a glade. Like a cornered animal, he tried to get to his feet, his reptile brain now completely in charge. Run, 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 get away, run, run, but it was too late. He was surrounded. He took another hit, he couldn't tell from where, and fell to the ground. He crawled, desperate to get away, but it wouldn't work. Let's get him, boys, said a malicious, deep voice. So, this was it, then. Strong arms grabbed him, and he knew. Then, suddenly, he was let go. As he scrambled to his feet, he adjusted his spectacles, which had nearly fallen off. He blinked. In the moonlight he could see one of the Aaron car tumble over, quite headless, the three others having taken a step back, nervous and cautious. See, said a voice, distinctly female, usually it's the charming prince that dashes in to save the maiden fair, right? She stepped into the pale moonlight, clad in armor much like Erza's but more ornate, a striking figure cloaked and wearing a tabard with the Quincy cross. Uriah stared, mesmerized. Only I ain't charming, and you ain't a prince. So, it evens out. A real postmodern fairy tale, this. What? Contrary to his son's pessimistic expectations, Ryakin was all too aware of the troubles at the park. He had always been a light sleeper, and although he had rejected the Quincy life, his senses had never grown dull. He had sensed Uriah as he began his foolish attack, insistent as he was in meddling, and he had sensed things going awry. Grumbling, he had gotten out of bed, dressed himself, and walked out the front door to meet his cousin, who was of course noticeably upset if the structure of her riot so was any judge. The way she fretted over business best left alone. We need to go. Right now, she said the words urgently. Ryakin, who had meant to do much the same, felt reluctant to do as she asked without protest. To give the impression that he would care to dip his nose into spiritual business easily would go against a long-held principle of resentment that he had built most of his life on. "Why?" he said, reaching into his pocket to pull out a cigarette. "Your son isn't there. My idiot son is off doing things he shouldn't. This is neither of our business. You know you do not mean that." Masaki scolded him. "I know Ichigo isn't there, I can't sense him wherever he is, he should be safe. But Uriah isn't. He chose this path. He's a child. A teenager. We do not expect young people to make reasonable choices. Now, go out there and do as a father should, Ryukin." Ryukin, deciding that he had protested enough, rolled his eyes. "Well, if it means that much to you." "It would seem that it does, son of Ishida-suken." The voice was smooth, elegant but with a masculine depth to it. Ryukin's eyes narrowed as a figure stepped forward from the shadows of the street. He was sure he had felt nothing nearby, so who was this figure? "Who are you?" demanded Masaki. The stranger came up closer, only a couple yards off, and politely bowed. He was blond, and had the features of a foreigner, but his accent was almost flawless. He was no ordinary gaijin. He wore an expensive-looking dark blue suit, and carried himself with a calm that implied a complete confidence in himself. "Let's just say that I am a concerned third party," he said cryptically. "He's a Quincy." Ryukin sneered, the dots lining up. It was subtle, but now, face to face, there was no denying the pattern of the stranger's spiritual coding. Foreign and different, it was the same kind of energy his foolish father had harnessed to perfection. "What?" said Masaki. "But, what is it you want?" "Get behind me," Ryukin said, letting his Quincy cross slide into his palm. After all these years, he always kept it close, because he never knew when he might need it. "Please, there is no need for violence," said the stranger. "I have only come here to assure you that your son is safe. And we are to take your word for it," said Ryukin harshly. He had a natural mistrust for all things Quincy, and a foreigner taking an interest in his son was nothing short of suspicious. "On my honor as a gentleman," said the stranger calmly. "Why are you here, then? What do you want with Uriah?" said Masaki. "Bring him into their sick little cult, I'd wager," Ryukin spat, keen to fix my mistake of not raising him to think he's better than everyone else. Keen to pull him into danger and indoctrinate him into their self-righteous idea of justice. The stranger shook his head. "On the contrary, Mr. Ishida, I have complete respect for your choice to raise him outside the Quincy tradition. I am familiar with your family's history, and it takes courage and integrity to reject such a heavy burden, placed on you from birth. You stepped away from an extremist sect with supremacist thinking. We have had no affiliation with them, not then, not ever. I admire the determination it must have taken to take that step. To choose to become a doctor, to save lives, rather than vainly struggle for some manifest destiny of dominion." A little taken aback, Ryukin said, "I have no interest in your admiration, Quincy. Why should I trust the word of a man who won't even give his name? You will have to forgive the secrecy." "Call me Jurgen," said the stranger apprehensively. "You haven't answered the question," Masaki insisted. "What do you want?" "Kurosaki Masaki," said Jurgen, "I am familiar with your name as well. With his mother unfortunately having passed away so long ago, I imagine you are the closest thing he has. Both of your concerns are laudable as well as understandable." "Answer," said Ryukin bluntly. "You chose to keep him away from the spiritual," said Jurgen, "but because you never told him the full story, your son was fascinated by the Quincy arts. He knew nothing of its racism, classism, and ugliness. He only knew that his distant father hated it, and that his loving grandfather took pride in it. You eschewed it, but your son did not. But the boy is becoming a man, Mr. Ishida. If he so wishes, there is a rich heritage he has a right to take possession of. We will make this offer to him. We will make no demands, nor attempt to manipulate him, but he will be given what you've refused him." "Why?" Masaki insisted. "Is it like Ryukin says? You just want another soldier in your, whatever it is you've got?" Jurgen shook his head. "I realize you have no reason to trust my word and secrecy, unfortunately, is a necessity for us, but you nonetheless have my word that we will only offer him knowledge of our shared past, both the admirable and the shameful, and the training to master his skills. What he chooses to do from there on will be entirely up to him." "Why?" said Ryukin coldly. He had never been good at fathering, and he knew Uriah likely resented him, and he didn't blame him for it. But all the same, Uriah was still his son, and he had no intention of letting this Jurgen brainwash him with the exact kind of ideals he'd worked so hard to get away from. "Because he will be a danger to himself and others," said Jurgen coolly, "because the lackluster training he has received so far is nowhere near sufficient. Your late clan's breeding methods were reprehensible, but they yielded strong stock. Your son has inherited considerable power, but no appropriate guidance. How well does power mix with the ignorance, arrogance, and pride of a young man, Mr. Ishida?" The argument was sound, and better than Ryukin had expected, but he was no less suspicious. He grit his teeth, glaring at the stranger. "If you disapprove," said Jurgen, "then I suggest you take the time to talk to your son. Teach him all you know about your clan's history. Even train him, if you are so inclined. I came here to give you that chance, Mr. Ishida. To give your son his due, else we will do it in your stead. I do not judge you for your choices, but one way or the other, he deserves better." "Ryukin," Masaka said anxiously, "is he telling the truth about Uriah being safe?" Ryukin balled a fist, and closes his eyes, sensing from afar. "His Ryutsu is fluctuating," he said, "all disordered and clumsy, but quite intact. The energies that followed him, the hollows, seem to have moved away from him." "Very good, Mr. Ishida," said Jurgen, giving him a nod of approval. "Even after a lifetime of retirement, your senses are almost as sharp as mine. You would have made a fine Quincy." "Don't insult me," Ryukin sneered. "My apologies," said Jurgen. He smiled, and bowed again. "I bid you both good night. Sleep easily, for your progeny is safe." He turned around, not waiting for them to reply, and started walking away. "And what if I just shoot you in the back?" said Ryukin irritably. Jurgen stopped, and glanced over his shoulder at Ryukin, an amused look on his face. "It would be very painful," he said, and continued walking. Somehow, Ryukin got a sense that Jurgen didn't mean it would be painful for himself. Uriah blinked, slowly catching his bearings. The three remaining Arrancar were cautiously sizing up their new opponent, who for the moment seemed completely uninterested in them. She wore a helmet. Uriah could see now that the light became clearer, a face-covering helmet with a visor obscuring everything but her eyes. She held a long sword in her hand, and although everything about her Ryutsu told Uriah she was a fellow Quincy, she was nothing like what he had expected a fellow Quincy to be. "I gotta say, you got some pretty good Schwalbenflug for a rookie with limited training," she said cheerily. "Not nearly good enough, but there's a good starting point there." "Schwalbenflug?" said Uriah perplexedly. "Oh, duh," said the knightly Quincy, flicking her armored forehead. "I'm just a dummy here, aren't I? You guys call it Hirankyaku, right?" Her pronunciation, Uriah noticed, was clear enough, but she had a pretty thick accent. A native Japanese, she was not. "Yeah," he said. "Hey!" one of the Arrancar cried, blade in hand. "Yeah, mind," said the knight. "We're having a conversation over here. Don't be rude." "Listen," said a second Arrancar to his two friends, "she just chopped Deverik's head off dash. Total fluke." The first one insisted. "Anyone can get a good sneak attack in. Then why are you waiting around?" thought Uriah. "I say we take this bitch. Two's a better haul than one," continued the first. The knight rolled her eyes. "Fine. I mean, I would warn you and tell you to get away, but me personally, I don't really believe in warnings. Hollow scum gets purged. Right now, you three are too dumb to take an opportunity to run away. Not that it would help, but it'd gain you, like, up to 10 minutes worth of living, and you can do a lot with 10 minutes, but if you really wanna die, let's get to it." She shot Uriah a quick look. "You wait here, sweetheart. Prince Charming has some work to do." As impressed as he was baffled by his odd, unorthodox rescuer, Uriah simply watched. He considered helping, but as the Aaron car charged as one, it was evident she didn't need any help. The hunting pack formation that had given him so much trouble was nothing to her. A flurry of attacks and clever tricks came her way, and she evaded each one, smooth like water. Suddenly she jumped up and above them, and it was a queer thing to see a woman armed in full plate mail jump like an acrobat landing on a thick tree branch. "Don't try it, younglings," she cried cheerily. "I have the high ground." The 3 Aaron car, of course, tried it. A lean, mean Aaron car leaped into the air, his 2 compatriots dashing to the side to surround her, coming from either side. It was difficult to even follow what happened in the next 3 seconds, despite Uriah's keen senses. In an instant she had surged forward through the air, and with one swift movement of her arm sliced her blade through the midsection of the Aaron car in the front. Before gravity could even take effect, she had cut his head off for good measure. Like 2 speeding devils, the 2 remaining Aaron car were already coming at her, one from each side. Her blade lashed out, easily piercing the right side Aaron car's guard and cutting through his neck like a hot knife through butter. With her free hand she grabbed hold of the wrist of the last Aaron car, stopping him from swinging his sword. A second later, 2 dead Aaron car hit the forest floor and a third was thrown down. Judging by the way his hand had gone limp, dropping the sword, the last Aaron car had his wrist broken. The knight grabbed him by the throat, roughly pulling him up to his feet. "We can totally take her, right?" she said, and although he couldn't see it, Uriah was sure she had to be grinning under her helmet. As far as retard moves go, this is sort of like the bar drunks who go after a 7-foot martial arts expert built like a brick house. To Uriah's surprise, she let the Aaron car go. The hollow stumbled on his feet, clutching his injured arm. "Well, go on," she said. "Run." "What?" said the Aaron car, sounding terrified. "Run, you little chicken fuck. Run." Shocked, the hollow obliged, his fight or flight instinct set firmly on flight. As he took off into the night, she glanced at Uriah, who was looking on in disbelief. "You're probably wondering why I let him go." "Yes. Watch this," she said, sounding pretty giddy. Raising her free hand up, mimicking the action of pulling a trigger, she said, "You're already dead." The Aaron car, who had gotten some 20 yards already, exploded in dramatic fashion, his head turned into red paste. Uriah gaped, as baffled as ever. He was not, like his fellow teenage fighters, aghast at the notion of brutality and death. A hollow was a hollow, after all, whether they looked more like a man or less like one, and he had purged their kind for years in defense of Karakara. But this was ability of a kind he'd only ever dreamed of before. He had known that, although all the great Quincy clans were gone, exterminated in the wars with the Godii or simply lost to history, there were others left out there. Not in Japan, but elsewhere in the world. He had always known that somewhere out there were survivors. His grandfather had told him as much, and he had always wondered. Now one of them had found him, and she was nothing like what he had expected. He looked at his rescuer, who had produced a sheet of cloth from somewhere he hadn't noticed. She carefully wiped the length of her blade clean of blood, inspecting it carefully before sheathing it, stuffing the sullied cloth into a pocket. She reached for her helmet and fidgeted with it a bit. Stupid straps," she muttered irritably, finally managing to pull the helmet off, holding it under her armpit. She turned to look at Uriah. In the moonlight, there was something eerie about her. No, not about the night herself, but the casual, cheery look on her face, as if she had just finished some menial chore, like this kind of killing was something she did on an everyday basis. She wasn't very tall, but as far as Uriah was concerned, she might have been a titan. Black hair and a cheeky grin, she looked like one might have expected for such an eccentric, more like a juvenile having finished a prank than a seasoned warrior, grim and stoic. She said. "So, how about that, huh? I guess they underestimated your power," Uriah ventured. "Ha!" She cheered jubilantly. "See, you got it. You got the joke. Oh, I am totally gonna rub it in Tato's face that a Japanese hillbilly nerd knows his pop culture better than she does. No offense," she added hastily. "None taken," Uriah said. "Given that you just saved my life, I'm not inclined to be difficult with you." Good. Good boy. She said cheerily, giving both his shoulders a hearty slap. Uriah nearly buckled under the friendly blows. Taking a breath, he said, First of all, you have my most sincere thanks for saving me. I am in your debt, on my honor as a Quincy. Pfft, she said dismissively. Don't be such a stiff. I don't need no debts to go around killing hollows. A bit of good old-fashioned ultra-violence is its own reward, don't ya know? Right. Secondly, I must ask. You're a Quincy. Not a question, buddy, but yes. Yes I am. Yet, you use a sword. I can use a bow. Swords are just better. Your clan must be very different. Very, she agreed. I'm Bambi, by the way. No snide comments, my dumbass parents thought it was cute. No snide comments. Understood. After a pause, he added, but, why are you here? I am grateful for the rescue, but... Oh, I'm not gonna act like I was just passing through all casual like, said Bambi mirthfully. I could, but I'm, like, an awful liar. Just terrible. Killing these Aaron-Carr douchebags was a bonus, but I came here to talk to you. To me. You always wondered, didn't ya? About other Quincies. There ain't any left in Japan except you and your daddy. Yes, said Uriah, wondering just how much she or her clan knew about him. Well, we're here now. Some of us. We've seen what you've been up to, and you've impressed the higher UPS. You done good, kid. If you want to know where we all came from, you're free to learn it. Just like that. Hey, I'm just the messenger, Bambi said with a shrug. I'm not the teaching type, really. Who are you? Uriah demanded. Which clan do you represent? Who are your people? Die Heiligen Wandenritter, said Bambi, and Uriah recognized the German. Wandenritter, the very name sent a chill down his spine. And you want to offer me what? History lessons. I bet you want to know about your grandpappy, don't you? Said Bambietta, and Uriah froze. You knew my grandfather. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. If you're interested, well, we'll be on the lookout. Fire an arrow, strong as you can at midnight, whichever day suits you, and we'll come find you. Uriah shot her a strange look. Who was this woman? Now, if you'll excuse me, said Bambi, it feels like your pals finished up back there. You don't want to keep them waiting. I'll scram. Wait. Uriah cried. Just think about it, okay? Bambi cheered, as she started to run. In seconds, she was gone. Uriah stared out into the night after her. Other Quincies. Knights of the Vanden. The world was moving in slow motion. Erza was falling at breakneck speed toward the ground, but her awareness perceived it like an eternity. Memories flushed through her mind, a chaotic storm of painful thoughts ripped up like a half-healed wound. The face of a supportive, wonderful girl with a studious mind. The face of a cocky, fun-loving young noble. The face of a sour-minded, good-hearted man. The faces of a whole student class of people, of friends long dead, long buried, brought to life by the sudden realization. Hannibal. That mission. That first practice patrol, that routine assignment where nothing should have gone wrong, but everything had done. Her eyes wide with shock, Erza was paralyzed as she hurtled toward the ground. Marissa. Ramon. Sensuk. Rod. Her academy friends, only one of whom had lived. That one day when she had tried her hardest and flat out failed. The day when she had done all she could to save her friends from death, and none of it had been enough. The day that had broken her down, nearly destroyed her. That dark day when she had changed forever, the naive idealism of her past tainted and tempered by bitter reality. She barely felt it when her body slammed into the ground, hard enough to cause a small crater. Then she saw it, her vision turning from memories past to the present, a small dot rapidly becoming larger. Hannibal the Aaron-Carr, charging at her. Her instincts finally kicked in, and she flipped herself over at the last second, launching herself to her feet. He crashed into the ground where she had been a second ago, blade in hand, ready to kill. Bile rose in her throat. As the initial shock was wearing off, a murderous rage set in, a black hatred overrunning every mental faculty she had. He had killed her friends. He was going to pay. She felt the seal on her chest throb, a sign that the limit release had been prepared. With but a moment of cold, ruthless rationality, she pressed it, feeling a surge of power as her riot so grew fivefold almost instantly. Hannibal charged, blade raised, but Erza knocked him back, the Aaron car bouncing off her like a piece of debris bouncing off a cliff. Her riot so peaked, her power at its rawest, emanating wildly and with little control. "You've grown, haven't ya?" said Hannibal approvingly. He launched a set of quick red spheric projectiles. Erza simply charged forward, batting them aside with ease. Some hit her, but she didn't even register the burns on her shoulder and leg. She didn't fight with the precision of a swordmaster. She swung her blade wildly and with furious speed, eschewing the precision she had trained over a century to reach. This alone saved Hannibal, at least initially. Pushed back under her ruthless charge, he parried and dodged, but finding no room to hit back. "Aren't you a handful?" he said, leaping back. In his blade hand, over his knuckles a ball of red light began to charge up. A zero, Erza knew, but she paid it no mind. In a second's time she was upon him. He raised his free hand to parry, but Erza grabbed his wrist with one hand, bringing her blade down with the other. Cutting through his arrow with ease, she severed his sword arm by the wrist as if she were cutting through air. Hannibal screamed with pain, but his cry was cut short as Erza slammed the hilt of her sword into his face, causing him to stagger back. She was truly lost to rage now. Not a single coherent thought entered her mind, nothing but the all-consuming desire, no, need to hurt him. She dropped her sword, her hand instead clutching his throat. With her other hand she made a fist, punching him in the face, and again, and again, and again. Hannibal struggled like a caged animal, squirming and striking back at her, but she felt none of it. She pulled him in close, head-butting him for good measure, and he staggered again. Erza let go and pounced on him like a wild animal, toppling him. He fell over on the ground with Erza straddling his midsection, her fists working overtime, bashing and hitting as hard and as quickly as she physically could, adrenaline bounding through her body. He still struggled, still tried to fight back, but he might as well have tried to turn back the tide or make a river run uphill. Erza rained down blow after blow on him, on his head, his face, his throat, his chest, his arms, concerned with nothing but causing him as much pain as she could. "Okay, okay," Hannibal croaked in between blows. "I give. Fuck, I give. Ugh." Erza didn't hear him. If she had been more stable, if she had been conscious of her actions, she would have noticed the others finishing their fights up one after the other, slowly making their way toward her. But Erza didn't, lost to a berserker rage. "Stop. Stop," whined Hannibal, vainly trying to ward off her strikes with his arms. All this earned him was broken forearms, the bones splintering under her relentless assault. She struck like a caveman, like some primal ape lost to all civilized thought, her fists bashing up and down without finesse or technique. His hard skin made her bones ache, but she didn't feel it, and it wouldn't have stopped her even if she did. As she continued her assault, Hannibal went from struggling and squirming to twitching and wincing, until he lay still. Erza did not notice. Her fists continued to rain down on him until the Aaron car's face was reduced to bloody pulp, completely unrecognizable as a human visage. His mask fragments had long since cracked, and a bit of skull bone could be seen, skin ripped from his forehead by a vicious knuckle blow. Blood stains were all around the grass in their vicinity, having sprayed continuously, minute after minute. Erza was becoming covered in his blood, her face looking like that of an inhuman beast, like a vindictive fury come to wreak death and destruction. "Stop!" The cry rang out, horrified and shrill, across the park grounds. It was Orium, tears at the corner of her eyes. Beside her, Ichigo, Tatsuki, Chad, and Uriah watched with quiet horror as Erza continued to savage the fresh corpse, her fists raining down on the bloody, wretched piece of meat and bone. Still, she didn't hear. Momo, realizing she wasn't getting through, quickly ran over to Erza. "Erza, listen to me," she demanded. The movement of Erza's arms seemed to slow, although more out of exhaustion than anything else. Erza, he's dead. Momo snapped. He's dead, and it's done with. Erza slowed down, and turned her bloodied face to look at her vice-captain, her fists slowing down even more, still bashing at the corpse slowly and impotently. A look of confusion passed over her visage, and though her face was covered in gore, her eyes made her look lost. I don't know what happened to you, said Momo firmly, urgently, but it's over. Erza raised her fist again, and Momo reached out, grabbing her by the wrist. She felt slick, warm blood on her palm, and it was slippery to the touch, but Momo held on. Erza, finally seeming to calm, stopped. Momo looked closer. She hit it so hard she broke her hands, she thought with horror as she looked at her captain up close. Just what had gotten into her? Momo. Erza mumbled, sounding numb. It's okay. Everything's okay now, Momo assured her, knowing full well it wasn't. Erza let out a sob, and her shoulders convulsed as tears trailed down her cheeks. Momo, at a loss for what else to do, kneeled by her side and pulled her into a hug, fresh blood rubbing off on her shiakusho. Erza, her broken hands hanging limp by her side, began to cry loudly, wailing into the night like a wounded animal. What the hell was going on? Check the description for the links to the author.